on that. But yeah, of course, Ireland are looking like they're starting again, a little bit like we're seeing the England Test team rebuilding a little bit and having a few new players, a few new regular players. Obviously, we know over the years with Ireland, we've come to know like the O'Briens, Ed Joyce, who's now actually Ireland women's coach, and there are regular names in that. We seem to be seeing some new players in this Ireland team, but they'll be relishing this challenge. They'll absolutely love it. Playing against India, a top team, even though it's not their full strength side, I think for Irish cricket this will be fantastic for them.
Absolutely. What difference do you think it's made to Irish cricket, the fact that a lot of these players now have to play their domestic cricket in Ireland? They now would be registered as overseas pros if they were to play in the county championship. It's meant that some of these players have had to leave counties they've been at for a number of years. Do you think that's to the betterment of Irish cricket, or do you think that's actually held them back slightly?
I think long term it's going to be for the betterment of Irish cricket, definitely. I think if you've got players who are playing in different parts of the world, that's always a good thing, because that makes you develop as a cricketer. We've seen Paul Stirling play in the PSL, play in the 100. He's been in the Vitality Blast recently as well, smashing it around the park as he always does. But I think for long-term development of Irish cricket, they're going to have to start to breed new players, breed young players, and start to develop the sport within Ireland. Although difficult, as we know, even cricket in this country, in England, it can be a challenge sometimes, with football being such a big sport. So in Ireland it is a push, but fixtures like this can only help.
Yes, absolutely. And when you look through this side, talkSPORT 2 recently covered the Netherlands versus England ODI series. A lot of players there born in New Zealand, a couple are born in South Africa. You look through the 11 that are playing today for Ireland, I think 10 of the 11, are all born and raised in Ireland. We've got a debutant today, Conor Olphert, who comes into the side. Now, again, this is a massive opportunity for the bowler, 26 years of age. He's been playing in the domestic setup, as they all have, for Northwest Warriors. He's taken 12 wickets in 7 List A or 2020 matches. So the important thing is he's going to be coming in with a little bit of form behind him, and that's, I suppose, as a professional yourself, former professional, that's where you want to be when you get your opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I think the challenge as well is when you don't play a huge amount of cricket, as you said there, when he's only played 12 T20 games. That's such a small amount. So I think from Ireland's perspective, the more that they can play against these big sides, and we saw it with the Netherlands. I actually had a few friends who went out to the Netherlands and had a great time, as you can imagine.
It looked ridiculous. I mean, I've seen some beer snakes in my time, but that was up there.
There was a good beer snake at the test yesterday, I saw as well.
Yes.
But yeah, the more that they can play these games and play international cricket, the more experience you have, and you get better. We've seen it with Jack Leach in the England side. He was bowling beautifully this morning before I came here, and the more Test cricket he's played, he's got better. So it's the same for the Ireland players. The more they play against these top teams, the more you learn.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. Okay, so having a look at the playing 11 for Ireland. They will be batting first, and it's an obvious thing to say, but that doesn't mean it's not true. You need to get off to a good start, don't you? Andy Balbirnie saying that he would have had a bowl first too. Obviously, it is cloudy in and around the ground. We've got an eye on full house, but essentially, much like the Netherlands game against England, and funnily enough, Ireland are playing very similar teams to the one that Netherlands are playing. A lot of that is to do with the World Super League. I imagine. I know that the World Super League doesn't cover T20 cricket, but essentially New Zealand it's a long way to come for New Zealand, so if they're going to be playing a little bit of Test cricket against England, some ODI stuff against the Netherlands, they're also playing a full 3-match ODI series against Ireland and 3 T20s, which we'll be bringing you here on talkSPORT 2. But it's important that Ireland just get off to a competitive start, because we saw that recent Netherlands versus England match. Netherlands won the toss, decided to bowl first, and then suddenly there's a world record score, and it just kind of affected them for the rest of the tournament, and you can understand why. Yeah,
there was some outrageous hitting in that game. Joss Buttler, just for one, was absolutely incredible. But yes, you're absolutely right. I think in any T20 game, I believe the power play really sets you up as a side. If you have a good power play, that first 6 overs, then it really dictates the rest of the innings for you. So Andrew Balbirnie as captain, and obviously the very experienced Paul Sterling, they're experienced players. They're not young players. I feel like they could get off to a good start. If you could pick 2 players to open your side in the Ireland side today, they would be the ones. So Paul Sterling, we know how aggressive he is. We know what a great player he is around the world, as I said before. So, it only takes him to get back to ball early on, and we could be in for a contest. Who knows?
Well, absolutely. That's a brilliant point, because you're absolutely right. Whereas Netherlands-England featured 2 guys at the top of the Netherlands order who hadn't played a lot of cricket. Of course, Andy Balbirnie and also Paul Sterling have. Paul Sterling is Ireland's leading run scorer in T20 cricket, has played all around the world and has played incredibly effectively. Currently playing T20 cricket for Birmingham. And yeah, look, they're going to be coming up against an India side that I don't know how long they've been in the country. I probably should know the answer to that, but knowing the way India operate, they probably landed this morning, and they might be throwing they might throw the new ball to Umran Malik, who may bowl around 150 clicks, but essentially, if he's a little bit off in line, then that ball's going to travel.
Frighteningly, I was reading that he hit 163 kph in the nets against South Africa the tour against South Africa, which is over 100 miles an hour. So I don't even drive that fast, John, so I'm a little bit worried for the batters.
Well, I'd love to have that occurring. I mean, we had a world record score on talkSPORT too. I mean, how many bowlers have actually, in a live game, has it been officially recorded? There's obviously Shoaib Akhtar. There was all the talk about Jeff Thompson back in the day. Brett Lee, is Brett Lee? Sean Tate, of course, yeah. The Australian Brett Lee, maybe.
You could name them on your hand, though, couldn't you?
You can, and even a couple of them, you're not 100% sure.
So yeah, it'll be exciting to see him if he can. I'm sure he'll get the crowd going with him if he clocks over 100 mile an hour today. That'd be great to see.
And then when you look at the Ireland bowlers, again, there is experience in there, isn't there? They may not have played a huge amount of cricket, but, Mark Adair on debut, he impressed greatly. I think he's the leading wicket taker in T20 cricket over the last 12 months or so. And even alongside him, Craig Young or Josh Little. I mean, Connor, when he gets to bowl, he's not coming into a bowling unit which is lacking in experience, which again is kind of where you want to be.
Absolutely. I think Mark Adair will be leading from the front today. He's obviously the more experienced fast bowler in the camp, so he'll be somebody that they'll be hoping to pick up some wickets. Actually seeing the pitch as well, it does look a little bit green, so we'll see if it does seam around or not. Hopefully we get some play soon. But yeah, even Josh Little, these guys can shape it around. They've got some good slower balls, some good variation, so it'll be exciting to see. And as you said, Connor being the young debutant, he'll be excited, I'm sure, but he's not coming into an inexperienced side, so exciting, I think.
Absolutely. Mark Adair took 4 for 23 against Zimbabwe just as recently as September. So that's his best in the format, and 32 wickets in the last 12 months. So, it hasn't been a stellar period for Ireland, but they do have performers in there, key ones who know the conditions, who come in with something approaching confidence. And, of course, they're taking on an India side that will not be used to these conditions. Hands in pockets all around. And obviously the crowd are going to be behind them, but thankfully, whilst it's stopped raining, it does still look pretty cold. Okay, well, as I may mention, we have had the toss, we've had the teams announced, and if you're just joining us here on talkSPORT 2, let's have a little reminder of how it went and what was said.
You brought your fans. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to bowl first. We would like to bat first, but looking at the forecast and looking at the rain around, we thought that it's better to bowl first and kind of have an idea that what's going to come in if the rain kind of stops the play.
You've been here before. Welcome back. Enjoying being back in Ireland?
Absolutely. It's showing us 3 weathers. It's raining, it's showing sun, and it's cold. So nice to be here. Lovely fans. Feels like we are playing at home. That's something which is fantastic. And looking forward for those 2 exciting games where a lot of talent will be shown.
First time you're captaining India. How proud for you?
it's an absolute honor for me to lead India because, when any cricketer kind of starts playing, eventually would love to lead his country, and obviously I'm one of those lucky guys who has got the opportunity to kind of represent my country and lead my country, which is going to be a very special moment in my life.
Brilliant for the Gujarat Titans in the IPL. What can we expect from your leadership here in Malahide?
I mean, all our professionals, all are very, we got quite a bunch of talent where a lot of people have shown a lot of, the kind of range they have in their game. My role is simple, just kind of back them and kind of give them the support they need and ask them to kind of express themselves and play with freedom.
Any debutants? We saw maybe a cap presentation.
Umran makes his debut, very excited for him, young talent, raw pace, I'm looking forward to see him bowl and kind of show what exactly he has.
Wonderful. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Andrew, if you can join me. Going to bat first. Happy with that?
Probably would have bowled. Obviously, there's a bit of weather around. It's been under covers for quite a while, the wicket, but first use on hopefully a pretty good wicket, and we just got to get out there and get stuck in. Married
last week. No chance of a honeymoon. How was the camp in Oak Hill?
Camp was brilliant. Guys are really excited to pit themselves against one of the best teams in the world in front of an amazing crowd. So hopefully we can play a good, exciting brand of cricket and give it to the Indians as best we can.
How important playing against such a powerhouse in the world of cricket here in Malahide? Big crowd for you and your team.
Really important. It's great for the game in this country to have a sellout here in Malahide. The guys don't get to play this sort of game that often at home. It's the start of our international summer, and we're playing against one of the best teams in the world, so there's nowhere better to be.
New coach, what's Heinrich Milan said to the team?
He hasn't said too much, just go out and express ourselves. He's only new to the job and he's kind of still looking to find his feet as such, but there's a great excitement amongst the group. It almost feels like a bit of a new era, and what a team to play against first up.
India have got a debutant. What about Ireland?
Yeah, Conor Alford's going to make his debut today, a fast bowler. We've been really impressed with him, so he's going to come in for his first cap.
All the best. Have a great day. Cheers. Okay, so the news in the middle. India, they've won the toss. They want to bowl first.
Indeed they do, and that's what generally is the case when captains win the toss with bad weather around. You've got statistically a better chance of chasing down a target if the overs are reduced and you know exactly what you have to do, rather than having to try and set a target when you know that there's a possibility of overs being lost. VVS Lakshman is the temporary stand-in head coach of this Indian team, which is in Dublin at the moment for the first of two T20 internationals, which will bring you both live and exclusive ball by ball. Hopefully this one will get underway soon. The second one is on Tuesday. So on the subject, I'm alongside Abhishek Jujunwala. On the subject of VVS Lakshman being a stand-in coach, we have this extraordinary situation where at the moment there are in excess of 30 Indian players. I think it's 34, isn't it? There's 17 in Ireland and 17 in England. Yeah. 34 players currently on national duty, which is truly extraordinary. I mean, have you got your head around it yet? I still find it bizarre. You know, that all 17 played in England, 4 played for Leicestershire against India. You've already mentioned that with John Norman. But is it something that is here to stay? At least for the big three. England, of course, played a test series, are currently playing a test series and concurrently played against the Netherlands in a one-day series. Australia have done it to a lesser extent. They've had tours which have overlapped rather than run concurrently. Is it something that's here to stay, and are you comfortable with it?
I'm not comfortable with it, but I think it's here to stay. Because if you're throwing caps around so easily to so many players, I mean, when you talk about a national team, you only look up to those 15. Usually when we were growing up, getting into the national team, it was 15 players who are going to get an opportunity, and you fight for those 15 spots. And now, obviously, with so many players getting opportunity, when India and the BCCI secretary Jay Shah has already mentioned it out loud, saying, more often than not, we're going to have two teams touring at the same time. One would be touring and playing one days in T20, and another would be playing test cricket in a different country altogether. So India would now probably have two teams representing at the same time. And as you said, maybe England would do the same, and Australia. These are the top three nations who can probably afford to do it. So I think it's going to, unfortunately, I think it's here to stay for the long run.
I'm also instinctively not comfortable with it. But having said that, there are 17 players in England preparing for the Test match, which starts on Friday, the 5th and final Test match from last year's summer, which is also a bizarre situation. But you look at those 17 players, and this will sound obvious, but there isn't one of them you would point a finger at and say, oh, he's a bit lucky to be here. So let's take it to the second squad, which is in Ireland. The covers are just being brought back on, by the way, at the village in Malahide. Unfortunately, we're going to be on-off. Well, we haven't been on yet. We've been on to warm up, but not start the game. So, look at the 17 players that are here. India have named their starting 11. And, again, to me, there isn't a single player who you would say, well, I'm not so sure he's international quality. He's a bit lucky. I mean, just look at those who are on the bench. Ravi Bishnoi is one of the most consistently successful leg spinners in the IPL. He's not playing. Arshdeep Singh, Rahul Tripathi, one of the great entertainers in recent years, Sanju Samson, Venkatesh Iyer, they are on the bench. So, like you say, I'm sort of uncomfortable with international caps being, what's the word, cheapened?
Yeah.
But I mean, I still think that, these 34 Indian players are good enough to deserve an international cap.
Absolutely. No, I'm not taking anything away from any of these players. They're all deserving players who deserves to play for the country. But what I am saying is having two teams touring two different countries at the same time, that sounds a bit bizarre to me. But if it works, it works. And there's a lot of commercial aspect to it. Also, there's a huge opportunity, and every country India plays against, there's a huge revenue stream for the respective country. If they're playing against Ireland, that's going to uplift Ireland cricket massively, because there's a huge commercial advantage to Irish cricket, because there'll be a lot of sponsors who's going to come in just because of these two games, and it's beneficial to world cricket, I guess. But yeah, again, we'll have to wait and see how things progress.
On the commercial side of things, yes, there are. I know this for a fact. There are sponsors who are saying, "Hang on a minute. When we signed this contract with the BCCI, we were guaranteed X number of days of exposure to the Indian cricket team. Now there are two Indian cricket teams, and if they're playing at the same time, then we're not going to get the same amount of exposure." But on the subject of the value of these games, a lot of people have said to me, "Why have India gone to Ireland?" And I think it's really important to praise an organisation which comes in for a lot of criticism, the BCCI, because they know that $1 million is the number I've been given for these two T20 internationals. That's going to keep. That's not just going to keep Irish cricket going for 5 or 6 years. They'll be able to grow and expand the game and build new facilities with that kind of money. $1 million per T20 international is what they are worth against the big teams, the Australia, England, South Africa, whatever. But again, I mean, if they're worth $500,000 each, and I've been told that Cricket Ireland are hoping, first of all, that the rain goes away, but they are hoping to make $1 million.
And also, yes, absolutely, it's more than $1 million. What I feel is going to happen is that's going to inspire a lot of young generation. When they watch Irish cricket playing against one of the biggest teams in world cricket, India, and if there are some good performance, that will inspire a lot of kids to take up the sport. And it's not just about the commercial aspects, it's about bringing more people to the sport. That's the whole idea behind India going and playing cricket in Ireland. So I think it's going to help the community, it's going to help Irish cricket massively, not just monetarily, also trying to grow the sport.
Okay, forgive me for giving a big build-up to the next topic of conversation. I'll keep it as short as I possibly can, but we have been talking a lot on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 and on the Cricket Collective, which I host with Steve Harmison, about the immediate and, I suppose, mid-term future of Eoin Morgan. I have this theory that he's under enormous pressure, not because of his lack of form, but because he's almost beyond criticism. He's one of England's greatest ever captains, and I think that he probably knows that there's not going to be anybody to tap him on the shoulder and go, Eoin, you maybe want to reconsider, and look, we don't want to push you, but you might want to just walk the. But I just don't think that anybody will, and it's going to be left to him. He has said that he's not looking beyond the T20 World Cup, and he did average 15 last year. A lot of people say that in both forms of the white ball game, he's worth his place as captain. So that got me to thinking about Virat Kohli. And I just wonder, I mean, would you agree with me that if you were to pick India's best T20 team starting 11 and best 50-over team starting 11 based on form over the last year, he wouldn't be in it?
Yeah, I think Virat Kohli is not averaging 15 for the starters. He's still averaging a bit more.
Yes.
So I think what people don't realize that, I think what people think is Virat not getting hundreds means Virat is not scoring runs. He's still averaging nearly 40. And for 40...
In ODI cricket.
Yeah. And 40, I think, for a lot of international players, they'll be more than happy.
At a strike rate of 90.
At a strike rate of 90, they will take it. But the question... Because there's so many question mark on Virat, because he hasn't scored 100 in 3 years. But he's got 73 hundreds in international cricket before that. I mean...
But that's exactly my point. He is one of the greatest white ball cricketers in the history of the game.
Yeah.
And will remain so. I mean, I think in another 30 years' time, we'll still say Virat Kohli's top 5 all time.
Absolutely.
But
current form, which you said, Neil, I think more than everyone else, and he sets really high standard for himself. And we saw a glimpse of brilliance again in one of the games in the IPL just before the IPL finished, not the qualifier, just the one before that, where they needed to win and the RCB needed to qualify in the top 4. We saw a glimpse of genius again from Virat, where he got a 70-odd in that game. So I think it's an innings away for him, and I still feel that we will see the old Virat Kohli back. I think this 2-week gap, 3-week gap will work wonders for him that'll help him get in the right mind space. And it's just one innings. You know how this is for these players like the Rohit Sharmas, Virat Kohlis, Joe Roots, Kane Williamsons. All these players, they're always one innings away from form. So I think it's around the corner. But yes, if you talk about selection, given the current form and how he has performed over the last years, you wouldn't pick him. But again, you're talking about somebody who could win you a tournament single-handedly if he's back in form. So, do you drop him? Do you drop somebody like Virat Kohli? It's a big call. And who's going to take it?
Well, exactly. He would have to.
Exactly.
That's my point. And,
exactly.
It's like Owen Morgan. I think I think Owen Morgan will definitely take England to the T20 World Cup in Australia in 5 months' time. It's only 5 months away. And I think that, he will play the early... He said before the last T20 World Cup that he would leave himself out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, that if you're a captain and if you're looking to win tournaments, surely when he realizes that I'm completely out of form, I'm not really giving anything to the cause of the team, and he's not somebody who's going to stick around, he's going to take a back step. And probably if you've got the likes of Ben Stokes and others, if he feels that they can add more value or somebody else can add more value by being in the team and he's been left out of the team, he's going to take that call. You feel that's Owen Morgan.
The other option for Virat Kohli, I suppose, is and this has been done, and it's always supposed to be quiet and not spoken about for a reason. But there have been great players who have been left out because they've got a niggle.
That can always happen.
You know what I mean?
You can come up with an injury just before the tournament.
And it has happened for
absolutely.
decades.
Absolutely.
But I wonder whether Virat Kohli is the kind of man who would accept that. I think he would say, no, I'm not in for... I think he's... when has he not fronted up?
I think he's not somebody who's going to hide behind a niggle or an injury. If he's not picked just based on his performance, he is the one who's going to come out into the in front of everybody and say, I have been dropped. I don't have a niggle. I just have been dropped because I've not performed. I don't think he's going to hide behind a niggle or an injury. He's not that sort of a bloke. I don't think he is.
It's the first T20 international, the first of 2 T20 internationals between the hosts Ireland and India, coming to you from the village Malahide, just outside Dublin. In the grounds of Malahide Castle. It's a fabulous venue, and when full, and it's still almost full at the moment. People are sitting, braving it in the stands because it's raining. The ball-by-ball commentary, exclusive here on talkSPORT 2. It's supposed to be coming to you from 4:30. We've been on air building up since 4 o'clock. Unfortunately, the covers are still on the ground. And I regret to say that another one is being dragged on as we speak to cover up the bowlers' run-ups. Very disappointing that we had the toss. It was delayed by only 10 minutes. And we've got a debut on each side. Connor Alford, the leading bowler in the domestic T20 tournament in Ireland this season, has been chosen to make his debut in place of Josh Little. And the very, very exciting Umran Malik comes in. I think for Harshal Patel, given the T20 lineup that India picked unchanged for 5 games against South Africa just 10 days ago or so. So Umran Malik comes in, becoming the 98th player to play T20 internationals for India. But I'm chatting with Abhishek Jujunwala about the Test match coming up. It's just an opportunity for me to ask you, first of all, about the context of the Test match. It was it's a decider. India are 2-1 up after last summer. There's still a lingering sense of frustration and I think anger at the time, a year ago, when India left decided the night before the Old Trafford Test match that they wouldn't play it. So there's an element of grudge about this Test match because of the nature of India's departure. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think there is 100%. But I mean, a lot
to the UAE and played in the IPL 5 days later. That didn't help.
I think there was a quarantine rule in UAE. So if they played that Test match, a lot of players wouldn't be able to play the first match in the IPL. And probably they timed it perfectly. Everyone can sense it, that this is going to happen or this might happen. It did eventually happen. But, yeah, I mean, it's BCCI. Neil.
So India will, I'm just trying to wonder how they're heading towards it in terms of selection. I mean, is Cheteshwar Pujara going to be given another charge?
I think Cheteshwar Pujara is going to play because he did manage to do well in the last couple of games at the Oval and Lords. He played a decent knock, not too bad. He managed to get a 50, if I'm not wrong, at the Oval. Him and Rahane both. But Rahane, unfortunately, not in the squad anymore. But my question is, who wins the series as a captain? Is it Rohit Sharma or Virat Kohli in England?
Yeah, answer your own question. I don't know what the answer is. What?
Yeah, I mean, no. Virat Kohli came in as a captain last time. Rohit Sharma is the captain now. If they manage to win this game, or even if they draw it, India wins the series. So who is the winning captain in England? Is it Virat Kohli or Rohit Sharma?
Yeah, well, they'll both hand it to each other. If India lose the Test match and square the series 2-2, then they'd be, no, I wasn't captain.
Makes life easy. Yeah, Virat would easily go, when I led it, we were 2 up down. We were winning the series 2-1 up. And Rohit Sharma just came in and lost the Test match.
How much time has Virat Kohli had off, actually? You know, we can look at the schedule and say, he's had a 3-week break. Surely that's enough to refresh him. But just given his commitments, I mean, that's something every single day of that man's life. He's got commercial commitments, personal endorsements. He's got sponsors. He's got team commitments. He's got, Zoom call meetings. How much of a break does he actually get?
I think he was in Maldives for a few days with his wife. We saw the pictures in social media.
A few days.
Yeah, I think with break what we meant was break from cricket, break from batting, break from being in that environment where he was still feeling that pressure of going out there and performing. I think that was more of an issue for him rather than the commercial aspect of it. I think they manage the commercial aspect pretty well. They've got the managers. They don't have to wait around. People are waiting around for them. They go there, they shoot, and they're out. And they're not getting paid small peanuts out there. If I'm not wrong, his daily wage is around £700,000 a year, a day if you want Virat Kohli to do even an hour of shoot. So I don't think many people would be complaining if they're getting paid that sort of money. Those are the figures which I've heard. I'm not sure if those are the numbers, but even if it's half of that, even if it's 350,000 for a couple of hours of work, I don't think you would say no to that.
$130,000 for an Instagram endorsement.
Exactly.
An Instagram endorsement. That's not an hour or a day or half a day.
That's a minute.
Yeah.
He could just, if a company sends him a material, he could just post it by clicking a finger in a second. And that's $130,000 for Virat Kohli.
It's astonishing, isn't it? Absolutely. See, and that's the difference between me, I suppose, and an elite sportsman. Not the money. It's my inability to understand why he is still so driven and still so passionate about playing the game. I mean, that's got to be a distraction. I don't know how many noughts are on the end of his bank account balance.
Again, the numbers keep flying. He was making 40 million a year just through endorsements and obviously playing. I think a lot of people would be happy with 40 million and then never do it again. They'll be like, yeah, we're done. I'm happy to retire now. But I think that's what makes them great, that they're so driven. I don't think those numbers really matter.
And I try to make one thing clear. I'm not talking about bowling or hitting a cricket ball or being on the field. It's everything else that comes with it. It's playing against Leicestershire at Grace Road and doing warm-ups and warm-downs and,
and training every day. You still got to maintain that regime. You still got to go out there in the gym. Food habits. Everything. He lives a life which is, to the dot. It's been timed, everything, I guess. What's he going to eat, what he does. He's been one of the most disciplined. He changed how cricketers train. He changed how cricketers eat in India. People followed him in India.
People forget that he was actually quite a chubby teenager, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He was very chubby, and then he realized, I read the interview where he said, I was playing for India, and one day I was standing in front of the mirror, and I said, I'm not going to be here very long if this is how I look. So I've got to do something about it. I've got to make an effort. And that was the day where he changed everything about his life. He changed everything about his workout regime. He changed his food habits. He used to eat everything. Indian cricket, I've grown up with Indian cricket. I've played with most of these guys. I spent a lot of time with these guys. And we would go out and eat any rubbish. We wouldn't care what we were eating. The biryani was the average meal every night after a game of cricket. So, we used to train, but we never used to be so calorie conscious. We never used to be so conscious about what we're eating. But now, everything is measured about these. It's like they're all becoming athletes. 10 years back, no one was working out so much. No one was spending that much time in the gym. Yeah, everyone used to go to the gym. Everyone used to keep fit. But now the fitness level has gone to a completely different level. They're playing so much cricket that if you're not at the top of your fitness, you're not going to survive at that level.
We're talking about Virat Kohli and the Test match coming up on Friday next week. The deciding Test match, the fifth and final Test of last summer's series between India and England. But we're only talking about that because we're waiting for play to get underway in the first of two T20 internationals from the village in Malahide, just outside Dublin. Two T20 internationals. I'm afraid that we were due to get underway at 4:30. Live ball-by-ball commentary, exclusive right here on talkSPORT 2. The second one is on Tuesday. Hopefully we'll get better rain, better weather, and no rain for the second game. We were supposed to start at 4:30. But we're now, as you know, 5 o'clock. The covers are still on, and I would venture to suggest that all of the covers, or pretty much all of the covers that there are at the village ground in Malahide, in the grounds of Malahide Castle, are on the square and on the bowlers' run-ups. The umpires have made their way out to the middle. Mark Hawthorne and Paul Reynolds, both local men, this being a T20 international. They're out in the middle. They've got their hands in their pockets. The rain is mostly stopped. And I say mostly, it's just sort of spitting drizzle every now and then. It's the kind of weather that umpires will often allow a game to continue in, but they won't start one in weather like this. It's a great shame. It's a fantastic occasion. 11,500 the ground holds when it's full. That includes the hospitality areas, which are actually at the castle end of the ground. and they are sold out. So ordinarily, a T20 international, the marquee tented hospitality areas would be a source of very valuable and much needed income for Cricket Ireland, but not with India in town. That income is still welcome, but it's incidental to the value in terms of broadcast rights for Cricket Ireland of the arrival of India. Cricket Ireland hoping to collect upwards of $1 million US, and that will keep Irish cricket going for a long time. So frustration, but we're hoping for good news. As I said, the umpires are out in the middle now. I wanted to ask you about Rohit Sharma as well, because 4 or 5, we can count them up actually, of his predecessors resigned or gave up the captaincy younger than Rohit Sharma was when he was appointed, which it was remarkable. I mean, going right back to Sourav Ganguly, Sachin Tendulkar,
Dravid was captain.
Rahul Dravid, they were all 34 or younger when they gave up the captaincy. Rohit Sharma was 34 and a half when he was made captain, and is multi-format captain as well, which is unusual. What do you make of that?
It's bizarre.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand by appointing Rohit the white ball captain. I absolutely didn't understand the concept of appointing him as a test captain where he has maybe a year and a half tops in test cricket, because if Rohit was never a regular member for the test squad in India over the last decade.
And is he going to open the batting?
And is he going to open the batting? That's another question.
I mean, there's 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Well, 4.
Yeah.
Top test match openers.
Yeah. And now, with him being appointed as a captain, obviously he's an automatic selection. You cannot drop a captain. So, and what if Rohit doesn't perform? I think they should have gone with somebody younger, maybe a KL Rahul, as a test captain who's done pretty well in the last couple of years as a test player, who's done really well in England. He's batted really well. And if you think about it, he's going to be playing for India at least for the next 5 or 6 years if he doesn't lose form drastically. So I think they could have definitely gone with a younger captain in test matches. But yeah, one day in T20, I understand that Rohit deserves an opportunity after what he has done with the Mumbai Indians, winning the IPL for 4 times. He deserves every bit of it. But yeah, that's where I think everyone was a bit surprised when he was appointed multi-format captain. And where India did speak about splitting the captaincy role, but then sticking with Rohit. But again, a great opportunity for him to show what he can do as a leader, as a player as well. It'll be interesting to see if he opens the innings in this test match and what he does.
So the Super Sopper, I'm delighted to say there is one, and it's actually not called a Super Sopper because I can see on its roof it's called a blotter. Anyway, it's on the outfield now, and it's just mopping up the rainwater as it comes off the covers. Slight slope on this Malahide ground, as there is on most grounds. Anyway, the blotter is out there, and it's doing its best to get play underway, but I'm afraid there's no sign of the ground staff to drag the covers off, so there'll be quite a bit of blotting still to be done. Match delayed due to rain, and we're 35 minutes in. No problem with light, thank goodness. It'll stay light till about 9:45. There's no floodlights at Malahide, but so no. I think we had an hour. Well, we have an hour's grace before overs start being deducted from the 20 per side, and we've had 35 minutes. Now then, Ireland's women's side recently played South Africa in a white ball series, and they won the first game actually. But South Africa women's side in England now going on to face England in a one-off test match starting at Taunton tomorrow. It'll be the first test match since England's pace bowling attack leader Catherine Brunt announced her retirement, and head coach Lisa Keightley has been explaining why she has decided to call it a day.
Getting Catherine up to play a test match and her loads is huge. And then obviously what we've got else in the summer with Commonwealth Games, making sure that she's in a good place for that. Catherine, that was her priority. She wants to play the Commonwealth Games. She wants to be in a really good spot and fit and healthy to do it. We know after the last 2 test matches 10 days after she's really struggled. And we know with multi-format series, they come thick and fast. So we knew it was going to be a juggle. In the end, she didn't have the loads behind her to play in this test match. It would have been high risk. And sitting down with Catherine and talking it through, it was pretty obvious that the Commonwealth Games was the focus and she wasn't going to get up for this test match. And then with those conversations, she's gone away and thought about it and probably thought the Ashes was too far next year. So if she didn't play in this one, she probably wasn't going to play a test. So it's been an emotional few weeks for Catherine coming to that decision and working out with the loads if she was going to get there. And I think she's made the smart call, and that is to walk away from test match cricket, which was really hard and she'll be a big loss once she crosses that line. I think that's the biggest thing we're going to miss is there's moments in a game where Catherine gets the team behind her. You know, I look at when she got thrown the ball in the last Ashes and how many times she got us back into the game. I look at her taking that catch against India on getting the girls up and about, and moments like that is going to be really hard to replace. And her passion and her fire, I don't know if we've got another person in the team that has that fire as much as she does and that competitive edge and ruthless. So that bit is going to be missed, but we'll find out if we've got another one in the wings that has the same white line fever.
So yes, the only test match of the summer for England women. I think it's the only test of the summer. I don't think they're playing one against India later this year. They're playing some limits over stuff in September. Kath Dalton alongside me, former Ireland player. Some familiar voice there, Kath?
Yeah, Lisa Kitely's familiar voice for me. She was my England Academy coach, and it's such a shame to see Catherine Brunt really not playing any more Test cricket, obviously being such an icon of the England women's fast bowling unit for such a long time. So her and Anya Shrubsall sort of at the same time won't be playing that Test, but means it's quite exciting. We'll see some new talent coming in, especially the fast bowling unit.
How do you assess where England are as a Test side? They played over the winter multi-format Ashes series, which is the way in women's cricket. Didn't win a game against Australia, but I mean, you know, that's what makes it quite difficult to call, really. And then I suppose that was a fascinating Test match because, you know, it really did go one way then the other, but it ended up with England clinging on. Kate Cross, who's been part of our coverage here on talkSPORT too, you know, batting out the last over or two. I mean, that was proper nail-biting stuff, wasn't it? But the flip side was that early on in the piece, it looked like England might actually win.
Yeah, it was a fantastic Test match, wasn't it? I couldn't quite keep my eyes open because it was so late at night here. But yeah, I think it's difficult to tell. You know, there's not a lot of Test cricket being played by the England women, although this multi-format, as you said, in the Ashes has come in and I think has been really good for the game. I think the more we see Test cricket, the more we'll be able to judge. They did struggle against India. I think that was maybe 2 summers ago now.
Actually, no, that's right. It was last year.
Last summer, yes.
Yeah, that was a fascinating clash in itself as well, actually. But yeah, sorry, you were saying it is difficult to assess where a team is when they essentially play 2 matches a year if they're lucky. You know, this is the first time England and South Africa have played a Test for years.
It is, and South Africa are missing Ishmael, who's obviously one of their key strike fast bowlers, and Chloe Tryon as well, so that 2 big names who are out of the South Africa Test match this summer against England. So I think there's an opportunity for both sides, possibly having players that we don't know necessarily the names of just yet. They're not common names in women's cricket yet as they make their career in Test matches. But England women, I think they've got a lot to do to get up with Australia. I think any international side has got a big gap between them and Australia. You know, they've got so many good players now with Alyssa Healy and Meg Lanning and Elise Perry. You could just name them, and they've got a very, very strong side. So where they are in Test cricket, England, I'm not sure. I think this Test match might show us where they could go over the next couple of years, so it'll be interesting.
Yeah, and unfortunately the noises coming from the ICC is that women's cricket's got to concentrate more on limited overs cricket, and I mean it's only England really pushing for Test cricket that's actually seeing them play the small amount that they actually are. So, you know, the FTP, which for the listeners who aren't au fait with the way the cricket is run, the Future Tours programme, essentially is the schedule. It's announced 8 years in advance. COVID has mucked everything around, but essentially there is no cricket scheduled after the World Cup, the Men's World Cup next year in 2023, and still the landscape is very uncertain. The men's game, it looks more and more likely that there'll be less Test matches played, more ICC events, more limited overs cricket, white ball cricket, and next to no Test cricket for the women's game. And that's just not what you want to hear, is it?
Absolutely not. We want to see more Test matches. We saw England playing Australia and how exciting that was, and what a buzz that had. Particularly, you saw it on the social media platforms. What a great buzz that had, and what a new audience it brought to the game. But in saying that, John, I haven't played any longer than 50 overs myself. As a female player who's played for a long, long time, I've never played a 3-day game, for example. So that form of cricket is almost alien to anyone who hasn't played international cricket. I obviously play for Ireland, but we never played any Test cricket either. So it seems to be only certain countries that Test cricket happens for in the women's game, and that's such a shame. I do think it's like we're seeing with the England Test match, how exciting Test cricket can be. I still personally think it is the best format in cricket, but we just don't play enough of it in the women's game.
And I think to a man and woman, it's the reason that we got into cricket as well. None of us played Test cricket growing up, did we? Well, none of us played 5-day cricket.
Only in the garden.
Well, even in the garden, it was in the imagination, wasn't it? But essentially, nobody actually plays for 5 days. But we all grew up playing short form cricket. That's what we all did. And then, of course, if you're good enough, you graduate up and through the ranks, and you get more and more opportunities. So what about Irish women's cricket then? You obviously are based in England. Now you do your coaching here. Do you still keep an eye on the form and the fortunes of the team that you used to represent?
I do, and it's great to see that the Ireland women now been entered into the ICC Championship for the first time. So that's 2 years, I believe, or it could be 3, of guaranteed international cricket with the top 10 sides at the time. So they'll be touring some amazing places. Not that I'm envious at all.
There's still time. You can get back into it,
Yeah, there's still time. There's always time. But yeah, they're playing against Pakistan. They're playing Australia, England, which would be a match I might enjoy actually if I was playing for Ireland, playing against England. But
absolutely.
Yeah, they've got some great tournaments coming up and tours coming up. So yeah, Ed Joyce, who's the Ireland women's head coach now, and Gabby Lewis, who just captained actually the side. She's a fantastic young player who played in our 100 competition actually last year with the Southern Braves. So she's also a very good player to watch out for. So it's an exciting time for Irish cricket across the board, men and women.
And what about the 100 then? You brought it up. Are you a fan of it?
I have to be honest, I was sceptical.
Why?
I just think if we keep shortening our game, what credibility does it have? However, I think for the women's game, it was absolutely unbelievable. For the men's game, I'm not sure, but for the women's game, it was incredible. I have a young niece, Marie. She'll be listening, hopefully. She's age 9, and she knew every single female player by the end of that tournament. And it just showed the impact that the 100 had and the visibility it gave players who have always been in the women's game doing well. It gave them this platform to showcase their skills, and the games were really exciting. I really enjoyed sitting down in the evening when I could, obviously not coaching, and seeing these girls go out and perform the way they did. And the thing that struck me the most, John, was the fielding in the women's game, how much that's improved over the last maybe 5-6 years. And it was just a wonderful tournament. It was a really, really wonderful tournament. So from being a sceptic, potentially. I absolutely think it was the right thing to do.
Brilliant stuff. Well, look, we'll be hearing more from Kath Dalton throughout the show today, and also on Tuesday's encounter, the second of 2 T20s that we're bringing you here live and exclusively on talkSPORT 2. I'm afraid to say there is still light rain in and around Malahide. The umpires are out on the outfield. The blotter is going around trying to blot up the water, but the covers are still on. The match is delayed by rain. We did get the toss. It kind of popped in and out in between the rain, and it was India that won it. Hardik Pandya calling correctly, announcing a debutant for India. Umran Malik, the fast man, will take to the field for the first time as an India player. Kishan Gaikwad, Huda, Surya Kumar Yadav, Hardik Pandya, Dinesh Karthik, Axar Patel, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, Avesh Khan and Yuzvendra Chahal making up the remaining team. And a debutant for Ireland as well, asked to bat first. Hopefully we'll get to see that. Connor Olphert comes into the 11, with Andy Balbirnie and Paul Sterling opening up. Gareth Delaney, Harry Tector, Lorcan Tucker, George Dockrell, Mark Adair, Andy McBride, Craig Young and Josh Little. So that's the news that we could bring you, as it looks like the rain just has got a little heavier, which is a great shame. Hopefully we will get you some cricket at some point today. If you're interested in the test match, by the way, England 74 for 2 after just 17.2 overs. They need another 222 runs if they are to complete a clean sweep over a side that comfortably beat them last year, and of course defeated India in the World Test Championship final as well. The 2 wickets to fall, the 2 openers, with Alex Lees sold down the river really by Zach Crawley and run out, and then Crawley himself playing a pretty ugly shot to the off-spinner Michael Bracewell. First up, dismissed, caught Williamson at mid-off for 25. Joe Root and also Ollie Pope at the crease. Joe Root is 4 not out and Ollie Pope at 30. So plenty of action in terms of cricket, but not unfortunately at Malahide. Now, we do have an interview to play though. Nathan Hauritz, who has played international cricket, did so with great effect. Played an Ashes series here actually, 2015 I think. Either way, maybe 2013 actually. Either way, was announced as a new spin coach for Ireland. He's going to be working with the team throughout August in the build-up to the World T20. And ahead of the series involving New Zealand and England, so before Brendan McCullum had a chance to reset the fortunes of the side, and also before Matthew Mott had taken control of England for the first time in an ODI, Neil Manthorpe caught up with Nathan Hauritz following his appointment.
Nathan, tell us what you've been up to. You retired super early at the age of just 34, 6 years ago. So it's been 6 years now since your playing career. Have you been coaching all that time?
I took probably, I think about 2 years off. For me, it was quite a challenging retirement. I just didn't feel that I could give any more. My brain, I was just mentally fried. Body wasn't holding up. I just wasn't enjoying the end of it, to be honest. So I took a couple of years off. Just did a few bits and pieces, tried a few different jobs after cricket. As you know, it can be quite challenging for athletes to get into the workforce. And then probably, started to get back into it probably 3 years ago. And then 2 years ago, I started up my own academy. So since then I've been flat out.
Oh, I'm too intrigued about these 2 years off now. What did you get up to? Like ice cream salesman or?
Mate, I tried a couple of different things. So I tried real estate. I enjoy real estate, enjoy investing. I was a bit of a day trader with the share market. So I was doing that. And I was doing a little bit of coaching, just not much. So, I was still probably playing a little bit of grade cricket. I sort of lost a love of the game, just didn't want anything to do with it. And, it was really hard to be around cricket at the end when I retired. So now I can't get away from doing it literally 7 days a week, and glad to be back part of it, to be fair.
My next question was going to be, so was coaching a calling for you? But very evidently it wasn't, not initially anyway.
Yeah, I didn't really know. Look, I guess when you play, you got a lot of knowledge of the game and being a spinner, definitely here in Queensland, even in Australia, there's not a lot of spin bowling coaches, so here in Brisbane, John Davison, and myself are pretty much the only spin bowling coaches, with any sort of, I guess, reputation, I guess, but there are other guys who can do it. But when you played it at the highest level and, Davo's played, for Canada and, he's level 3 and he's done Australia stuff, I still ask him for advice, so there are a couple other sort of minor coaches. And I just had people keep asking me, look, do you want to do some work? And, look, it just sort of happened naturally. And then being around the kids and being around the squads and being back in Queensland and stuff, it really, really did get me back into it and just love that competitive environment and wanting to see people improve.
And how did you get involved with Ireland? Or maybe you just applied.
It was such a random thing. I was keeping in touch with a bloke by the name of Steve Lavery. Look, he was Sam, sorry, not Steve. I was thinking of Steve, somebody else. Sam Lavery. So he was been keeping in touch about jobs floating around, and I looked at different bits and pieces. I've been doing stuff here with Queensland Fire. I saw the job pop up, and for me, it was honestly like close to the perfect role. Talking spin bowling, being around first-class cricketers, around the women as well, and also running the high performance for the pathways. Look, I do a lot of work with kids here. I feel like my knowledge is pretty well-rounded. Playing international cricket, coaching first-class players, and also with kids. So I've had to learn sort of different ways to talk with kids, and then being able to, approach men, and then also be able to coach women as well. So you've got to be pretty well-rounded. I can't just be gung-ho at all different things. And I saw the role. I was like, I'd love to do it. And I actually didn't think I'd get past the interview stage, but very, very excited.
Obviously, being a spin bowler, you'll be labelled as a specialist spin bowling coach, but a country like Ireland can't have the luxury of specialists. And I would like to remind listeners that I think you averaged 25 with the bat, and you were no slouch in the field. So you'll have to be chipping in all departments.
Oh yeah, definitely. Look, I think probably what it is a nice start. Look, it's a nice place to start my coaching career. I'm not in part of the academy. Well, at my academy, I do a lot of batting against spin. Obviously I bowled against some of the best batters of spin in the world, like De Villiers, Callis, when I first started, Brian Lara, Tendulkar, all these guys. So for me, it's going to be, for me, being able to talk and, express, the ability to play spin and how we're going to get better. And, my things, my cues. I wasn't a huge spinner of the ball, but one thing that I felt that my game was pretty good was sort of that intuition, that, you had to go outside of just the basics to get a wicket. And, that's something I'm looking forward to with Ireland, but I do believe it's sort of like a stepping stone. I'm looking forward to working with the head coaches and providing a lot of other, I guess, my specialties and grow my, knowledge from there.
Talking of Tendulkar, your test debut in India, you got Tendulkar and Laxman in the first innings. I expect that makes your after dinner speech routine, does it?
Well, look, to be fair, they took me down pretty well on that test, and look, it was nice to get both those blokes out. It was a red, just mudded wicket over in India, and last test and getting them out. But my bowling in that second innings probably cost Australia the win, to be fair. But look, no one can ever take that away, getting Tendulkar and Laxman in your first test. And look, I remember it vividly, and I'll never forget it. That's for sure.
Your own international career, 17 tests and 58 ODIs, came at an interesting time for Australian spinners. It wasn't a great deal of consistency, I recall, post Shane Warne's retirement, and then shortly afterwards Stuart McGill. But there were half a dozen of you, and you were built up to be the next big thing, and you were a test specialist, then you were an ODI specialist, then you were dropped. And there was a lot of inconsistency. I imagine as a coach you would like to offer a little bit of reassurance to players and give them your backing.
Yeah, look, it was a really challenging time. Not only did you not feel good enough, but even when you did perform, you honestly just felt like the target was on your back for the next game. Now, I got dropped at a really interesting time. It was after the India Test series, before the Ashes. I didn't bowl well in the Indian series. I just came back from an injury, and I wasn't playing well over there, but when I played the domestic season here, I actually started really well. I felt I was harshly treated personally, but it's just the way the game goes. I went out and did what I needed to do, and then was picked in the World Cup squad, and I dislocated my shoulder. So that was pretty much the end of my career. Very hard to come back for a spinner with a dislocated shoulder and full shoulder reco. But I think as a coach, like the thing that I believe that I'll be able to bring on is that resilience. Look, the things that I went through trying to stay in the test side and not being able to just trust in my abilities and work hard and then just let what'll happen. I was always so focused on the media, so focused on people saying negative things. Instead of enjoying the challenge and the opportunity, I was always just so scared at the end of the day. Some games I'd play well and some games I wouldn't. And even when, as I said, if I had an amazing game, I'd still think, I'm only 1 or 2 games, they're going to get rid of me anyway. Look, at the end of the day, as an athlete, if you're performing, you'll stay on. If you're not, we've got to find ways to try and get that consistency up. And, look, I believe that if you're enjoying everything around more, you're going to perform at a high level.
You were horribly treated, Nathan. You were horribly treated.
Thank you. You probably would have been great if you were a selector. That would have been awesome. Might have kept me on board a little bit. I think it was just a lot to do with left arm finger spin to KP. They were so worried about KP coming over to dominate, and Xavier Doherty played. And then they forgot about these guys named Cook and Strauss who, just tore us apart. And look, it was just a really tough time. So look, I think, like when you said there was about 6, I reckon there's about a dozen of us that played, in that period. And then in the end, Nathan Lyon, he played and started off okay, and then he dipped a little bit. And they slowly thought about getting rid of him for Agar as well. So they were getting into that mindset again. But Gaz is a much different bowler to me, look, even when he first started, so I'm glad they stuck with him. And, he's been the greatest off spinner ever for Australia and probably close to the world.
What did you make of the way Justin Langer's career as national coach came to an end? A bit messy.
Yeah, it was. Look, I was really disappointed. Obviously, I don't know what happened inside, the inner sanctum and stuff. But from an outsider, look, and I've got a lot of, I love JL, played with and against, and I know he's a very hard man, look, and, I said that in one of my blogs. I got him out a few times in India. I had a bit of a giggle and, he literally sprayed me so badly. I didn't giggle at him ever again, but he came at the end of the session and said, mate, look, sorry, but this you got to respect, which I understood, and that was probably the old school thing. And I felt that someone his stature, and what he brought out of that where Australia was, I felt he deserved a bit of a better exit. Look, I know you can never determine how you're going to finish or anything like that, but I felt that Cricket Australia owed it to him to say, you know what, you've been outstanding, JL. Yes, whatever is going on, I have no idea, but we're going to give you the opportunity to go out on your terms. It might be 2 years or 3 years, but that's it. I just felt that a 6-month offer at the end after he just won the T20 World Cup, that's something Australia had never done. It didn't look great, and a lot of people didn't like it. So many things said behind the scenes about the current players. Only they know what all happened. But as an ex-player and an outsider looking at it, didn't look great, and I was really disappointed and would love to see him still around for another couple of years. I
didn't know you wrote a blog. I must have missed that. Are you still doing it? Do you want to give it a punt?
Oh, I do a little bit. It's just First Class Cricket Academy. So I probably do one a month. It's not that exciting. I try and do it, make it as exciting as I can. I think the last one I wrote was about 2 young kids that I coached over here, and they played first 11 cricket, and they both played against each other in their last game of the season. And both of them didn't know that I coached each of them, but they never got to bowl or bat against each other, which is disappointing. But look, it's a bit of fun, looking at, and I guess now my role has changed into an international coach, so I've probably got to be can't be as controversial with my chat these days. But it's just nice getting my thoughts out there and people seeing who I am.
Well, we'll definitely give it a punt on air.
Thank you, mate.
What about England splitting their international coaching roles? Brendan McCullum as Test coach and Matthew Mott. I guess you would know him quite well. Him being the white ball coach.
Look, it's an interesting one. Look, I think Andrew McDonald said it best. Look, when there's 2 coaches, there's 2 messages being passed on. So, look, Baz, I know Baz played with Baz, played against. Pretty aggressive in his, thinking, and obviously been brought in to, reinvigorate that England side. When they came out here to play in Australia, it just didn't have that great feel, like it looked they looked tired from day one in the Test series, and that white ball side is an incredibly exciting side. Look, I know Motty was my coach in New South Wales. I played with Motty at Ramley, played against him, Queensland, Victoria, and known him for a very, very long time. Looking the messages and everything, his coaching style will suit them perfectly. How they'll gel, not too sure, but look, I think the main objective obviously for those two is just to keep winning. England's to get to number one for the Tests, and England to win the World Cup, and just to keep going, and create that momentum and create that positive energy throughout. And it's funny how quickly it can just all change. So we get on a bit of a run, little things happen, get in, like an LBW decision goes the right way, and then, they're off. So I expect Baz to be outstanding for him, and, Motty will just keep that unit ticking pretty well.
Is he quite innovative, Matthew Mott? I mean, he's an incredible record with the Australian women's team, but then they're one of the best teams of all time. The joke is always that anybody can coach a team of superstars, but how would you describe his style?
Yeah, look, Motty was my coach, where are we going now, about 11 years ago now, for New South Wales. And look, he was relatively new to the coaching scene. We won the Champions League, that inaugural Champions League in the T20 comp with Motty. And, he had to deal with a few different things so back then, you had the Clark, the Haddon, all of these guys coming in and out all the time. So it was quite challenging for him to get the right mix. One thing that Motty did do really well, he was a very good man manager, and he was able to make sure that get the best out of, talking to Nathan is different to talking to Michael, to talking to Brad, and being able to make sure that goes okay. And he was very good at that. I'm sure his coaching would have evolved since then, and being innovative. I think you've got to be these days, in the game. You can't just stay still, otherwise you get left behind. I'm sure the message that he's passed on to the England hierarchy is something that they want to have. That England one day side probably doesn't need much innovation, to be fair. It's pretty, it's the world's best. It's got some amazing cricketers in there, and they just go hard, and they just keep doing it, and that's a great way to play. They've definitely transformed the way that the game moves now, and now it's just up to the other nations to be able to catch up to them.
That's a fascinating conversation taking place with Neil Manthorpe, talkSPORT 2's Neil Manthorpe, and Nathan Hauritz, the former Australian international, who's going to be taking over as spin coach of Ireland, in August, essentially. Good news as well from Malahide, where the sun's out, the Indian players are out in the outfield, the spectators that are in, and there is a fair few, aren't sheltering, don't look freezing. And you never know, we might get a little bit of cricket for you here on talkSPORT 2. We're going to have a pitch inspection at 5:40, which is about 8 minutes away. Meanwhile, at Headingley, the third test is underway, and we could be set for another extraordinary day 5, where Yorkshire, I believe, have opened up the gates, and you can arrive for free. And England chasing 296. 94 for 2. Ollie Pope 36, Joe Root 16, and recovering since the dismissal of Zach Crawley. Both openers have been dismissed, but when you consider you've got Johnny Bairstow still to come, and he can do absolutely no wrong at the moment. England on course for what would be an incredible third run chase in a row. Right, we can head back to the second part of that interview. As I say, we'll be back once the umpires have been out there and had a look at the conditions. Some of the covers are being peeled off. The Indian team are playing a little bit of headers and volleys. They are nowhere near as good as England, that's for sure. But they're enjoying themselves, smiling, and it looks far more promising than it did about half an hour ago. But as I may mention, we can now listen to part 2 of that interview taking place between Neil Manthorpe and the former Australian international and soon to be spin coach of Ireland, Nathan Hauritz.
Ben Stokes as Test captain, and the fact that he's committed himself 100% to Test cricket as his priority. I mean, England are playing a one-day series against the Netherlands at the same time as their Test team are playing against New Zealand. India have gone that way as well now. I mean, India can put out 3 teams in different formats. Yeah. They'd all be competitive.
Yeah, very good. One thing that I've always liked about Ben Stokes is the way that he plays the game. And Joe Root, so watching Joe Root as a cricket fan, I felt that while the Ashes were over here, so I obviously don't see much that's overseas. I only saw the Ashes, and I felt they're just consistently on the back foot. And I felt his captaincy was very reactive. And I obviously watch a keen eye on how he uses the spinners. And I didn't like it at all, not one bit. And it doesn't take much for a spinner to go into their little shell after they've been hit around, like they don't want to bowl again. But I think having someone like Ben Stokes I'd probably, liken it to someone like having Shane Warne as your captain, just, wanting to back the team and just play that. It's not even an aggressive brand of cricket, but it's, you're looking to win games more consistently instead of grinding out a day of 2 for 240. You'd rather go 8 for 370 in a day or something like that, so that's how I feel it's going to be moving forward. It can only be a positive thing that he's committed himself to Test cricket because, I'm still a massive fan of Test cricket. I love watching it. I think it's the greatest format. Being able to fight it out over 5 days, brings the best out of everybody. And it only makes for a stronger competition when England are doing really well.
There's an old saying that captains are divided into 2 groups, those who know how to use spinners and those who are completely clueless about how to use their spinners. And I must say that you were an Australian under-19 captain, so, you had leadership experience from very early on. But what was it? And you're not the only one to say that Joe Root didn't use his spinners very well. What was it that displeased you about the way he used his spinners?
Oh, look, the first test at the Gabba, he bowled Jack Leach at the shortest end, to David Warner. The field he had, Jack Leach coming around the wicket straight into Davies' arc with the field, didn't have anybody, or maybe one person back at deep backward square. I can't remember. It was just a really poor decision. Look, the wicket turns in the first morning at the Gabba, it definitely does, but to bowl at the short end to one of the better players of spin in the world was just, in my mind, just a really dumb call. It wasn't needed. He could have had him on, the normal end at the Gabba, which is the Stanley Street end, not the Vulture Street, and had different fields. Look, if you had taken a bit of solace to the way that, so the best left arm finger spinner in Australia is Steve O'Keefe. Look, he's been very consistent in Australia for a long time. And if they had done their research and researched the way that he has bowled throughout the last 5, 6, 7 years, they would have realised that his pace is slower. Look, the way that he bowled was very slow, but he's very consistent in what he does. Look, he just ties it up, blocks it down, doesn't deviate. And then when India came across, how those bowlers bowled to the right-handers and left-handers, that might have had a more predominant leg side field. I just felt like it just was like, here, we'll put you on the bowl because everybody talks about bringing spin on early. There was no real thought pattern behind, okay, look, how are we actually going to get Davey out? So that, and then look, I think from there, Jack's just chasing his tail, to be honest. Like he got murdered. They took him down. And then from then on, he bowled okay in patches, but even then he was bowling to new batters with, 3 or 4 guys out, and just, it's very hard because Jack's actually, I think he's a very good bowler. He gets nice shape on the ball and he can play a really good role. He could play that Steve O'Keefe role in Australia, but it wasn't even close to it, to be honest. So, that was my watching the whole series. I didn't think Joe used him well at all.
Back to Irish cricket and back to Ireland, if we may. Heinrich Milan is talking of innovative coaches. He's very, very highly rated. He's very ambitious. And you're the same age, aren't you? I think you're both 40. Have you spent much time talking to him and sort of familiarising?
No, I've done it. Look, I've obviously looked him up a little bit. Look in his record, and it's, I guess, you can't really gauge a coaching style. Look, I'm a big one on stats and data and innovation, and look, I think the way the game has moved all over the place is you just got to keep trying things. So the game. For me, when I coach young leg spinners that are 12 or 13 years of age, I get them to bowl off spin as well. So it's not just pigeonhole them as a leg spinner, but, look at Liam Livingstone, being able to bowl both in the IPL and how dangerous he can be. So there's no reason. I only teach leg spinners that. I don't teach off spinners to bowl leg spin because I think it's a lot harder. Off spin's very easy to do. But just that sort of thing, look, you've got to just keep moving forwards, and trying different things and working as a group. And if it's something that you think will give you that 1% edge in a T20 game and help you execute under pressure or, help your game, then you've got to give it a crack, because you want to, when you come off the field at the end of the day, you want to go, I've given it my all. Look, I trusted, I gave it everything. I lost where I used to hate the days where I didn't back myself when I was playing and I got met anyway, like I got hit or, I didn't trust my shot or, I'd rather go off and go, I gave it my all. I did what I thought and I got beaten on the day, and then you go to the next game.
I'm slightly off script here, but you've really got me intrigued now about T20 analytics and matchups and yep. I mean, it's T20 cricket's gone from being a bit of fun, something which could be artistic, but now it's a science. I mean, now it's a real science, and you're in that camp, are you?
100%. I got a data person here in Queensland who works with me for the kids stuff, and talking, and grade stuff, and the ability to, for me, I've been doing work for the last year, and going, okay, look, after the spinner's bowl a dot ball, what's the next ball that the batter plays, so to get to that sort of science and go, okay, we've got to try and eliminate that shot, so we might say, look, Nathan, every time he has 2 dot balls in a row, when he faces spin, he leaves the crease, and you can find that data, so for you, for the bowler, if I can put 2 dot balls on Nathan, we know there's like a 70% chance he's going to leave his crease. So for us, it's about, okay, we've got to execute here. Look, and I'm a believer that in T20 cricket, it's sort of like NFL, like you have, NFL has play by play, whereas cricket, T20 cricket's 120 plays. Each ball is its own real play, so if you can execute just that ball, then you go on to the next one, and you keep doing that and be able to just focus on that ball in that moment will make it a lot easier than going, I need 32 off the next 10 balls, so you just keep trying to, look, I need 4 runs, look, where am I going? Where are my shots? Where are they bowling? Okay, this is it. Let's go. And then keep moving on. So I love it. I used to love playing it. I struggled at times. I was used a little indifferently. I was sort of in that period when the spinner would bowl 1 over at the start. And then because we had 8 bowlers, I'd hardly bowl again. So you might go for none for 7, none for 8, and then not bowl again. You'd go, and it gets really challenging. But, look, I think, I just love watching it. I'm looking forward to providing some different tactics for the men and some different ideas on how to face spin. And, I can't wait to put them in place.
Fantastic. Well, Ireland have got a busy summer of T20 and ODI cricket. There's 2 games against India coming up. I look forward to those. See what philosophies you can come up with. Do you have a coaching philosophy? It might be a bit pretentious, but at least a motto. How would you describe your approach to it?
Look, might be pretty generic, but my thing is just all about, just making sure each session you're getting better. So look, there's going to be, every time you have a session, you're going to have moments throughout the session where it's not going right or like the day, it's going to be challenging, but you've got to have some sort of, ambition, desire to get to that session and get better for the next session and then keep getting better. I like to train as hard as I can. I like to put the players under as much pressure as I can in training, put them through every sort of scenario that I think or that we think that they're going to face, So an example might be, we need to defend 18 off the last over in a T20. You've got to bowl it. This is the field we're going to have. But what I try and do is instead of having 5 out, I give them 4 out. So they're under a little bit more pressure to execute and they've got, okay, look, I'll bring that point up. So then it narrows their focus. Instead of having to put, they could go wherever, they have to start to execute even better, instead of just, so then hopefully when they have 5 out, it's a little bit less pressure. That's how I like to coach. Look, I feel that, being able to, because generally on the world stage, we can all execute pretty well. But for me, the more that I can put our bowlers or batting against spin under pressure, I feel that when they're put under that pressure in the game, in the T20 World Cup qualifiers or whatever it needs to be, it's just normal. Okay, cool. I've been able to defend 12. I know what I'm doing. I know what 6 balls I'm going to bowl right now. So that's my style. If that's a style.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. You remind me somewhat of the former England off-spinner Jeremy Snape, who's now, of course, a renowned sports psychologist. But he said to me many, many years ago, everybody needs a thick skin to play cricket, but off-spinners need the thickest skin of all.
I don't disagree with that. I do not disagree with that at all. One of the guys I used to love playing against is Graham Swan. Loved the game, loved a beer. He just enjoyed it, but you'd speak to him and he's like, I don't even know why I keep playing, but when you're around him, you think that he just loves bowling and loves it. And well, I think the big thing about off spin is we don't do much, you bowl in an area, it spins a little bit or it might just go straight, we don't have much more. So for us, it's, very challenging, but yeah, no, Snape, he was a good cricketer. I enjoyed watching him as well.
So did you ever consider having a wrong and a reducer or, I don't know, I mean, you had a good top spinner.
Yeah, well, I had like a top spinner that straightened to like a tiny little bit. It was just really slow. I think you got to do that work when you're younger, and be able to build that because your shoulder's getting into or your wrist is getting into such an awkward position that, I was a really side-on bowler and bowled around myself, which is something that I never coach, what I did. Look, someone like Nathan Lyon, his action's really high and the shape's really good. I feel like they start that way, then you can get your wrist into the right position to potentially do a bit more. With young kids, I get them to try and do different things, like always trying to, practice different things. And because I feel that if we just keep doing that, you're just nothing. Or a ball that's 100 k's an hour, or, do something a little bit different, just to, instead of just going up and around, up and down, up and down. Nathan Lyon has done that very successfully, but there's not going to be too many more Nathan Lyons floating about. The game's going to evolve so much that you're just going to be pushed on. They're going to find you out pretty quickly.
And finally, how much of an upheaval is it moving? How much time have you spent in Dublin before, and how long's your relationship? How long is your contract with Ireland? How long are you going to be in Europe?
Well, hopefully 3 years. I've got obviously a probation period at the start, like every normal job, but hopefully it's 3 years. I've never been to Dublin. I actually can't wait to get over there, to be honest. I'd love to go tomorrow. But I've got to wait for the visas and everything. I'm just itching at the bit to get over there. And, I'd love to be over there for as long as I can and, keep growing my coaching skills and repertoire, I guess. And I'm looking forward to meeting the Irish people and being around it all. It's going to be an amazing experience. And it's obviously a bit of an upheaval, going to a different part of the world. But look, I think it's just an exciting change, to be honest. And, it's something that there's no way in the world that I couldn't not even try and apply for the job. To go to such an amazing place like Ireland and talk cricket and potentially travel as well. You can't get many better jobs in the world, to be fair.
Life begins at 40, Nathan, and you're going to begin it in a very, very beautiful part of the world. Very best of luck, and thanks so much for your time.
Nah, all good. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed it.
Big thanks to Nathan Hauritz and Neil Manthorpe for a fascinating interview there. Good news from Malahide is that the covers are off, and we've got another pitch inspection at 5:02, so that's about 9 minutes away. A big bank of ugly grey dark cloud seems to have just missed the ground, or just going overhead without any more rain, so you never know. The fans aren't going anywhere, that's for sure. We've got thousands in to watch this first T20 of two, the second one taking place on Tuesday at the same time. 4:30 start, programme will start at 4 p.m. I'm John Norman, alongside me Abhishek Junjunwala. Abhishek, we've been watching some of the pictures coming from Headingley. I mean, talk about a turnaround. I was listening to you talk to Neil Manthorpe about half an hour ago, and of course the fifth test, it sounds strange saying it, the fifth test between England and India gets underway in Birmingham. Both sides have got a new captain from the ones that we saw last year. Both sides have got new coaches. There'll be new personnel. But essentially, it's going to be a very different England side, isn't it, that India are going to come up against? They're one that's got 3 tests under the belt. India have got none. Acclimatised to home conditions, full of confidence, playing an attractive and aggressive brand of cricket. And India are going to have their work cut out.
I think they will have to work really, really hard. And the brand of cricket, as you said, they have played in the last 3 matches against New Zealand, has been top quality. And a lot of players are in form. Joe Root, form of his life. Johnny Bairstow has found his mojo back in Test cricket. All credit to IPL, as he mentioned as well.
Yeah. He's been playing IPL for 4 years and it's suddenly clicked. Yeah.
It takes 4 years, John. Come on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's the magic number. But yeah, again, things are working out for him, and Ollie Pope with that 100 as well. But I think it's going to be a very, very difficult test match for India. They are coming in the back of IPL. Not real much practice. Yeah, but game against Leicester where they faced 4 of their own bowlers. So it's not going to make a massive difference in their preparation, really. So it's going to be a very interesting test match next week.
And Rohit Sharma, of course, who is the captain now, tested positive for COVID yesterday, I believe. So there's question marks over whether he will play. If he doesn't, who's going to captain?
Is it going to be Virat?
It's a bit like England, isn't it? If Ben Stokes is to have missed this, nobody really knows who will captain England.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough one. I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to somebody like KL Rahul. If KL is available and he's playing, then they're definitely going to look into KL. They're going to look in the future, not in the past. So I don't think he's going to go back to Virat Kohli. And even if they want Virat Kohli to captain, I don't think he's going to take up the job and say yes for it. So let's hope that Rohit Sharma is fit. So it'll be very interesting to see what brand of cricket India plays. Obviously, they've been in good form. Last time they were here, they played really, really well. one of the best test series I've watched recently, really. The 2 turnarounds at the Oval and the Lords. I mean, not many people thought that India could make a comeback. And there was a very funny story. I was sitting in the members area at Lords because I'm an MCC member. So I was and India had no chance. And we were sitting with a couple of my friends and discussing. And this person sitting behind me, he overheard our conversation that India has no chance here. So I said, there's only 2 results possible, a draw or an England win. He said, son, I've been sat here for 40 years, and I wouldn't count out England losing the game. He was like, there's no way England can lose this game. He's like, if you're here tomorrow, we'll have a chat.
Well, we all know what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was astonishing for him to have that. I mean, I couldn't believe that result was possible, to be honest.
That was the test when England started bouncing Jasprit Bumrah, wasn't it?
And Mohammad Shami.
And Mohammad Shami, yeah. That was. I mean, there was been some low points of Joe Root's captaincy, but I mean that was down there with one of the worst.
One of the worst, yeah.
Oh, how things have changed. What bowling lineup do you expect to see for Friday's 5th test?
Yeah, I think it's going to be the regulars, Mohammad Shami, and you'll have the Bumrahs, and I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Shardul Thakur, I'm not sure if they're going to play him, but he's been a magic man in England. I think he's the one who turned the whole series around with his bat and ball and picking up those crucial wickets at the right time. Crucial moments at the Oval, he got the wicket of Joe Root. That changed the course of the game completely. So yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting combination what they go for. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Umesh Yadav again. He's bowling really, really well. So there's plenty of options for Rohit.
We're just looking at pictures from Malahide, VVS Laxman, and the standing coach for this short series in Dublin, alongside Hardik Pandya, the captain of the T20 side. His first match as captain. It was India who won the toss, decided to bowl first. We haven't had any action for you, unfortunately, and unfortunately I think that the covers might just be going back on the outfield, or certainly over the strip. They're going at quite a wonky angle as well there.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they're much more concerned about the batting at one side of the strip than the other. Oh, there we go. Just dragging it back the other way. Meanwhile, in Headingley, if you're interested, the target 296. England 111 for 2. Ollie Pope 46 and Joe Root 23. I mean, watching on the stat was that England had won 1 test in 17 before the first test with New Zealand, and now they're looking like they could just chase down another score in excess of 270 to win a test match on essentially day 4 or 5 in England.
Yeah, this is extraordinary. What they have done in the last couple of test matches to chase those big total in the 4th innings, and again chasing 290 odd in this test match to win the test match, and it looks like they're going to get there with ease, the way they're batting at the moment with Ollie Pope and Joe Root playing some extraordinary shots, really. That reverse lap, I still can't wrap my head around it. Playing that in test cricket when you're on 16, it's just, I mean, it's unthinkable.
Well, it is unthinkable, isn't it? But, you know, we're all having to reset the way we look at test cricket, aren't we? You know, there's much talk about how T20 has changed the game in the negative, but you would never have seen that shot before T20 cricket.
Yeah, impossible. I mean, there are players who have changed the course of the game, how the different formats have been played over the years. Sanat Jayasuriya and Kulvit Rana changed and...
I remember it well, 1996. I remember watching it at university. I got a student loan in, which was the way, and I bought my house Sky.
Right.
I spent my student loan in 5 days. I basically paid back debt, bought Sky for the house, had a good weekend, and that was it. But I remember watching the World Cup when, you know, growing up, none of my mates liked cricket at all. I was the only one. And the 96 World Cup was on, and my mates were watching it. They were like, is this a highlights package?
Yeah.
I was like, no, this is just Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
This is just how they're batting. And here we are, 26 years later. still the game's being moved on, but still we look back at that tournament as a real game changer.
Absolutely, and those two guys changed how everyone thought one-day cricket could be played, and they came and changed the game completely, being really aggressive and just showing the world that this is another way of playing a shorter format. And then I think Virendra Sehwag changed Test cricket. The way he batted in Test cricket, he showed the people that, you can hit the ball in the air, it's fine. And there was I spoke to him once, I remember, and I was like, why is Test cricket so easy for you? Because he said, because there are no fielders anywhere. I prefer that.
Fair.
He said, because in one-day cricket, if you remember, he struggled a bit in one-day cricket because there were fielders scattered everywhere. But in Test cricket, he said, everyone had 4 slips and a gully, so the whole ground was open to me, and I could hit it anywhere I fancied.
It is crazy, isn't it, that India has provided the world with 2 of the most famous openers in the history of the game, in Sunil Gavaskar and Sehwag. I mean, they could not be more different, could they?
Yeah, I mean, he was an absolute genius. If you talk about hand-eye coordination, I don't think many cricketers had better hand-eye coordination than Virendra Sehwag. And if you talk about technique, I don't think many people in this world cricket ever had a better technique than Mr. Gavaskar.
Wow, that's a very, very good point. I mean, I remember when Virendra Sehwag started playing, and you couldn't get over how similar he looked to Sachin Tendulkar. Yeah. But then he forged his own career and his own identity. Yeah. Different, obviously, he's played in a different part of the field. But I mean, even now, when was it? 2000. When was Chennai? 2008, when India chased down 360 odd. And even, I mean, this is the thing. This is how quickly the game has changed. Nobody thought India would do it, even in Indian conditions. You do not chase down those kind of figures. And now, that world record, was it 417, is the highest 4th innings chase in the history of Test cricket, and it's only ever, it stood for a long, long time, and it goes up in fraction, it's very small increments every 10 years or
10
so.
years,
It's not going to be long before that is absolutely obliterated.
Yeah, I think so. I think that will happen. And the way the cricket has been played right now, and we're seeing with the brand of cricket England is playing, I mean, I don't know, the credit should go to Brandon McCullum and Ben Stokes for playing this aggressive brand of cricket. But you just feel that sometimes this could backfire a little bit as well.
I think that there is definitely a feeling that England are going to absolutely fall on their face at some point. But to be honest with you, they were doing that every week anyway.
I know.
I know. I mean, I was just chatting with Neil Manthorpe. We saw that incredible shot that they mentioned, Joe Root. It was a reverse paddle scoop, basically. Lap scoop to Neil Wagner. And, I said to him, can you imagine what Kagiso Rabada it would do to that if you tried to do that? Because South Africa are visiting England next. But Ben Stokes did a similar shot to Pat Cummins, and he bowls late 80s.
And also when Joe Root came out in the middle today, first delivery he played was a reverse sweep to the off spin. I mean, Test cricket 5, 7, 8 years back, if you got out first ball playing a reverse sweep, doesn't matter if you're the captain or the best batter in the side, you're going to get a massive stake from everyone involved in the team.
In this country, it took probably 15 years for the game to get over Mike Gatting getting out to Alan Border. No, not that. At least that's good spin.
That's a good spin,
No. Final of the 88 World Cup, was it 86 World Cup?
Yeah.
And England are winning the match. And then Alan Border brings himself onto bowl.
Yeah.
And Mike Gatting tries to sweep him first ball, LBW. I mean, the shot was essentially outlawed. Oh, I tell you what, Joe Root's only Pope actually. He's going to go to 50, but he's French Cup, basically, past his own stumps. 117 for 2 England, chasing 296. So, it's incredible how quickly the game changes. The India fans are still in good spirits, but there is still a little bit more rain. There was a fresh band of showers that have hit the ground, so the covers are back on again. We're going to have to kick the pitch inspection back a little bit. You're listening to myself, John Norman, Abhishek Junjunwala alongside me, but we do have a chance now just to hear an interview that has taken place recently. We recently covered a series in India And it's time now to listen back to one of our special lunchtime intervals from that recent coverage of England's Test series. Oh, not in India, but in the West Indies. Mark Nicholas alongside Jared Kimber and the former England bowler Jade Dernbach to reflect on the career of Virat Kohli after he had played his 100th Test for his country earlier this year.
Leach bowls again, Kohli drives, spanks it down the ground. Fabulous shot.
Every stat that comes with Virat Kohli just oozes that he's greatness, and he is.
Leach goes in, it's short wide, and Virat Kohli hammers it through point for four. Best I've seen Sobers, Pollock, the two Richards, Barry and Viv, Tendulkar, Lara, Kohli. Kohli's just exceptional.
Playing for India is absolutely top priority for me. It's a chance for me to represent 1.3, 1.4 billion people.
Pushes it out, square on the offside. He goes to another 50 in international cricket. One of the great players of this or any other era of the game.
It's a chance for me to inspire people with what we do on the field, what I can do on the field as an individual. And that's my driving force today.
Well, Virat Kohli played his 100th Test match in Malahide just a couple of weeks ago. It's an extraordinary achievement given what he's managed to get through in all the other forms of the game. He has more than 8,000 runs in Test matches, an average touching on 50. In fact, he's only just dropped below 50 for the first time. In one-day internationals, 12,311 runs at 58. In T20s, 3,296 runs at 51.5. And in the IPL, 6,283 runs at 37.3. So, you know, he is an all-format cricketer. He's a thoroughly modern cricketer. He plays the game in a very aggressive manner. That's the way he's led India on the field, a job that he no longer holds in any format of the game. He's constantly been referred to as the third in the line of great Indian batsmen, Gavaskar, Tendulkar and Kohli. You might think that Rahul Dravid must be on the fringe of that group. And of course, in terms of the holy quadrant of the current game, Kane Williamson, Steve Smith, Joe Root and Virat Kohli are those four men. Now, A.B. de Villiers only recently retired, of course. He would comfortably be in that bracket. The truth is, this is a stunning player, and 100 Test matches is a stunning achievement. So Jade Dernbach has bowled at him. Jared Kimber has watched him a great deal, written about him an enormous amount, investigated him, and indeed worked as an analyst in various teams around him. So we've got a little bit of knowledge here. A remarkable player, Jared, in more than just figures.
Yeah, I think in some ways he represents New India, doesn't he? Sachin was very much a person of not just his era, but maybe the era beforehand. He didn't quite make the most of his superstar nature, whereas Kohli is like, you know, a brand himself. Very, very clever at who he associates it with. Very big, you know, the American brands that swing away from cricket because it's not cool enough, went towards Kohli. You know, had the Nike bat for a while, you know, a very big thing, but just a phenomenal player. You talk about those big four, you know, it was incredible that I think they're all born within about a year and a half or 2 years of each other, that came through. And of the big four, he would be the best all-format player. I think Steve Smith obviously has him in Test match cricket, but I'd say he would be the best all-format batter, and to be that dominant in the white ball game is just, it's obscene, isn't it, Jade?
It really is, because, as we know, the white ball game has developed so much over time. The shots people are playing, how quickly people are scoring, and often that can pay a price on people playing in the Test arena. But as we said, with those guys, and Kohli for sure, over such a sustained period of time, he's been such a solid performer. I don't know whether you want to call it the pleasure or displeasure of bowling at him quite a bit over in Indian conditions, and he certainly got the better of me. Jared reminded me of my stats.
Would you like them? You've bowled 98 balls to him in one-day cricket, and he scored 121 runs. That seems a lot. That's a lot in one-day cricket. Jade, he seemed to really enjoy you.
Yeah, there was change of rules. There was extra men in the circle, and it was tough in India. But that doesn't take away from, I guess, the player he was and how. And I guess that those stats back it up in the sense of he was one of those players that I would say, even now, my career's ended, he was so difficult to bowl at because he could just manipulate good deliveries, your top of the stumps, hard length, and a one-day international where most people just come forward and defend it. He would find a way to get off strike. So your good balls were going for one, and then your bad balls were getting punished because he never missed out on a bad ball.
Okay, let's hear how he got into cricket. I did a podcast with him during those lockdown days, and he was, well, I think very honest, and I have to say I thought he was very interesting too. So let's start with this.
Obviously, the Indian team of the 90s really opened up my imagination of what could be done in this sport, because it was so much more different to anything else that I'd seen before, anything that anyone had seen at the time, and it just installed a lot of faith, a lot of belief in me that, magical things can be done, that if an individual decides or believes that something special can be done, it can be achieved. So that's where the spark started, and from then on, this dream of mine of wanting to play for the country really started.
Okay, so that's the beginning. Now let's hear how his father, moreover his father's passing, helped his strength to crack on in the game.
I was always someone who took a lot of pride in wanting to be the guy that wins the game for my team. And yeah, that incident really solidified that part of me even further, where I felt like if the situation is difficult, I believe that I can find the strength to overcome that situation, purely because of what I had faced from a personal point of view with the loss of my father.
Yes, I get that, and I lost my father when I just before my 11th birthday, and certainly, that many areas of inspiration in my life came from that. So I hear what he says. Sorry, Jared.
No, I was also going to add, when he's talking about his father there, was it in the middle of a first-class game where his father passed away and he decided to continue to play? And everyone deals with grief differently, but it felt from the moment you heard that story, it felt like he was driven in a different way. And if you look at, a couple of years ago, he gave up sugar and alcohol and completely changed his diet. He's been driven in a way that a lot of the other Indian great players were incredible players, but maybe didn't get the most out of themselves. He's a very extreme person, I think, when it comes to those sorts of things. And that's one of the reasons he's managed to turn himself into such a fantastic player.
Yeah, he was fascinated by Novak Djokovic, and particularly his diet, and how Novak was convinced that those extra, 1-2% of energy and concentration in tight moments, in key matches, came because his diet was A, so good, and B, he was so strict about it, and Kohli absolutely reacted to that.
Something I remember that Jade might remember this. There was a period where when you were bowling to him, you bowl wide Yorkers to him, and people were doing that over and over again. At the end of T20 games, Mark, he was scoring really slow for someone who was set and is that good of a player. And then Australia did it in the World Cup of 2016, and he basically hit about 7 or 8 boundaries on one side of point or the other side of point, and Australia kept moving the fielders, they kept doing it. And he did a masterclass with Nasser Hussain to explain it, and the attention to detail of which he actually went about fixing that one tiny weakness in his game, it was mind-blowing. If everyone did that in their life, they would improve, and that's the sort of person he is, just absolutely fanatical about little details.
And it felt that way, bowling from him, from game to game. If there was a particular delivery or a certain way of bowling against him that he struggled against, he would make sure he rectified that coming to the next game, which made a bowling job so much more difficult. We saw it very recently, I think, again in the West Indies series, where he got bounced out, and then the very next game, you saw the thought process of the West Indian bowlers going, the minute he comes in, we're going to go short. And it was almost though it's a personal attack against his technique, his way of playing, and he came out and he made it very clear that any ball into the surface he was going to pull. So it's kind of going back to your point in the sense of any time he has found a weakness or an opportunity to get better, he's certainly gone and done that.
Yeah, he's reacted to the things that he's faced, and mainly reacted rather brilliantly. Mind you, he did admit to me that there had been a light bulb moment at one stage of his career.
I think the beginning of it was purely down to me realizing myself that I'm going to end up wasting the best phase of my career if I don't get my system right. If I don't have a proper routine, if I don't become professional, I'm going to do injustice to my talent and the opportunity that God has given me. And that realization was so strong that from the next day onwards, I changed everything about my routine completely. From diet to working in the gym to resting properly, everything changed from next day onwards. And no one else could have pushed me in that direction. And I strongly believe that anything that you need to change needs to come from within you. No one else can push you or force you to change. And you have to have the awareness to understand and make that change at the right time. And thankfully, to me, that change happened in 2012. And from there on, when I saw the results on the field, I told myself I'm never going back to my old self, because this is exactly who I want to be, and this is exactly what I should have done from day one.
Yeah, in general, you would say that the great players have to be driven in a way that others aren't. And yet, to some, as we watch them from the outside looking in, it's as if they just cruise through their career. You can't imagine Kane Williamson having such intensity in his thought processes, can you, for example?
No, I mean, from the very early on, it's interesting he says 2012, because before that I would have said he already came across as a very intense, driven player. I always thought he reminded me of early Ricky Ponting, who you would have seen a lot of, where it wasn't good enough to be great at what he was doing. He had to defeat you. There had to be that ultra competitiveness. And look, we know that most athletes are very, very competitive. And then you watch The Last Dance and you see, Michael Jordan fighting with people over poker games, and you realize the level. And that was what I always saw with Virat Kohli, and just absolutely another gear. So maybe on natural talent, he's not that much more talented than, let's say KL Rahul, who's a fantastic player. But KL Rahul doesn't have that thing that Virat Kohli has. Maybe it's about legacy, maybe it's about winning each individual moment, but something drives him further than I think other great players have had.
Okay, we're obviously a little later going to just dwell on his relative loss of form of late, but that's not the reason for this celebration of 100 Test matches. It's just an interesting aside. We're now going to try to evaluate him alongside other great players, and let's begin by listening to Virat himself on the art of batting.
Let's come back to the art of batting. How much of it is technical, and how much of it is mental, and how much is it preparation and visualization? And tell us.
I think for me it's 70% technical. I know a lot of people say that it's 80% mental. From a preparation point of view, yes, it is. When you're preparing for a game, you're not really thinking about whether my bat's coming down straight or not. You've already done 70% of that work since the time you start playing cricket. And from there on, 30% is left to, yes, I believe I have a good technique, and whatever's thrown at my way, I'm good enough to tackle it. If you don't have strong foundations in place, I don't think you can be mentally as strong, because you still have doubts over your own game firstly. And then you're really fighting against yourself at all times, rather than thinking of, what can I do in this situation? And then the rest is taken care of by your mind, because your mind knows that you have put in the work and you're ready when you step onto the field.
Well, we'll be hearing, or you'll be hearing, the second part of that interview very, very shortly. The news from Malahide is that the match is delayed due to rain, but the stumps are in, the covers are off, the sun's out, the umpires are out there as well, the fans are still there. Might be able to hear a horn or two, and we will have a pitch inspection at 6:30, so 18 minutes from now. Headingley, England 133 for 2, setting about this target of 296. Ollie Pope 57, Joe Root 33, and they've only been playing for 30 overs. It's just incredible, the turnaround in English cricket in a very short space of time as well. Now, if you're a usual listener to the show, you will no doubt know about Following On and also the Cricket Collective, 2 shows available via the talkSPORT app on podcast or on talkSPORT 2, but we also bring you a weekly county cricket show as well. As part of all that, if you subscribe to Following On, you'll get everything essentially, and the county championship is back. We've got basically a couple of games in between the T20 action that's been taking place. I'll rattle through some of the scores. There's some big games going on. Division 1, Surrey against Kent, and a maiden century for Guinness, who is a player that I know that Gareth Batty had highlighted when he was working on the seconds last year. He's got him into the side, and alongside Hashim Amla, both scored 124. Since then, Sam Curran's come in, and he's faced 21 deliveries, he's 42 not out. Surrey have scored 434 runs today. So obviously Kent's decision to bowl first not going quite as they'd hoped. The big rivals at the top of the table for Surrey, Hampshire not doing particularly well, 62 for 6 after Essex made 238. Essex themselves, though, were 55 for 5, I think, at one stage. Snater with runs. We covered him during the recent Netherlands versus England ODI series. Took the wicket of Jason Roy, also caught him out as well, the cousins. So Hampshire struggling a little bit, trailing by 176. And what's the other ones? Gloucestershire against Lancashire. Gloucestershire are 235 for 7. Runs for Chris Dent, who's unbeaten on 91 for Gloucestershire. Lancashire, let's have a look at their side. No, they don't have Washington Sundar, who is going to be playing some cricket for them this summer. But Gloucestershire 236 for 7. Let's have a look at some of the Division 2 games. And Nottinghamshire taking on Middlesex, two of the big rivals really for promotion. 374 for 4. Nottinghamshire. Stephen Mullaney 76 on that, and Lyndon James is 89. Earlier today, Hasif Hamid with 101. So plenty of runs in that match near the top of the table as well. Derbyshire have been such a surprise under Mickey Arthur, of course. Wayne Madsen 171 today, 339 for 5. Just the 46 runs for Shan Masood, who was having such an amazing start to his career at Derbyshire under Mickey Arthur. Northampton, Warwickshire. Warwickshire have underperformed really this year. 406 for 6, Northamptonshire. And Worcestershire against Glamorgan. Worcestershire all out for 271. So that's the scores as we have them right now. And just a reminder, England 135 for 2, chasing 296. So that game will finish up tomorrow on day 5. There's about 15 minutes left of the test match. The news from Malahide is that the crowds are still there, dancing around, having a drink or two. The match is delayed because of rain. We haven't had a ball bowled yet. India winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, and we're going to have an update for you at about 6:30. So before that gets underway, we can return to part 2 of that chat about Virat Kohli on the occasion of his 100th test match. Former England bowler Jade Dernbach, the talkSPORT 2 cricket analyst Jared Kimber, and our top broadcaster, host, commentator Mark Nicholas, in conversation about Virat Kohli.
I would say that Joe Root turned the corner with the work he did in lockdown, and that was pretty specifically on his own technique, and look at the results that have come from it. I would say Kane Williamson refers back to technique before anything else, that and a sort of Zen mind, and I would say that Steve Smith is the outlier here in that his technique is so completely different. Not necessarily wrong, because in the old days on uncovered pitches people played back and across, perhaps not quite as extravagantly as Steve Smith does now, but they did, and there were many great players that honed a fine game on exactly that method. But there's no doubt that Kohli, technically, when he's been at his best, is right on, isn't it? I mean, it's pretty much masterful.
I think of all those players, I'd be interested to get your thoughts on this. I think of all those players, he probably resembles the coaching manual maybe the most. So Williamson plays late in the way that sort of maybe Rahul Dravid was another player who played late. Obviously Steve Smith is on his own trip, and Joe Root's maybe more of a modern sort of style. Virat Kohli looks like he could almost come from any era with his technicals, and everything's so correct. And that's what I think. It's really interesting to hear him. I hadn't heard this podcast. It sounds awesome. Like I'm going to have to go back and steal some of it for my next piece on Virat. But to hear the 70% technical thing, it really shows you how much he does think about that. And go back to that Nasser Hussain masterclass. You realise what a technician he is first. He's not talking about attitude or competitiveness. He's really talking about getting everything right.
Yeah, and technically speaking, he's beautiful on the eye. He does all the basics very well, and all the best players do, regardless of Steve Smith, however he looks on the eye. He gets into the fundamental basic position of staying still upon delivery of the ball. And that's all you ever want from these players, and Virat Kohli does it very well. He's obviously found himself getting a bit unstuck, I guess, in England at times when he moves too far across the off stump, and that's probably been his only real weakness, I guess. But apart from that, even still on that point, coming back for the later series, we saw a change to his technique once again. For a man who's achieved so much, he's just constantly developing.
Is he the best player you've seen?
He's definitely in Indian conditions playing there, he was right up there. He was so difficult to bowl at.
So that was in IPL, was it?
No, that was one-day internationals over in India. He made me feel so uncomfortable as a bowler, somebody who could rotate strike, score runs off your best delivery. Therefore, your bad deliveries were getting punished, and it just culminated in the stats that Jared spoke about. But he made me feel decidedly uncomfortable.
Who would you list up there?
Other players up there, I've been lucky enough to play with Ricky Ponting. He was an outstanding player. Came over to Surrey and played with us. Kumar Sangakkara. And the other one and a couple of good players there. But the one that's, I guess, the interesting one is I played a lot with Mark Ramprakash at Surrey. And he was a quite phenomenal player. Unbelievable. The ability where you turn up at games and him along with Kumar, you just knew you had runs in the bank. And as a bowler, there's no better feeling. Unfortunately, Ramps didn't have the international career he probably would have wished for and what people thought he should have had, because his batting and his ability was outstanding.
I hadn't clicked actually that Ramprakash and Sangakkara overlapped at Surrey.
No, they hadn't. Sorry.
No, sorry. Okay, so you mean back to back, watching them play? I mean, I've got Kumar Sangakkara up there with you. Technically, I've got Ramps there too, but there was confusion in his thinking about batting for a long time. And of course, he was unlucky to emerge as a young player when there were some staggeringly good attacks about, and that made life difficult. You know, he didn't get easy runs when he started as a Test match batsman. And I would say that there's a lot of high quality in the modern Test match game, but I would say there are some easier runs about if you get lucky with who you play first. Who's your sort of panacea?
We were lucky enough to see 8 tests of Mitchell Johnson at the best in 13-14, and the only person I saw in the world, and I think he's the only player I've ever seen who would have been able to face Mitchell Johnson in that period, was AB de Villiers. He played Mitchell Johnson like it was me bowling to him. It was completely different. When Hashim Amla was there, some very top quality England players looked completely unsettled by him. I think AB de Villiers is the most talented player I've ever seen, and also multi-format in the same way that Virat Kohli is, and I would have them as the two sort of multi-format players. Obviously, I was a bit too young to see Vivid is very best in both formats of the game, but if you look, from a numbers perspective, he would have been one of the other ones. Yeah, well, working backwards for me, I'm absolutely with you on de Villiers and Kohli. De Villiers has played 2 innings against Johnson and Harris. Well, Johnson and Harris was at Pretoria at Centurion when he was in 96, when Johnson was roughing up like Amla and Smith and Faf du Plessis, and then he made 100 at Port Elizabeth in the Sandpapergate series against Mitchell Starc and Pat Cummins and P people. And you're right, he honestly batted as if he was playing on a different surface and almost playing a different game. So I go with, in the modern era, the most modern era, I go with Sangakkara, de Villiers and Kohli at the head of the list. Is that all format? You don't have Smith ahead of those 3 in tests alone? I don't actually, no. Okay. I think you could find Smith out. And I don't know. I just feel that he's very eye dependent. I mean, listen, he's a remarkable player. I think I don't really want to answer that question. It's so hard. He's very eye dependent, and I'm a great one for straight lines, you see. I love organised techniques, and it's why I like watching right-handers more than left-handers, funnily enough. But I think we've all been waiting for Smith to fall off a cliff because he is eye dependent. And I told you these stats before, but in the last 3 years he's been averaging 41, which is fine for a normal mammal in Test cricket. But before that he was averaging 77. Everyone's found it tougher in Test cricket over the last couple of years, and Virat Kohli's struggled even more than that. But we've all been waiting for him to fall off the cliff. It's more surprising when Kohli struggled, I felt, like the fact he hasn't made the 100 since 2019. Well, let's talk about that struggle, because is it November 19 that it began when he suddenly started to just not to roll out the hundreds like he always had done, in all formats? Yeah, that's where it's really become noticeable. So he makes 100 against Bangladesh on the 22nd of November 2019. Hasn't made an international 100 since that day. 17 tests, averaging 28, which is almost unbelievable. Someone as good as him could only average 28 over his last 17 tests. He's averaging 37 in one-day cricket, which is, again, for him, is very low. For a normal person, not so low. In T20 cricket, he hasn't had any drop. But to look at the same sort of time period before that, he was averaging 65 in tests, 86 in one-day cricket. and 41 in T20. So it's been a big drop. It's worth saying, and me and Jade have talked about this a lot, that the wobble ball has affected a lot of very good players. Steve Smith, I think it affects him a little bit more, and we're talking about the scrambled seam ball where you're not sure if it's coming in or going away because he goes so hard at the ball outside off stump. I think it makes sense that he would maybe nick off a little bit more, trying to play those cover drives on the up.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely played into it. We've certainly seen that in England when Kohli has come here, and it's a part of his game he's tried to adapt and learn from. But now that so many more bowlers are adept at using this wobble seam delivery, and where there might be a bit more on the surface, he's found himself wanting. I think there might be a few other issues as well, I guess, from Virat Kohli's point of view, in the sense of everything that's unfolded with him and the captaincy and how much of a toll that's taken on him, the extra pressure from the media, somebody who's gone from scoring 100 after 100 and everybody having his name up in lights as such, has gone to the point where people are questioning him as a captain, as a leader, all the things he stood for and all the sacrifices he's made, and now all of a sudden that gets brought into question. Virat Kohli, I think it's had an effect on him.
My very brief time with Bangalore, it was quite clear that he was way too busy for a professional athlete. I thought there was too much going on around him. They joked about him being the most busy man in the world. I wondered at the time if that would come back to bite him a little bit. That was March 2018. He's still got great T20 numbers since then. Test cricket, a lot of players have struggled. You know, Steve Smith, Azhar Ali, many players have struggled in that time. One-day cricket, he's still passing 50 at the same rate, Mark. He's just not making all the hundreds that he used to make before, which was an obscene number. But there's definitely, I think he's got problems with the way he plays that wobble ball in Test cricket, but he's also getting out to spin way more than he ever did before. And he used to be a brilliant player at spin. He's no longer an elite player at spin the way he once was.
Well, I certainly hear you on that. You know, he's just too busy. There are too many things go on in his life for a professional athlete, and particularly a cricketer who has to spend so much time away from home. So I actually think that he's mentally tired and doesn't know it. I think because he's so physically fit, he can't think of tiredness as a potential excuse. But I just think the demands are too great in all formats of the game, and the standard is too high to keep over a decade, really. So let's listen to Virat, actually, on expectation.
Expectation is honestly a burden when you start thinking about it too much. In the past, I have thought of things that are not necessary, because at the end of the day, the expectations are connected to what I can do on the field. So I need to be in the best frame of mind to be able to do my part on the field in the best way that I can. And I will do everything to prepare accordingly and not think of the expectations. If the expectations are met afterwards, great. If they're not, I still continue on my journey and try and do it one more time. I step onto the field every time now thinking or knowing that everyone is expecting me to do well. The opposition knows they want to get me out. I want to stay in because I know I can make a difference. And that's the fun of it. That's the challenge. It's whoever cracks first. And why would you not want to be in such an exciting position every time that you play, that you have the privilege to test yourself every time that you play cricket? And that to me is an honor. It's actually a privilege to be in that position, and you actually feel grateful that you are part of these moments where stakes are so high and you have an opportunity as an individual to overcome your fears every time that you go out there to play, and then you become a better human being, I presume, after every game.
A few excerpts there from the podcast that I did with Virat Kohli about just over a year ago, I think late 2021, and it's available if you're interested in hearing more. We did about 35 minutes together, and he was fascinating. Just getting back to this whole thing of expectation, my own view, as I say, is that he's mentally tired without even knowing it. And that you try too hard. It's as simple as that. When you reach a certain level and then you drop below that level, you actually, without knowing it, try too hard to refine the level. I think if he chilled out a bit, played a few shots, had some fun batting, rather than fought for every run in the way that he's doing so at the moment, which makes you tense in the shoulders, tense in the arms, tense in the hands, I think he'd probably recover some of his naturalness. I think he's almost playing batting practice more than he's playing batting match situations, and the consequence of that is that as you try too hard, so you almost seize up, determined to stay at the crease and not give your wicket away, and don't impose yourself on the bowler in the way that you might. Look, I'd love to ask you. You're a great historian with cricket, Jared. I just would go with I was lucky enough to see Gary Sobers at Lord's in 1973. He made 150. Brian Canai made 100 in that match too. So I saw Barry Richards, I saw Graham Pollock, and I saw a lot of Viv Richards. I played against Viv a lot. They're the best four batsmen, or I've always called them the best four batsmen I've seen. With them, I would definitely put Brian Lara and Sachin Tendulkar. I'd have Sunny Gavaskar and Greg Chappell maybe an inch behind them, and I would certainly have Virat Kohli, A.B. de Villiers and Kumar Sangakkara in that group. They are the best batsmen that I've seen, that group I've just mentioned. And just outside them is Ricky Ponting and Jacques Kallis and Gordon Greenwich and Martin Crowe. And there's
some great players to leave on the edge,
absolutely fantastic players. But the point that I'm making is that Virat Kohli is right in the mix of the greatest players, in my view, that there have ever been.
Yeah, I don't think... What will be interesting is in 20 years' time, Mark, when we have a similar conversation to this, how much the one day and the T20 factor in. Because I think we still think of things from a test match perspective, and people are going to look at him and go, well, Williamson and Root and Smith maybe all end up with slightly higher test averages than him. But for me, I think on pure talent, I don't see how he can't be involved in that conversation. Absolutely next level timing. The impact. We were at that test match in Adelaide after Phil Hughes died. I mean, that was one of the most incredible performances I've seen from one batter in a game against a very, very fired up Australian team as well. And he basically batted them on his own. Those sorts of performances, that's a kind of a Brian Lara-like performance.
Just to explain it, he made 100 in both innings,
yeah.
and the 100 in the second innings, when the thing was turning square against a good spinner, was reversing against good seamers. He very nearly won India the match in the fourth innings with 100 in the second innings.
I mean, it was just, having seen as much cricket as you and I have, you don't forget things like that. I think if he ends up with an average under 50, there will be an asterisk is the wrong way of putting it, but I think people will try and play him down. But I think for those of us who have seen him throughout his whole career, we're going to remember that. And then it's going to be depending on if you remember. I mean, he's such a brilliant one-day player. Like on another level, he's one of the best one-day players we've ever had as well. So I think he definitely deserves to be in the conversation you put him in.
Well, it's a fascinating interview between Mark Nicholas, Jade Dernbach, former England international, and talkSPORT 2's cricket analyst Jared Kimber. The subject, Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli, of course, is back in the country and will be playing not as captain but within the batting lineup for India in that fifth test match against England. Always, it still seems a bit strange describing it as that when you consider that we're still in the middle or towards the end of a three-match series with New Zealand, who are up against it. England 149 for 2, Target 296, Pope 63 and a Root 43. As we approach the end of day 4 at Headingley. We've got some great news. We're going to have some cricket here on talkSPORT 2. The first of 2 T20s we're bringing you between Ireland and England is set to get underway at 10-7. Revised conditions, as we haven't had any play so far. It will now be a 12 overs a side game. Power play will be from overs 1 to 4. 3 bowlers could bowl 2 overs, 2 bowlers could bowl 3, and the mid-innings break will be shortened, which of course makes sense. India have won the toss. They will have a bowl first, so Ireland will be batting very shortly. Alongside John Norman, alongside Kath Dalton, former Ireland cricketer, will be running our eye over proceedings and the build-up to the match, which is going to be getting underway very shortly here on talkSPORT 2.
This is talkSPORT 2, where the season never ends.
This summer's set to be a scorcher, because Magnet Trade have got unmissable sizzling savings. 1p deals are back. Get a Beko oven worth £185 for only 1p when you spend £4,000. And tools worth up to £24 for 1p when you spend £100. Get internal doors from £20 and laminate flooring from just $6.50 a square metre. Don't miss sizzling summer savings at Magnet Trade. Spend thresholds apply. Prices exclude 20% VAT. Trade accounts only while stocks last. T's and C's at magnettrade.co.uk.
With Cinch, turn this into this. Cinch is the easy way to buy a car. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online. They're all quality checked and carefully reconditioned. With free home delivery straight to your door. So with the biggest range to buy entirely online, great quality cars and free home delivery, you can be certain you've absolutely cinched it. Search Cinch today. Verify at cinch.co.uk/range claim. Delivery to GB mainland, Isle of Wight and Scottish Islands only.
Hey, it's time to wake up and smell the VAT returns.
What? From April, Making Tax Digital applies to businesses with a turnover of under 85k. That means you. Oh.
And paper records ain't going to cut it this time. You have to keep digital records using software like QuickBooks.
But don't worry, we've made it easier than ever. Phew. Make tax digital with QuickBooks.
Today's tale begins when Sarah was scrolling through her feed. Suddenly, Sarah heard the scariest sound.
The Wi-Fi is down.
Sarah was trapped by the spinning wheel of doom.
Save yourself from broadband nightmares. Get BT's unbreakable hybrid broadband backed up by EE, the UK's best network. Search BT Hybrid Broadband. 88% UK availability. 4G connection takes up to 175 seconds. Best for mobile network performance. Verify at ee.co.uk/claims.
With Now, you can stream big blockbusters. How big? Mind-bending big, like The Matrix Resurrections.
What is happening to me? Show us what is real.
Monster big, like Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Do you guys hear that? Something's coming.
Start your 7-day free trial and stream big on Now. New UK customers only, 18 plus. Memberships auto-renew at $9.99 a month unless cancelled. Minimum speed 2.5 megabits per second. Terms apply.
The Social with Adi Oladipo and Rory Jennings. Tomorrow afternoon from 3 on talkSPORT 2. Outspoken opinions and decisive debate following all the action.
We talk about football in a bipartisan and educated way. Well, I do at least. I try.
News, views, fun and football fixtures.
It's not just football though. Bit of boxing, bit of horse racing, even a bit of rugby.
And it's a try!
And some phenomenal guests.
If you can't get in this squad after showing the form he showed, I don't think it looks too good for him.
This is the place to be.
It's Addy and Rory. It's The Social on talkSPORT 2.
What a goal!
The Social.
Tomorrow afternoon from 3.
It just works, doesn't it?
On talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on India in the first T20 International. On talkSPORT 2.
New overstart! Massive shot from Hardik Pandya. It pins back off of the fascia of the building.
Down the pitch comes McBride, hits it clean, over long off, and it's well and truly into the stand.
Oh, slog sweep, he's gone deep again. Ishan Kishan hit high, has he got enough on this one? Yes! Back-to-back sixes. Bowled in, that's a beautiful delivery from Bhubaneswar. Another one short, same place, same result, 6 into the crowd. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 rows back, I reckon. Oh, bowled in! Young certainly made it difficult for Greaves. It's quite hard to bat when your off-hole is lying on the ground.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the first of 2 T20s between Ireland and England. We are about 10 minutes away from play. A 12-over game, and India's fielders are out there already. They're going to have a bowl first, and Ireland are going to get us underway. We're going to be covering a lot of Ireland cricket here on talkSPORT 2 over the next couple of months. Delighted to say that, starting with this match, and I'm even happy to say that we're going to get a bit of cricket as well. If you're just joining us, well, you wouldn't have heard the teams and you wouldn't have heard the toss, so why don't we just replay what occurred about 2 hours ago here on talkSPORT 2.
You brought your fans. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to bowl first. We would like to bat first, but looking at the forecast and looking at the rain around, we thought that it's better to bowl first and kind of have an idea that what's going to come in if the rain kind of stops the play.
You've been here before. Welcome back. Enjoying being back in Ireland?
Absolutely. It's showing us 3 weathers. You know, it's raining, it's showing sun, and it's cold. So nice to be here. Lovely fans. Kind of feels like we are playing at home. That's something which is fantastic. And looking forward for those 2 exciting games where a lot of talent will be shown.
First time you're captaining India. How proud for you?
It's an absolute honor for me to lead India because when any cricketer kind of starts playing, eventually would love to lead his country, and obviously I'm one of those lucky guys who has got the opportunity to kind of represent my country and lead my country, which is going to be a very special moment in my life.
Brilliant for the Gujarat Titans in the IPL. What can we expect from your leadership here in Malahide?
All our professionals, all are very, we got quite a bunch of talent where a lot of people have shown a lot of, the kind of range they have in their game. My role is simple, just kind of back them and kind of give them the support they need and ask them to kind of express themselves and play with freedom.
Any debutants? We saw maybe a cap presentation?
Umran makes his debut, very excited for him, young talent, raw pace, I'm looking forward to see him bowl and kind of show what exactly he has.
Wonderful. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Andrew, if you can join me. Going to bat first. Happy with that?
Probably would have bowled. Obviously, there's a bit of weather around. It's been under covers for quite a while, the wicket, but first use on hopefully a pretty good wicket, and we just got to get out there and get stuck in.
Married last week. No chance for a honeymoon. How was the camp in Oak Hill?
Camp was brilliant. Guys are really excited to pit themselves against one of the best teams in the world in front of an amazing crowd. So hopefully we can play a good, exciting brand of cricket and give it to the Indians as best we can.
How important playing against such a powerhouse in the world of cricket here in Malahide? Big crowd for you and your team.
Really important. It's great for the game in this country to have a sellout here in Malahide. The guys don't get to play this sort of game that often at home. It's the start of our international summer, and we're playing against one of the best teams in the world, so there's nowhere better to be.
New coach, what's Heinrich Milan said to the team?
He hasn't said too much, just go out and express ourselves. He's only new to the job and he's kind of still looking to find his feet as such, but there's a great excitement amongst the group. It almost feels like a bit of a new era, and what a team to play against first up.
India have got a debutant. What about Ireland?
Yeah, Conor Alford's going to make his debut today, a fast bowler. We've been really impressed with him, so he's going to come in for his first cap.
Wonderful. All the best. Have a great day.
Cheers.
Okay, so the news in the middle. India, they've won the toss. They want to bowl first.
Niall O'Brien speaking to the 2 captains a couple of hours ago now when the toss has taken place. We've had rain pretty much on and off ever since, but sunshine, bright sunshine. There's still some cloud, but looking pretty good actually for this 12-over game. So delighted to say that we'll be getting underway in about 8 minutes' time. Neil Manthorpe and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala will be talking you through the first 6 overs or so. I'm alongside Kath Dalton for the next 5 or 6 minutes or so. And here we are. To be honest with you, when Hardik Pandya, it's understandable that he did what he did, but when during the toss, it was really, really dark, wasn't it? It was really windy. There was obviously rain in the air. It actually looks all right now. Do you think if he had his chance again, he might actually decide to bat first?
I'm not sure. I still feel like he might have bowled. We saw earlier that one of the groundsmen had a cloth that he was standing on, which I thought was quite funny, trying to clear up as much water as possible, even on the wicket. So
it looked a bit of a futile exercise at that point. It essentially looked like the kind of towel that you dry your 5-year-old child with. It doesn't look like the kind of toweling that you're actually going to make any impact whatsoever on a rain-sodden cricket pitch.
He brought his tea towels for the occasion, it looks like. So I would still think India would be happy to bowl on this wicket. They've got a very strong bowling lineup, and if they can get anything out of this pitch, it'll be early on, especially when it's a short 12-over game. It's not normal T20 game. I think bowling first might not be a bad thing.
Ireland are just going to have to go for it though, aren't they? There's no we'll just see out. It never is like that so much with power play and T20 cricket anyway. You've probably got, 2 deliveries. So we haven't even got 2 deliveries. Andy Balbirnie and Paul Sterling are just going to have to go for it straight away. That's that's far easier to say than do.
It is, and I think Sterling will play that role of trying to go for it from the get-go, and maybe Balbirnie will be the one that sits in a little bit more. We have those tandem partnerships in batting where one person's going, maybe the other one's looking to knock it around. But as you said, in a 12-over game, maybe not. Maybe he's going to have to go a little bit earlier. That might create a lot of chances, but it also might make it very exciting if the runs do start to flow.
Paul Sterling has been playing in the Blast. The remainder of the Ireland side have been playing in the domestic competition. Balbirnie hasn't played for a couple of weeks, but Paul Stirling has. He's not been in terrific form, truth be told, for the Bears. 3 successive ducks in T20 cricket at the start of the month, but a couple of runs in the game against Northants, and I suppose he's going to need to take that. If they are to dovetail, then I imagine it's going to have to be Stirling that's going to be the aggressor first up. Considering he's played a high quality of cricket and he's played quite a lot of it recently.
And he's just aggressive, isn't he? He absolutely has no fear, and I think that's what we're seeing with these shorter format games, and the more that cricket is progressing, we're seeing players that are just fearless. We've seen it in the England side when they hit that world record. They're absolutely fearless. They just keep going. Even if they have a bad run of form that Stirling has, I don't think that will worry him too much. He's played a lot of cricket and he's been very successful over the years, so I'm sure he'll just go out with that intent and he'll take it on, I'm sure.
Absolutely, and of course, it being a World Cup year, and to be honest with you, Kath, when the FTP is released in a month's time, we're going to find out that every year is a World Cup year, essentially. But it is important, isn't it, for Ireland? They're going to, it's the race to Australia, essentially. They're going to be part of the qualification, the pre-tournament qualification period that's actually part of the tournament but isn't. But, it's about getting themselves ready for that as much as it is about competing with this India side tonight.
Yeah, and I was listening to an interview actually yesterday with Balbirnie talking about exactly that. He's trying to see which players are going to step up to the mark and actually take ownership during this series. Although it's only 2 games, there is an opportunity to put your name in the hat for that World Cup squad. And there are a lot of World Cups, it seems, but they're always good to play in.
But they are, and they're good fun to report on, to commentate on, to watch. I mean, we love world events. I think the anger in these parts is still evident in and around the ICC decision to restrict the 2019 World Cup, ODI World Cup, to just 10 teams. But the flip side is that they've extended or enlarged the 2020 World Cup. So, there's plenty to play for. We've just done the Netherlands-England series, and there's a real sense of dissatisfaction because the ICC have just changed the rules, or the laws, in and around how ODI cricket is played around the world, and because of the World Super League, it's meant that Netherlands got to play against England. They're going to be playing against New Zealand and Pakistan. They're playing against the West Indies, and essentially the rug's been taken from under their feet. So, we just have to hope that the game continues to move in the direction that we all hope it does, and that is to make it as inclusive as possible, to make these tournaments as open as is possible. But, on the same hand, what we want to see is a competition when teams like Ireland and India come up against each other. It wasn't too much of a competition in 2018 when they played a 2 T20 match series at the same grounds. But we can hope, as the India team make their way out onto the field and the fans are up on their feet, that we're going to see a little bit more competition here today. We'll hear a little bit more from Kath Dalton in 6 overs time, but for the next 6 overs or so, I'm going to put you in the capable hands of Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, John Norman. Excited to see how Paul Stirling goes. He's the big gun, but gosh, he's been short of form. I'll tell you what, the crowd are in good voice. But Paul Stirling, there is a perception that he's not quite so good against the big teams. He's played 16 T20 internationals against the major test playing nations, the top 8. Only once has he gone past 20. But he did so in some style, making 95 from 47 balls against the West Indies in January 2020. He scored 100 for the Birmingham Bears in the T20 Blast at the beginning of the tournament, but his last 5 scores have been 0, 0, 0, 2 and 17. Andy Balbirnie, the skipper, is alongside him, but could this be the day that Paul Stirling makes a big impact? Bhuvneshwar Kumar was in superb form in the 5-match series, which turned out to be a 4-match series against South Africa a couple of weeks ago. He really did look like he was back to his best, and after a series of of injuries, frustrating injuries that kept him out of the side for a long time and out of the IPL. There were questions about whether he would get back to his best. But Abhishek, he looked brilliant a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, he's a terrific bowler. I've been very fortunate to play a lot of cricket with him and know him pretty well. And he's one of the nicest blokes you would meet in world cricket. Genuinely, he's one of the nicest guys as well. So I'm so happy that he's back in form. He's back at his best. He's swinging the ball both ways. And when he was in form, there were not many bowlers better than him in world cricket in all formats. So yeah, it'll be very exciting. But all the excitement for me tonight is about Umran Malik. I want him to run and bowl at 160 clicks and see what Paul Sterling does.
Well, not just Paul Sterling. I mean, I had a feeling that if it was a 20-over game, he might cause some real damage. Here's Bhuvneshwar Kumar. First delivery, back of a length, turned out towards square leg, sets off for a single. Andy Balbirnie's almost run out of the non-striker's end. There's a shy at the stumps. He's desperately scrambling to make his ground. And Yuzvendra Chahal with the throw, and clearly holding his head in his hands. That was very, very close. Sterling nudging it out towards square leg, and there was a stop-start, yes, no, almost a sorry. No swing for Bhuvneshwar Kumar. I have to say, it doesn't feel like very swingy conditions. Grey, overcast, damp outfield. The ball will get damp pretty quickly. And here is Bhuvneshwar. 2 slips in, big booming in swinger, beautifully bowled. Sterling pushes it out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, mixing things a little bit already. The first ball was an out swinger, but deliveries, very good length, just short of a good length where the batsman can't go forward, nor can he go back. Just keeping in that in-between length, which makes it very, very difficult for the batters. Paul Sterling watching it carefully, the first 2 deliveries.
Here is Bhuvneshwar again, another big in-swinger, hits him on the pad, on the thigh pad, I reckon, and Chahal once again runs in from square leg to do the fielding, but they decide against the leg bye on this occasion.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who bowls the ball 3-over spells, because 2 bowlers can bowl 3 overs each, and the other 3 can bowl 2 overs, or you can have 6 other bowlers bowling 1 over each. It's up to the captain. But it'll be interesting to see who's going to be the bowler who goals 3 overs here.
I'm interested to see that Bhuvneshwar has got 2 slips in, 12-over game. Here is Bhuvi, and that is punched off the back foot only as far as Akshar Patel at backward point. And there's no run. Right, that's it, Paul. You played yourself in. You've had 4 balls, which is probably 2 more than you should have taken. But he's just aware, I think, that, you know, he's such a powerful hitter. They did take the leg by the way, I correct myself. He's such a powerful hitter that doesn't matter about the first over. Big in-swinger, bowled in! Wonderful delivery from Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Andy Balbirnie, the captain, has gone. Fabulous bowling, absolutely brilliant. And I take that back. I said it didn't feel like... Well, it doesn't. I don't take it back. It doesn't feel like swinging conditions. But Bhuvneshwar Kumar, well, he could swing an orange in a desert.
Oh, he can. What a delivery. And that's brilliant from Bhuvi again. That shows the control he has and the skill he has as well. A couple of out swingers and then surprising Balbirnie with that big booming in swing, hitting top of off. That's out of the coaching manual. That's exactly what a coach would ask you to do. That as a bowler, your ideal delivery or your best delivery should hit top of off, and that's exactly what happened. Captain back in the hut. New batter walks into the middle. Delaney. So Ireland in all sorts of trouble already, 1 for 1 after 5 deliveries.
I tell you what, when that ball left the bowler's hand, there's no way that Andy Balbirnie thought that was hitting the top of off stump.
Yeah.
He's shaping for the big cover drive, and it's just beautifully bowled. And Gareth Delaney comes to the crease after 5 deliveries of the first over. Ireland are 1 for 1. Paul Sterling has yet to score. And here is Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Bowls in! Oh, it's big in-swinger again. Massive appeal for leg before wicket. And the umpire, Mark, Hawthorn shakes his head. India are considering a review here because, oh my goodness me, the only thing the umpire could think was that it was swinging too much. It was a big booming in-swinger, and the original decision is not out. I fancy it might be clipping leg stump. I'd be very surprised if it's missing leg stump.
Yeah, I think it's clipping as best is going to be umpire's call at best. But as you said, yeah, it was hooping into the pads of Delaney, but still the impact was on stump. So, yeah, it was a very, very close decision, which was given not out by the on-field umpire. It's been reviewed, and now we'll have to wait and see the impact and where the ball was missing leg stump or not.
Third umpire is Rolly Black. And he's confirmed that it is not a no ball, legitimate delivery. Oh, it's just such a fabulous delivery. And I think it might be doing too much.
But we'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please.
He's swinging it too much.
Oh, yeah,
it was a boomerang. Clear gap between bat and ball. Boomerang. We'll move on to ball tracking.
I think that's missing leg stump. Great decision by the umpire.
Maybe clipping.
Maybe, yeah. But it's still a very good decision by the on-field umpire.
Ball tracking coming up. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing.
Doing far
Mark,
too much.
Stay with your on-field decision of not out. I'll let you know. You're on screen now, Mark. Signal not out, please. Not out.
Mark Hawthorn, well done. Good call. Very good call. Rolly Black had a fairly straightforward job as the third umpire.
Starts with the wicket maiden again.
Mark Hawthorn, well done. Good call. Very good call. Rolly Black had a fairly
doesn't go into the books of the
job
bowler.
as the third umpire.
Terrific again. Starts with the wicket maiden
again. Is crazy.
The one run which came in this over came as a leg by. So doesn't go into the books of the bowler.
An over from
terrific again.
That's crazy. A maiden is crazy in a 12-over game.
The second over, you've got Umran Malik.
First over.
160 kilometres.
Wow. What an over it is. Big booming away swinger. Absolutely brilliant.
Hardik Pandya bowling the second over. You've got Umran Malik who can bowl at 160 kilometres. Was right.
Hardik Pandya it is. Big booming away swinger. Tell you what, this Kookaburra is going sideways, swinging all over. Yeah, what I mean,
your prediction was right.
Fabulous stuff, and
it's not swinging a little; it's swinging a lot.
That Hardik Pandya has been given the second over.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
swinging all over the place.
And he's been in very good bowling
fabulous
form as
stuff,
well
and that probably explains the reason that Hardik Pandya has been given the second over. Driven on the up over the top of cover.
He can swing the ball.
That's the first.
And he's been in very good bowling form as well since the IPL. He's fit to bowl as well.
Ireland 2 for 1, driven on the up over the top of cover, nobody sweeping. That's the first boundary. It's the first runs off the bat, in fact. Ireland were 2 for 1, both extras, and Sterling has just simply hit through the line, followed through, got the hands through the ball. Nobody sweeping on the cover boundary, easy for.
Yeah, great hands. Not much footwork, and it's a game where you don't really need a lot of footwork. The white ball cricket, as long as you've got a good hand-eye coordination, you can do a lot of damage, and that's exactly what he did on that occasion. Just those lovely hands through the ball from Paul Sterling.
Yeah, use the feet for running, and not much, just boundaries. That's what this game's all about now. 12 overs aside. Sterling goes high and long, and is caught, not long enough. Deepak Hooda takes the catch at mid-off, backpedaling towards the boundary. Well, Paul Sterling, it's a 12-over game. Not much choice. He tried to go over the top, and it's come right off the toe end of the bat, and Hardik Pandya is credited with the wicket, but a batting error.
Yeah, I mean, he just stood very tall to play that shot. Should have gone down a bit, would have timed it a bit better, getting toe end of the bat and scooping straight to the fielder at mid-off. An absolute dolly. Hardik Pandya picking up a wicket in his very first over. And both lovely lengths, Hardik Pandya, apart from the first delivery where it was a wide. He came back quite strongly. We saw a wonderful shot from Sterling before lobbing it to the fielder in mid-off. And Ireland in all sorts of trouble after 1.2 overs, 6 for 2.
And they can't rebuild. I mean, you can't slow down. You can't say, let's just, get ourselves in here. Because if you want to put a competitive total on the board, you've got to go in fifth or sixth gear the whole time.
Yeah, I think you've got to. But I always feel that you've got a bit more time than you always think in the shorter format. You can afford to play a couple of deliveries, but not many.
Ireland 6 for 2, second over. Hardik Pandya in, and Harry Tector, the new batsman, chopped it away behind square on the offside down to Bhuvneshwar on the third boundary. Runs around to his right, picks up one-handed. They've come back for the second. Tector off the mark with a couple. Gareth Delaney at the non-striker's end. Just got to keep going here, Ireland. I mean, you know, they've got a little bit of batting depth. They've got specialists to come. Lorcan Tucker, the keeper. George Dockrell, who is becoming a specialist batsman these days. A couple of all-rounders in Andy McBrien. That's short and wide outside the off-stump. A cut shot attempted from Harry Tector, but he's missed it. And he won't have to bowl that one again. I thought the umpire was considering a wide, but no, it's a legitimate delivery.
Yeah, again, just planting a bit too early there, Tector. He's planted his front foot, and from there you can't really move if you have a big stride forward, and then just try to throw his hands to try and cut it on the front foot. Didn't get any bat involved. Lucky. Could have easily edged it to the wicket-keeper or the slip fielder. 2 slips still. And we're just playing a 12-over game. It's just shocking.
That's driven on the up. It's a good-looking shot. Nicely fielded, though, by Deepak Hooda, who shies at the non-striker's end, hits the stumps, and there'll be overthrows. Deflected away. Well, he didn't actually need to have a shy at the stumps there. He was just, I think there's a surge of adrenaline, having just taken a catch. He had a shy at the stumps. Batsman well in his ground, and never looked like being short of his ground. So they run 2. They ran 2. Yeah.
It was an outstanding fielding effort from Deepak Hooda, and then the shy at the stumps. I mean, often when you have such stops, you feel like throwing the ball on the stumps to make it even more attractive.
Pandya in once again. That one is driven through extra cover for 4. Lovely shot from Harry Tector. Again, just standing in the crease upright and just hitting through the line of the ball. There's nothing wrong with this pitch. It's a very, very high scoring rate. Normally it's very true. It's the movement through the air which is causing the problems. But Harry Tector again just standing in the crease and hitting through the line for 4.
Yeah, if he wanted to play that ball shot in a red ball game, I promise you he would be nowhere close. But just the white ball comes onto the bat so nicely, and there's not a swing on that delivery. It's lovely stand and deliver kind of a shot from Harry Tector. From Delaney, beg your pardon, was a lovely shot through that extra cover region for another boundary. Expensive over. 13 came of this over. They lost to Paul Sterling though, but still an expensive over.
I tell you what, in a 12 over per side game, I'm not sure how expensive 13 is in the power play. I mean, by comparison to the first, bowled by Bhuvneshwar Kumar, just a wicket maiden, I suppose it feels expensive. Now it's Harry Tector on strike. Oh, thick leading edge down towards third. And they're through for a single. Bhuvneshwar, is that Deepak Hooda down there on the third boundary? Bhuvneshwar's bowling. No swing on this occasion. He's trying to play it through the leg side, and thick leading edge down towards third. So it's not great surprise that there are still 2 slips in with so much swing available. Bhuvneshwar, that's the first run he's conceded in 7 balls. Here he is once more, and that hit, it's again, he's trying to play it on the leg side. Now it's Deepak Hooda comes running in from mid-off to play it out on the leg side, and just a thick leading edge for a single.
On both occasions, both the batters opening up a bit too early, just opening their right shoulder, trying to look to play the ball on the onside. When the ball is swinging away from them, they should try and play it as straight as possible or through the offside. But a bit confused which way the ball is going to swing.
Gareth Delaney in on strike once more as Bhuvneshwar this time bowls the in-swinger, hits him on the pad. And they scramble through for another leg by. Takes Ireland up to 15 for 2. Bhuvneshwar was swinging the ball both ways. Absolutely got it on a piece of string at the moment. He knows exactly what he wants to do. And against South Africa, he extraordinarily in a high-scoring series. Certainly in the first two games, his economy rate was under 6 and over. Here's Bhuvaneshwar once more, and I don't know whether he saw Harry Tector advance down the wicket and dropped it in a bit short, but that's what happened. Took a step and a half down the wicket a little bit early. I think Bhuvaneshwar might have seen him coming, banged it in short, and he couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, under these conditions, he's an absolute magician. And the wrist position and the way he plays with his wrist is just terrific. Swinging the ball both ways, hooping the ball both ways, really. That's not swinging, that's swinging miles. And as a batter, it's so difficult when the bowler can do that. And it's just confusing when the ball is swinging both ways as well. Not much change in the wrist position, it's just the delivery.
Another in-swinger, an attempted drive from Harry Tector, has been a bit tangled up, hits the inside half of the bat, and pops out harmlessly to point where Akshar Patel comes into field.
And also all these top bowlers have an ability to outthink the batter, and that's why they are so successful in international cricket. But there's so many videos available for the batters to go through them and know exactly when they are bowling the in-swingers and out-swingers. If there's a slight change in the delivery stride, there's a slight change in the arm action. But still, all these top quality bowlers often outthink the batters. And that's exactly what Bhuvneshwar Kumar is doing. He's just gone for one run of his 1.5 overs. That's just ridiculous.
It is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. It's a swing on steroids at the moment. That's driven down the ground up towards Deepak Hooda at mid-off, and another for the second time he's had a shot at the stumps, hit them, and the ball's deflected away to give the batsman easy runs. Hardik Pandya it was this time, not Deepak Hooda. And 3 overs come to an end. It's a 12 overs per side match, which we should see us finish at around 8:45. 12 overs per side. India won the toss about 2 hours ago. 2.5 hours ago, when we were on for a proper 2020, and then it rained, and it rained heavily. So finally, after an hour's grace, the mathematicians, the Duckworth-Lewis boffins, did their work, and we came up with 12 overs per side. No floodlights at the village in Malahide, in the grounds of Malahide Castle. So 12 overs a side, finishing at around 8:45. And it's going to be Avesh Khan. So still no Umran Malik.
I'm a bit surprised here what they're planning, or they just don't want to bowl him in the power play. Give him a bit more confidence and use him in the middle overs. Not a bad ploy. When somebody is making his debut, give him as much confidence as possible.
Harry Tector on strike, 2 off 4 balls. Swing and a miss. Nothing wrong with the cover drive. It's a good looking shot, but at the outswing took it a long way past the outside edge. And he's missed that one comfortably. Ireland 17 for 2. A wicket apiece to the new ball bowlers, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar and Hardik Pandya. Men out. Paul Stirling for 4 and captain Andy Balbirnie for a second ball duck. Gareth Delaney has 8. Harry Tector has 2 off 5 deliveries. The second of this 2-match series will be played on Tuesday at the same ground, starting hopefully without rain at the same scheduled time, 4:30. And here is Avesh Khan once again. Another big outswinger, drive and a thick outside edge down to fine third for 4 runs. Harry Tector picks up his first boundary. And, well, you just shrug your shoulders and walk back to the top of your mark if you're a bowler, don't you? Expect that kind of thing?
Well, as a batter's point of view, when you can edge it for a 4, why middle it for a single? I always say that. Because for me, that's the best shot in cricket, because as a captain, as a bowler, you can't set a field for that.
Yeah, and if you're going to throw your hands at it, then, use the kitchen sink and really throw your hands at it. Ireland 21 for 2 in the 4th over. So we're coming up to a third of the way through this 12-over innings. And that's full and straight from Avesh Khan, and Harry Tector trying to drive it through the onside, can only block it, really bunt it up towards mid-on, and they scramble through for another single. Difficult to know what might be a challenging total for India to chase, because the answer that comes to my mind immediately is nothing.
I think you've got to get to at least 90 to 100 to make it a bit more competitive, make it difficult for the Indian side, different conditions. They lose a couple of early wickets, puts a bit of pressure on the batters to come in the middle order.
Here's Avesh Khan again, and more swing here as it's a drive off the back foot from Gareth Delaney. He's just he just didn't know what to do. Just back of a length, and it swung, and it comfortably past the outside edge. He backed away a little bit to the leg side to try and hit it through the offside. I don't think India would struggle to score anything.
Yeah, I'm not saying they would struggle. I think it'll be a bit competitive if they can get to that mark. It'll make it a bit more challenging.
100 minimum, okay. Avesh Khan inside edge, and up goes the finger. A third wicket. Avesh Khan strikes. Gareth Delaney's out, caught off an inside edge. Not a big deflection, but we all heard the nick. And he's tucked the bat under his left armpit. The gloves are coming off. He's on his way. Ireland are 22 for 3.
Yeah, again, a nothing shot really. The foot nowhere close to the ball, just a big heave. Yeah, just going for that big shot, losing his shape completely. And as a batter, the moment you don't have a good balance, you lose your shape. The chances of you hitting the ball reduces massively. Out for 8 of 9 deliveries. Good delivery from Avesh Khan, picking up his first wicket in this match. But Ireland, 22 for 3 in all sorts of trouble in this rain-reduced game.
They couldn't be bowled out, could they?
They could. Still, there's 8 more overs and 7 wickets to go.
Yeah, and I suppose, I said there was a little bit of batting depth, but not a great deal. The debutant, who is the leading wicket taker in the domestic T20 competition with 12 wickets in 6 games, Connor Alford, doesn't bat. We're reliably informed. Mark Adair and Craig Young also are in positions 9 and 10 in the batting order for a good reason. So Mark Adair actually has been known to whack a couple. 22 for 3 Ireland, coming towards the end of the 4th over. Here's Avesh Khan, bowls another outswinger, beats the outside edge. Lorcan Tucker, the keeper, the new batsman, just lunges at this one. It's a long time since I've seen the ball swing so much.
Well, that was more of the seam rather than swing, but I felt it was a leg spinner rather than an outswinger. The way the ball moved on that occasion, it was an unbelievable, unplayable delivery, really. How do you play that? He did very well not to edge it.
Trying to whip it through the leg side, and he's been beaten by 4 or 5 inches. 4 overs gone, Ireland 22 for 3. Harry Tector on 7. Lorcan Tucker has just missed his first delivery, and it's hard going. That's the end of the power play. 4 overs, and so Akshar Patel, the left arm spinner, comes into the attack. Still no Umran Malik.
I've come to a conclusion. They're playing Umran Malik as a batter.
Fastest bowler in the world.
Definitely they're playing him as a batter. You pick somebody who can bowl at 155 kilometers, and you don't use him in the first 5 overs. I don't know what they're thinking here, really. And when the ball is whooping everywhere, is swinging, is moving off the pitch, there's lateral movement, it's just driving me mad.
He's been clocked at 160 kilometres an hour. Never mind 155. That's medium pace. Okay, Akshar Patel, first delivery, driven out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, Yuzvendra Chahal, and they pick up a single. He is the fastest bowler in the world. He's the fastest bowler ever to play for India, but is there anybody that is as faster than him in the world at the moment? I don't think so.
I doubt it. I doubt anybody's bowling 150 odd kilometers consistently. There are bowlers who are bowling 150, but one odd delivery here and there. But he's consistently bowling 150 kilometers and higher.
Here is Akshar Patel once again. Give that one a bit of air. He doesn't do that very often, and it's clipped away nicely by Lorcan Tucker for a single to deep mid-wicket. And Ireland move on to 24 for 3. South Africa's Anrich Nortje touches 150, doesn't he? But Umran Malik consistently over 155. Here's Akshar Patel once again, wide, half volley, smashed to the extra cover boundary for 4. That wasn't the best delivery from Akshar Patel. And when I say wide, I mean nicely wide, just the amount of width you want to play the cover drives. Good looking shot.
Yeah, hint of room outside the off stump, and he really hit it hard. Yeah, just to open his arms, and placed it beautifully as well. There was a deep cover fielder, but he had no chance to cut that off. Lovely hands through the ball.
Halfway through the 5th over, and that's driven inside out over the top of extra cover again. Lovely shot from Harry Tector for 4. It really was. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. He'd given himself some room outside. He backed away outside the leg stump. Not obviously, but he knew where he wanted to hit it, and he's executed it perfectly.
Yeah, one of the hardest shot to play as well. But as you said, a bit of room outside the leg stump, and just up she goes over covers.
Darted in this time, more like the Akshar Patel we know, and he fields off his own bowling for the 3rd time in the innings. A shy at the stumps is ricocheted, which allows the batters to go through for a single. And Mark Hawthorne's asked for a look at that. He's asked the 3rd umpire to confirm that it's not out, but I don't know why. We could all see that he'd made his ground perfectly to get back.
I mean, nowadays the on-field umpires go up to the 3rd umpire for everything. There was no reason or no need for him to go upstairs. He was through the 2nd line as well on that occasion. I mean, yeah, you got to make that call as an on-field umpire. There's just no point wasting time going upstairs. But at least one good thing about India is that they're doing it consistently. They're hitting the stumps and giving an extra run to the opposition.
I think there have been 5 overthrows now. The first 2 went for 2, that one for 1, and this time a sweep shot, last ball of the over, and it's out to the man sweeping on the deep square leg boundary. So 5 overs gone. Ireland put into bat, and there's 12 overs per side. T20 international, T12 international, as it has turned out to be. And at 34 for 3, they've got some catching up to do, Ireland. Harry Tector on 17 off 11, and Lorcan Tucker has just 2 from 3 deliveries. 34 for 3. Paul Stirling went for 4, Andy Balbirnie for a duck, Gareth Delaney for 8. Remember, every ball of this 2-match series live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2, the second one due to start at 4:30 on Tuesday. A debut today for Connor Alford for Ireland, and for India, Umran Malik, the man we've just been talking about, comes on to bowl the 6th over, fastest bowler in the world currently. And I tell you what, I think Dinesh Karthik and a slip are standing up on the edge of the fielding circle.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to mention. They're standing 30 yards back.
Here he is, right arm over the wicket. Umran Malik looks for the Yorker first up and nails it. Low full toss, hits the toe end of the bat. Screams of no from Lorcan Tucker. I don't know whether that's because he doesn't want to come back for the second to face Umran Malik.
92 miles. That's just a start. That's his warm-up ball. That's his first delivery in the game. 92 miles. Can he rack up some more pace here, Umran Malik? It's so exciting. Oh, you watch a guy, or you watch a young bowler come and bowl at that pace. It gets you so excited.
It's edge of the seat stuff. I mean, it's entrance money, showman stuff. As Umran Malik is in, a drive, a missed time from Harry Tector for a single out towards mid. Wicket, and the bowler does his fielding himself. It's ever keen, sprinting out towards square leg, just enjoying the spectacle of Umran Malik. I mean, the last time a fast bowler was consistently as exciting as Umran Malik this early in his career was probably Dale Steyn. You didn't want to take a tea break when he was had the new ball in his
hand.
I've
had nightmares facing him in the nets. Unfortunately, he was in the same side, so I had to face him every day.
You tell him to pitch it up. Here's Umran Malik again, bowls, looks to the Yorker once more, down the leg side it goes. He's missed his mark and it's gone for 4. I don't know whether it took a deflection off the batter's pads. Yes, it did. 4 leg byes. But he's looking for he hasn't bowled a short one yet. He's looking for the Yorker all the time. I assume that you had the right to say to Dale Steyn, you pitch it in my half when we have notes.
Absolutely. But he's one of the nicest guys. Again, a really, really nice guy. Never bowled a bouncer in the net. I mean, hardly ever gets angry. But in the game, he's a beast. He's a completely different animal.
He got angry on the other side of the white, right, didn't he? Here is Umran Malik once more, back of a length, steered away. That's nicely played by Lorcan Tucker, down to third, and it's okay. That speed just outside the off stump, you're not going to get hit at least.
That's a slow delivery, 140 kilometres.
Yeah, it's a slower ball. Slower ball. I must say, it's been a very, very impressive start from India's bowlers. Into the 6th over, 12 overs aside, halfway through, and Ireland are 41 for 3 with a couple of balls to go over the 6th over. Harry Tector on 18 off 12. That's as good as Ireland can hope for. Lorcan Tucker 4 off 6 balls. Malik in once again goes for the Yorker, and it's driven down the ground for 4. Well, 4 out of 5 deliveries, he's gone seeking the Yorker. The other one was a length delivery, but he hasn't gone short yet. He's just looking to fire those Yorkers in.
Yeah, it's just gone a bit too full. He could have easily gone a bit shorter, try and bowl a bit more on the good length. But I think he just wants to beat the batter with his pace and try and nail those Yorkers, but just missing the length ever so slightly. Wonderful shot from Tector. A lovely on drive, one of the hardest shot in cricket, and played it to perfection on that occasion.
Last ball of the 6th over, and Harry Tector on strike. Oh dear, that's gone horribly wrong. Again, he's tried to bowl the Yorker, and it's just... Did he just fall away on his delivery stride? It's gone a long way down the leg side. Fortunately, Dinesh Karthik saw it early and was able to use his feet and wasn't required to dive, but he's taken probably 3 or 4 full paces down the leg side in order to gather that one. He'll definitely have to bowl that one again.
Sometimes you get that with some extra pace. You get a bit of... They can be a bit erratic at times when they want to bowl at that pace regularly, and that's what we've seen so far from Umran Malik. He's trying to bowl really, really full. Maybe there's a game plan for him to do so.
Here he is, Umran Malik once again. That is short, and it's hooked out towards deep square leg for 6. What a shot from Harry Tector. I just have a feeling that the batters have been waiting for the short ball. They were expecting it earlier, and that may well have been Umran Malik alongside the senior playing group playing the double bluff and going full Yorker. And I just think Harry Tector was waiting for the short ball, and he certainly was on the back foot and very quickly into position. That was a very fine hook shot.
Oh, that was a brilliant shot. He pounced on it very quickly, and that's another problem with bowling at that pace. Yeah, sometimes it can be great, but when the batter gets hold of it, it can travel in twice a quick time. Then he's been bowled.
Brings the 50 up for Ireland. Very fine shot. Harry Tector moves on to 28, 52 for 3, 12 overs aside. And to take you through to the close of the first innings, you'll be with Catherine Dalton and John Norman.
Thank you very much, Neil Manthorpe. Was it really an over ago that you were discussing whether Ireland would get bowled out inside their 12 overs, or how quickly the game changes? 52 for 3, and Umran Malik's first over in international cricket as Shahal is in. This is spinning down the leg side, wraps the pads of Tucker, tries to play to the leg side, no run. Has been, it's been expensive. 14 runs from it. A couple of wides in there as well. Kath Dawson alongside me. Well, it's been action-packed, hasn't it? At the start of this match. Kath as Shahal is in again. And again, Tucker forward. Beating all ends up, trying to play to the leg side. No run.
Yeah, it's been action-packed so far, hasn't it? And it looks like Chahal is bowling a lot of googlies to start with. I saw him in the warm-up, and he looked like he was trying to bowl a lot of googlies. So it'd be interesting if he, as and when he uses that leg-spinning delivery. But great innings so far by Tector, and one Ireland certainly needed.
Yeah, Tector 28 from 14. Tucker down on the sweep. This lobs up into the outfield, but nowhere near a fielder. comes in from deep square leg, 1 run, and I think Tucker might just be relieved to get off strike because Tector seems to be seeing the ball nicely, especially against spin.
Yeah, that will be his role now, just to make sure Tector gets back on strike as much as possible. He seems to be looking more confident as his innings has gone on, and he hit a wonderful 6 earlier. So, he's growing in confidence here.
Chahal is a wicket taker, we know that, but can be expensive as well. Been in and around the India side for quite some time now. Tector seized upon an over from Axar Patel, which went for 12, took 2 beautiful cover drives, picked his spot, went for them, and he shapes up now as Chahal's in, and don't know if that was a leg break or a googly because it didn't really bounce. Bunted away to wide, long on for another single. The score moves to 54 for 3.
Yeah, he looks disappointed actually to not pick the gap between mid-wicket and mid on there. I think if he picked the gap, as you said, it didn't actually land. So those full tosses you want to be punishing.
Wide of the creases, Chahal. Oh, he just drags this one down, and Tucker, no timing on the pull shot. It goes far straighter than he would have intended. He moves to 6. Tector on strike for the final ball of the 7th over here on talkSPORT 2, 55 for 3 Ireland.
And yeah, he's bowling a lot of different deliveries, a lot of variations, and I think that's the challenge these Irish batters will have, is when is he going to bowl his googly, when is he going to bowl his leg spinner.
Dragged down again and onto the pads of Tector, who runs the first one fast but is sent back by Tucker. The ball comes in. That's a good decision. So, end of the 7th over. Ireland, who lost wickets early, both Balbirnie and Sterling going inside the first 2 overs of play. Balbirnie seen off by Bhuvneshwar Kumar, who's bowled 2 overs, hitting top of off. Sterling clothing a drive to mid-off, and then Delaney with a score on 22. 3 single-figure scores. Since then, though, Harry Tector's hit back-to-back boundaries from Axar Patel. We've seen an over of express pace from Umran Malik go for 14, and Logan Tucker just seems to be struggling a little bit, Kath Dalton.
He does, but I think if he just picks up a couple of singles here and just keeps rotating that strike, that's when you can find your boundary eventually. So it's just about being patient for Tucker. Tector's going well, and this is the rebuild Ireland really needed, didn't they, after that start?
Yeah, absolutely. They were 22 for 3 at the end of the power play. It's just a 12 over game here from Malahide after rain delayed the start till 10 to 7. We were supposed to get up and underway at 4:30 instead of a 20 over clash, 12 overs aside. Hardik Pandya captaining India for the first time, and the fans who stuck around, and they pretty much seem like they all have, being treated to a little bit of early evening sun in Ireland as Pandya is down, and down the track comes Tector, as does Tucker. He's got to scamper back to the non-striker's end. Hardik Pandya, well, he's been batting well. We're going to see where the bowling is as well, Kath.
Well, we saw a lot more swing than I first expected actually in that power play. Wasn't expecting the ball to swing as much as it did, but Ireland are through that now, and it looks like they'll start to bowl their variations here, India, and make it more challenging for the Ireland batters. But I think this is the acceleration part now, really. Ireland need to accelerate here.
What kind of score do you think Ireland are looking at? It's a tough one to call, isn't it? It's 12 over games as well. I mean, 110, 120 maybe. We've got 5 overs to go, 10 and over from here. We'll get us into the ballpark. Length delivery, outside off stump, chopped down into the offside, and another run. So the score moves on, 57 for 3, and Tucker, 6 not out, is on strike.
With India's firepower in their batting, I think Ireland are going to have to get something well over 100 here to make it competitive. But however, if they do use that swing to ball that India did first up as well, you know, a couple of early wickets, you just never know in shortened format cricket, and this is obviously even shorter, so who knows.
Hardik is in again. He's trying to extract as much as he can out of the pitch, and a swing and a miss from Tucker, who's faced 11 deliveries now, and this is the crucial stage of an innings when it's not getting off to the start a batter wants, starts to put pressure on himself, thinking, you know, I need to do something here, there's not much time left, otherwise somebody else can come in. ...
just builds pressure in T20 cricket, and that was a slow ball bouncer actually by Hardik, but just took a little bit of pace off, so he's struggling here, needs to get bat on ball.
Hardik is in again. Tucker faces little movement to the offside. He goes for the pull, a top edge, and it flies into the crowd. Is that a catch? Is that a crowd catch? Well, he wasn't in control of the shot, Tucker, but he went for it 100%, and the ball has flown away for, well, I think it's the first 6 of the game. 63 for 3, Ireland.
Everyone loves a crowd catch as well. If you can hold on to them, they did. They did hold on to it in the crowd. Fantastic.
That was a team effort with the catch, wasn't it? It was a little bit of a juggle from the man in row M, and it landed up in the hand of someone in row N. Again, that's much more like it. Sound from the bat is crisp, and the ball flies towards that cow corner for back-to-back 6s, and Lorcan Tucker has gone aerial, and it's paying off. He moves to 18, and the score 69 for 3.
He must have heard us criticising him, because he started to clear his front leg and start to unleash there, and it shows you what confidence when you hit the first 6 can do. He's just free flow of the hands, lovely shot, and sound off the bat was good as well.
Yep, that did sound good. I wonder whether Hardik has erred there, just folding a little bit straight on the body of Tucker, who seemed to be struggling with the ball when it was pitched maybe in the corridor. Let's see what Hardik does here. On the body again, and chopped back down the pitch to the bowler who fields, and it's no run. Is that the end of the over? It is. Just for a moment there, I thought that Hardik was had pulled up, but no, that was the end of the 8th over, and Ireland, who were 22 for 3 at one stage, sitting a little bit comfortably. 4 overs on from that, well, they have added 47 to their score, and without loss of further wickets. 69 for 3.
And wickets in hand is crucial at this stage. If you've got wickets in hand, you can start to go for it as a batter. You know you've got players behind you that can equally come in and keep swinging. So this is the stage that Ireland need to push on and keep that run rate accelerating as they go into the last couple of overs.
Yeah, and of course with the 12 over game being as it is, the amount of overs bowlers can bowl is reduced as well. So 3 bowlers can bowl 2 overs and 2 bowlers can bowl 3. Hardik Pandya has bowled 2 overs, and they've been quite expensive. Picked up a wicket, but they've gone for 26. As Chahal is in, and again, no room whatsoever afforded to either batsman, both right-handers, and this is clipped away to mid-wicket for a single from, that must have been Tector on strike, because it was Tucker who was facing. End of the 8th over, which was an expensive one. 2 6s has seen Tucker's score advance along. He's 18 from 14. Tector 32 from 19 here on talkSPORT 2 as Yuzvendra Chahal is out. Little bit more flight this time from Chahal. Big swing on the bat from Tucker, but he didn't get anything on it. That'll probably be a bye. The score moves to 71 for 3.
And we can see what Tucker's trying to do now. He's the one that's going to go in this innings. Tector looks like he's still knocking it around, going to be there potentially at the end, take it as deep as he possibly can, but Tucker looks like he's clearing that front leg and giving it a go.
Yeah, it's all heating up. A little bit more width this time, clubbed from Tector to long off for a single. Picked up 2 boundaries from Axar Patel. Just a little bit wider from that, but no real timing there. Hasn't faced a lot of strike in the last couple of overs, Tector. His moves to 33, but going at a good strike rate of just under 170. So good partnership here for Ireland. Tossed up again. There's the invite, but has Tucker picked out the fielder? He has. It's Axar Patel at deep mid-wicket. The bait was thrown up there. Tucker couldn't resist, but instead of another crowd catch, it's gone to the fielder. Ireland lose their 4th, 72 for 4.
Yeah, just a little bit more flight on that delivery, and it enticed him to go for that slog sweep, but he didn't get quite enough of it, and not timed well enough to go all the way. Almost went all the way, but not enough. But I think that was the correct shot by Tucker. I think he had to go for it at this stage. It was just unfortunate he didn't get the timing.
Yep, it was actually in the end smart little cameo, wasn't it? He'd pulled off back-to-back 6s in the previous over and was eyeing up another, but this one was a touch wider. Had to reach for it a little bit. Didn't seem to deviate that much. The ball itself, it's not like he was deceived by a surprise leg break with Chahal bowling predominantly googlies. just didn't get hold of it, and the catch was taken.
Mistimed. That's all that was. When you mistime it, it's so frustrating, because in T20 cricket you should just go for it. So he'll be kicking himself a little bit there.
Okay, so George Dockrell, the new batter, is not facing though. It's Tector, 33 from 20, and Shahal. This was pushed through a fraction quicker. Tector on an expansive drive. Fortunate though, inside edge onto his pads and away for a single. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the first of 2 T20s here on talkSPORT 2. And after a sluggish start and after a 2-hour rain delay, we do have a match here for you. Malahide playing host, and a really good crowd in as well. Shahal has got 1 ball left of his second over. He's gone for just 7 runs from it, and he has picked up the wickets of Lorcan Tucker in the over. Cut away from Dockrell, but straight to cover point. No run to end. A good over for India. Ireland at 73 for 4.
Yeah, very good over there when you're only going for ones and picking up lots of dots in your over and a wicket, of course. You've bowled well in this has been a T12 game of cricket. Ireland here with Dockrell. Dockrell I've seen on some social media clips, he can hit it, so if he comes in with full of confidence, I'm sure he can start to accelerate the score a little bit more with Tector, who's already in, and now he'll be the one that needs to be the aggressor. He needs to be the one in the ascendancy as much as possible.
Yeah, George Dockrell, who's been in and around the Ireland team for the best part of 12 years, but slow left armour, still bowls in ODIs, but bats only in T20s. Coming in at number 6, he's just faced 1 delivery, yet to get off the mark. Just got a little hold up in play.
Any score predictions there, John?
Well, we've got 3 overs left. We were talking about a score of about 110, weren't we? It seemed quite far off when Ireland were 22 for 3. But, let's say they go at 10s. 120, I think. I think they'd take that. Clubbed away from Tector. There's a chase for the fielder. And whilst he claims the ball, his body takes him over the advertising sponge. Kishan sweeping there. So that's 4 to the score. I reckon if you were to offer Ireland 120, they'd take it. I think if you were to offer India 110, they'd probably take that. Not that they wouldn't feel confident chasing down 120.
Yeah, evenly poised game, and that was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Lovely cover drive. There was a fielder out on the fence scouting, but couldn't get round to stop it.
And off Bhuvneshwar Kumar as well, who's going to bowl a 3rd over. The first one that run quickly. This is good running from Ireland. And it's Harry Tector who's going to come back for a second. Certainly his innings is proving to be the difference as things stand. 36 from 22 deliveries. Ireland moving into the 80s, and this is a fine up 40 from just 23. Bhuvneshwar Kumar, who was almost, and we've seen it many times before, he was unplayable. A wicket in his first over, went for just 1. His second over went for just 3, but he cannot bowl 4 overs in the match because of the reduced overs in the game. 12 aside. Bhuvneshwar Kumar is ready. 3rd ball of his 3rd over, 3rd ball of the 10th. A touch fuller, and Tector doesn't need any more hesitation, and he has unfurled that cover drive that we saw earlier on in the piece against Axar Patel. The ball whistled along the ground, but on this occasion against the pace of Kumar, he has just dispatched this up and over extra cover for 6.
Beautiful shot. What a lovely shot that was. Shot of the day, I think. Just lofted extra cover drive, probably the hardest shot in the book, to be honest with you, and he just made that look so easy, didn't he? As you said, a little bit fuller and can free his hands.
Kumar again, bouncer, slower bouncer, and the batter will feel slightly like he's missed out there. Just picked out backward point. Tector 46 and on the cusp of a half century.
They're always the frustrating ones when you time it to fielders and you think, for goodness sake, If only I got it either side, then it would have been 4.
Yeah, it's almost like tennis ball bounce there, wasn't it, from Kumar. Tector had time to change his shot, essentially. Again, into the pitch. Crunched it down and away through point for a single. He moves to 47, does Tector. Dockrell, still yet to go off the mark. He's only faced a ball. Will face this last delivery of the 10th over. Ireland 86 for 4.
Yeah, and Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is bowling a lot of cutters into the surface. So he's trying to make the ball a lot slower, a lot more difficult to get away. And bowling a lot of slower ball bounces, as we're seeing, which seem to be sitting in this pitch and making it much more challenging to get hold of and hit for those boundaries.
Yeah, possibly after seeing Tector hit those deliveries to the leg side, targeting off now as Dockrell this time moves away, moves towards the leg and plays this nicely along the ground for a single. So he'll take strike at the start of the 11th of 12 overs here on talkSPORT 2. Ireland 87 for 4. What do you reckon, Kath? Is still eyeing up 120, or do you think that might be a little bit ambitious?
As a former Irish player, I'm going to have to say 120, aren't I? So let's go for that. But I think
16 and over from here. I mean, it's doable. He's got 6 wickets in hand. You've got a set batter at the crease in Harry Tector.
That's it. I think if you've got wickets in hand, anything's possible when you're in. You know, you've got people back in the hutch who are ready to come out and swing. So why not? You know, anything's possible. It's not a massive ground, Malahide, either. So boundaries shouldn't be too hard to come by.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the benefit of it being a 12-over match. You don't have to worry about keeping wickets in hands. Not that you have to worry too much in T20 cricket, but it is still in your mind. You know, when you lose some early ones, you think, well, okay, we'll just get through maybe overs 7 to 11 or whatever. And when it's 12 overs, there's no point, is there? Wickets, they lose their currency, essentially. Right, who are we going to see here? Okay, so it's going to be Chahal. So I think I'm right in saying 2 bowlers can bowl 3. So Bhuvaneshwar Kumar's bowled 3. Oof. As that comes perilously close for George Dockrell, who plays across the line to either losing leg stump, take an inside edge which go through to the keeper, or inside edging it past the stumps for 4. In the end, none of that happened. Dot ball. 11 balls to come.
Anything was possible on that delivery.
On off stump this time and clubbed down to long on by Dockrell, who will probably come back for us. No, he's sent back by Tector. I wonder if there was a second there and Tector just fancies strike.
Possibly, I think there was a second actually, because they're pushing hard out to the boundary riders and trying to get 2. But I think Tector wants to strike, doesn't he?
Yeah, because the fielder didn't take that cleanly. It was Huda who palmed it to a teammate. So as soon as that happens, you imagine the batter's going to realise that and then come through for the second, but they decided not to. Tector 1 boundary away from 50.
And he's played a magnificent innings here, one that Ireland certainly needed after their power play.
This keeps a little bit low, scoots through, and Tector will only take a single. So that score that we've been talking about for Ireland seems a little bit out of touch now. We've got 9 deliveries left in the innings.
It's a shame really, because obviously their power up top was gone very early. So
again, this is no flight whatsoever from Chahal, and both Dockrell and Tector have not been given the opportunity to free their arms and hit through the line or up and over cover, as we saw in the last over, although that was bowled by Kumar. And this is superb bowling from Chahal. 1 for 10 from his 2.4 overs is again, you can hear the sound of the ball hitting the bat as it's played out to the offside. Another single, 91 for 4 Ireland.
He's bowling really well here. He's realised and assessed the conditions, and he's bowling a little bit quicker. That last delivery at 59 miles an hour, so he's giving them no flight or nothing to get under to try and hit a 6, so it's becoming increasingly difficult for these 2 at the crease.
Let's see views of Kath Dalton, former Ireland cricketer, as Vendra Chahal is in, and this time there is a little bit of air, but Dockrell is struggling with his timing and struggling with the big shots, and Dinesh Karthik behind the stumps at Fields. So an excellent over from Chahal, ends up with another dot ball, and Ireland have just 6 deliveries to get up and over 100. They're 91 for 4.
Tector on strike. It's still possible for Ireland to get over that 100 mark, certainly, but credit to India, they've bowled magnificently well, and they've bowled to their field. That is the key in T20 cricket. If you've got a field set properly, you've got to bowl to it. If you've got 4 out straight, then you've got to make sure you bowl nice and full. You've got people behind square, then you've got to bowl short. So it's about knowing how to bowl and where to set your fielders to protect those boundary balls.
Yeah, and this India side are used to playing on pitches that golf this one. They have played cricket in the lead up to this match at home.
It's the adaptability of these players now when they go around the world and play on all different surfaces. They just adapt so quickly.
Wow, that's somewhat disappointing. We're only going to see 1 over from the new fast man, Umran Malik. It's going to be Avesh Khan to bowl. First ball, or the last over of the Ireland innings. This is bunted down to long on for a single, and that's 50 up for Tector. Coming in 29 deliveries, 5 fours and 2 sixes.
Yeah, and a magnificent 50. Outstanding 50. Easily the best innings of the game so far. He came in when Ireland was struggling. They'd lost quite a lot of wickets. They lost their key players, and as a young batter, he's taken ownership and done magnificently well.
Yeah, fine knock. And he will wish it was a 20 over affair. 4 from Avesh Khan. A swing and a single, and also a shy at the non-strikers end as well. 3 times we've seen the ball cannon off the stumps to lead to overthrows. I think the batter would have been out there if the fielder had struck.
He wasn't even in the picture.
I think he'd given up, hadn't he?
He'd been jogging off.
Tector facing, 4 balls left of this Ireland innings. They've actually got some cricket. It didn't look likely a couple of hours back.
You have three weathers in one day in Ireland, the same as here. Anything's possible. Glorious sunshine now.
Little Melbourne. Although they say all 4 seasons, don't they? Tector facing out. Avesh Khan is in. This is a full toss. And wow, what a shot that was. On the body of Tector. He has reversed his hands and almost played a sweep shot whilst standing up, essentially. There's a fielder inside the circle at short third. No one between that fielder and wicket. And the ball has whistled away for a boundary.
What he's done there is he's seen the last couple of deliveries have all been Yorkers, and he's taken a massive gamble that was going to be full enough to play that shot, and he's got away with it. So 4 runs, well deserved.
3 balls left of the innings. Ireland 97 for 4. This is wide and will be called wide. So another run. 98 for 4. Ireland 2 big hits away from a score in and around 110. You never know. Tector 2 big hits away from a top score in T20s as well. Previous was 60, is 54 from 30. And Dockrell at the non-strikers end.
Dockrell's just been watching, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think Ireland will be happy if Dockrell's there for the remainder of the over. Tector goes for the shot. It's a big shot on the outside, and it's going to be caught. Oh no, dropped. Well, Axar Patel, he took a catcher earlier on at mid-wicket, this time running around from long off. This was, Tector just didn't get anything on this at all. And diving to his left, it looked like he got 2 hands to it, and it just popped out the moment his arm hit the ground. That's an unusual reprieve for Tector, who moves to 56, and Ireland, the 100's up, 100 for 4.
I was about to say, what a fantastic catch that was. And then it came out of his hands as he landed, so it looked like he landed on his elbow and popped out.
2 balls left of the over. Full toss, flayed away, all the way. 6 runs from the bat of Tector. He moves into uncharted territory in terms of his own personal milestone, and Ireland are getting to a position that they certainly would have taken after 4 overs time. 6 from the bat, and Ireland are cashing in.
Yeah, 73 metre 6 that was. Full toss, low full toss, and he just freed his hands outside off stump. He's pumped up. He looks really pumped up and ready for a fight here. So another lovely shot.
Last ball of the innings. Avesh Khan is in on the stumps, leg stump, and Tector tries to heave this up and over mid-wicket. Will be able to come back for a second as the fielder slips in the outfield. A little bit of rain still in the grass there, and that's actually quite a strong finish to the Ireland innings. The highest score in T20 cricket for Tector, 64 from 33. An expensive last one from Avesh Khan. We saw 2 boundaries hit, and we've got a game on here on talkSPORT 2. Ireland end up 108 for 4, and India need 109 to win the first T20, Kath.
I think it's going to be an exciting game. We saw at the start that swing that India, the opening bowlers got. They got it to shape around. They were bowling, setting batters up with out swing, and then one that came back in. It was very challenging. So if Ireland can reproduce that swing, I definitely think, I agree with you, John, I think we've got a game on our hands here. Well recovered by Ireland with Tector's wonderful knock of 64. And I've just got a little feeling that something might be possible.
How little would that feeling be, Kath? And how substantial might it be?
Oh, well, with the Irish in my blood, might be being a bit biased there, but yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting start to the game. I think at the first power play, if Ireland bowl well and take a couple of early wickets, we know in short format cricket anything is possible, and pressure will be on.
Yep, well, it's game on. I mean, it's entirely respectable score. It shouldn't be enough against this magnificent Indian team, even though it's the whatever it is, the A team or the B team with all those players in England. Anyway, Ireland have set a target of 109 in 72 balls. We'll take a short break and be back in a couple of minutes' time with the run chase.
This is talkSPORT 2, where the season never ends.
Today's tale begins when the Smith family sit down to enjoy a film. Suddenly they heard the scariest sound.
The Wi-Fi is down.
The family were doomed to wait for a film that wouldn't load.
Save yourself from broadband nightmares. Get BT's unbreakable hybrid broadband backed up by EE, the UK's best network. Search BT Hybrid Broadband. 88% UK availability. 4G connection takes up to 175 seconds. Best for mobile network performance. Verify at ee.co.uk/claims.
Coochie coo, Mrs. Cuddly Waddly wants a hug. Coochie coo, Mrs. Cuddly Waddly is here.
Mum, I'm 18.
Like getting your money's worth? Enjoy a 99p mayo chicken, part of the McDonald's Saver menu. From 11 a.m, price and participation may vary.
What does Asahi Super Dry taste like? Crisp, refreshing and always super dry. A taste as unexpected and surprising as modern Japan. That's right, Japan's #1 beer. Asahi Super Dry, beyond expected. Go to asahisuperdry.com to verify. Enjoy responsibly. Visit drinkaware.co.uk to find out more.
At LV, we understand you want insurance that looks after all your household's cars. Our multi-car insurance is the cheapest way to get annual cover for your household when you switch to us. It's one policy with one renewal date too. No wonder we're a Which recommended provider for car insurance. LV, it's our heart that sets us apart. Go direct to lv.com. Based on like-for-like policies when all cars added up front. T's and C's apply.
This summer's set to be a scorcher, because Magnet Trade have got unmissable sizzling savings. 1p deals are back. Get a Beko oven worth £185 for only 1p when you spend £4,000. And tools worth up to £24 for 1p when you spend £100. Get internal doors from 20 quid and laminate flooring from just £6.50 a square metre. Don't miss sizzling summer savings at Magnet Trade. Spend thresholds apply. Prices exclude 20% VAT. Trade accounts only while stocks last. T's and C's at magnettrade.co.uk.
New Monday on talkSPORT.
Monday night, massive football.
What a start!
Live.
talkSPORT's biggest ever season means a maximum football Monday.
Oh, what an overhead kick!
Bigger, better, louder, and more live football than ever.
talkSPORT will be there. What a great bit of play.
New season, new Monday.
Monday Match Night with full live Monday Night Football starts this August on talkSPORT.
Oh, what a move!
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on India in the first T20 International.
Nicked and gone. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery.
On talkSPORT 2.
Big in-swinger, bowled in. Wonderful delivery from Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Sterling goes high and long and is caught not long enough. Deepak Hooda takes the catch at mid-off. Abhish Khan inside edge, and up goes the finger. A third wicket.
Yeah, just going for that big shot, losing his shape completely.
That is short, and it's hooked out towards deep square leg for 6. What a shot from Harry Tector.
Everyone loves a crowd catch as well. If you can hold on to them, they did.
Tossed up again. There's the invite, but has Tucker picked out the fielder? He has. It's Axar Patel. That's at 50 up for Tector. Having a 29 deliveries, 5 fours and 2 sixes.
Outstanding 50. Easily the best innings of the game so far.
Ireland end up 108 for 4, and India need 109 to win the first T20.
They do indeed. That's ball-by-ball commentary of the first of 2 T20 internationals between Ireland and India, coming to you from the village cricket ground in Malahide, in the grounds of Malahide Castle, just outside Dublin. This game was reduced to 12 overs a side. We had a delay of 2 hours and 20 minutes because of heavy rain, but massive credit to the ground staff who made conditions playable. And so we're halfway through, 12 overs per side. India won the toss at the scheduled time, actually, when it was still a T20 game, and they might have changed the team. Both teams might have selected a different lineup with maybe a spinner less because it was 12 overs a side, but the toss took place at the scheduled time. Then we had that long rain delay. Ireland have made 108 for 4, with Harry Tector finishing with an excellent 64 from 33 balls, 6 fours and 3 sixes. It almost certainly won't be enough for this powerful Indian batting lineup with Ishan Kishan and Ruturaj Gaikwad to open. Surya Kumar Yadav comes back into the team after an extended break with an injured forearm, so he'll probably bat at 3. Deepak Hooda at 4. The massively hard-hitting Hardik Pandya at 5. Dinesh Karthik at 6. List goes on and on. Akshar Patel, the all-rounder, at 7. And then Abhish Khan, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, Yuzvendra Chahal and Umran Malik. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 4 genuine bowlers there, although Bhuvneshwar would be amazing if he is actually required. I don't think somehow that he will be. I think the top 6 will, or if not the top 3 or 4. I may be doing an injustice to Ireland because Kath Dalton just said she had a funny feeling that something might happen. Anyway, before I go to Kath, I just want to tell you that following this evening's game, we'll bring you live coverage of the final round of the Travellers' Championship in Connecticut with the very latest from TPC River Highlands. Here is talkSPORT 2's Russell Hargreaves.
Manners, always a pleasure. I can tell you that Xander Schauffele, the reigning Olympic champion, has reopened up a 2-shot lead atop of the leaderboard. Was as good as 5 shots clear at one point yesterday before falling away as the closing pack started to encircle. Schauffele with an early drop shot, but he's just got it back at the 4th, so he is 17 under par playing the 5th. Hasn't actually won a singles event on the PGA Tour since way back in 2019. He's 2 clear of the rising young American Sahith Theegala and the veteran Kevin Kisner. And Schauffele's best mate and playing partner Patrick Cantlay, the reigning FedEx Cup champion, surprisingly 2 over for the day, 14 under par and 3 shots off the lead alongside JT Poston. Rory McIlroy, having led halfway through the tournament, has faded at least with a 67 on the final day, something to be pleased about. But 9 under, tied 15th, is currently 8 behind our leader, Xander Schauffele, Manners. And as you say, as soon as you're done, we're live and through to the conclusion around 11 o'clock.
Thank you very much indeed, Russ. Good to hear from you, and look forward to the coverage on my long journey home. So just before John Norman takes over the ball-by-ball commentary for the first 6 overs of this innings, halfway through, Catherine Dalton, use your imagination, think out the box, think laterally, and how can Ireland win this game? They're defending 108 for 4. You said that there's a funny feeling that, I mean, there's always a chance. Of course there is. It's not, it's not like that India are chasing 70 in 12 overs. So what needs to happen, and who are the men to do it?
They need to take wickets, and they need to take wickets early. We saw the amount of swing that the Indian bowlers got, and it was surprising, to be honest with you. I was shocked at how much swing they got. So if they can use that to their advantage, they've got some good swing bowlers like Josh Little and Mark Adair. They've got some good players. If these bowlers can bowl well up front, anything's possible.
Anything is possible. That doesn't mean to say that it's likely. And it would be one of the great upsets of T20 cricket if India were to go down to Ireland. But there is a chance. Like I said, it's not as if they're chasing 80 or 90 in their 12 overs. So for the first half of the run chase, he'll be in the company of... is it Abby? Yeah. Yes, it is. Abhishek Jujunwala and John Norman.
Thank you very much, Neil Manthorpe. Well, first surprise, I wasn't expecting to see Deepak Hooda opening up. Were you, Abhishek? Have I misread that one?
I think, we both misread that one. I didn't see him opening either, but it's it's good to see that they're trying new things, they're trying different things, and it's a great opportunity for Deepak to try and make a mark for himself, opening the batting for India.
Well, first ball of India's reply. It's going to be bowled by Mark Adair, and it's chopped down to one of the two fielders outside the circle, wide third for 1 run. Hooda off the mark. He had a good IPL, didn't he, Abhishek? Who's he playing for? Lucknow Super Giants, is it? 451 runs.
Yeah, it's a very good outing. He's had a very consistent season for the Lucknow Super Giants. And hence he's got the opportunity. He's been selected to play for India again.
And it's the left-handed Ishan Kishan who is about to face his first delivery of the innings. Had a terrific series against South Africa that's just gone by. As back of a length delivery, high on the bat, who's played down the fielders. You can see the Ireland players. There's the body language is very positive from Ireland. They know their chance is now, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a buzz around them, and they know that if they can put a bit of pressure, pick up a couple of early wickets, they can really put the pressure back on the middle order. Yeah, though India bats very, very deep, and they've got some terrific batters to come later on, but still, if you lose early wickets, chasing 100 odd in the 12-over game, you're under pressure.
Little is in, left arm over the wickets, and strays with his line down the leg side, clipped away for 4, and Kishan doesn't need anything more than that, really, just to get a little bit of bat on it. Fielder up inside the circle, 5 without loss, India.
Wonderful pickup shot, and just playing it behind that square leg fielder, a fine leg. There was a short fine leg fielder, lovely hands through the ball, Ishan Kishan, and he's such a powerhouse cricketer. He's short in stature but can hit the ball a very, very long way.
Yeah, he's one of those players, really, that you marvel at the depth quality, don't you, that India possess. Little again, and this is a top-edge pull, and the fielder at mid-wicket would have been interested for a second, but just jogs to the boundary. This has been deposited over mid-wicket for a 6.
When that sounded crunchy, didn't it? That was such a crunchy shot, and travelled the distance as well into the crowd. And picked the length early, a little swivel, and wonderful, wonderful shot again from Ishan Kishan.
Such a strong base there as well, isn't it, from the batter?
Yeah.
Because C's on the length immediately. Technically, well, you'll be able to say, but it looked dreamy, to be honest. Absolutely perfect. And that pressure on Ireland, bounced in again, and this is uppercut over point for another boundary. Is that 6 more from the bat? Certainly 4. We're just going to have a little look.
It seems like it's gone for a 4. Looking at the scoreboard, it looks like a 4, but what a shot again. He absolutely nailed that one. Was short, was outside the off stump, and it was saying, come hit me, but you still got to hit it.
Well, the such strong wrists from Kishan. Pressure on again. Beaten this time. A touch of swing from Little. But that is the end of an expensive opening over. Now, go back 12 overs. And the score read after an over. Ireland 1 for 1. Slightly different in the second innings. 15 runs coming from it, including 3 boundaries from the bat of Kishan. 15 without loss.
And that's the perfect length. If they have to get a wicket here, if they want to get a wicket, they have to bowl fuller. Both these players are very strong back of the length deliveries. They're very good in their back foot. So you've got to bowl fuller, bring them on the front foot, allow the ball to get some movement, some swing through the air, some movement off the pitch as well, which you saw in the first innings. India extracted both the Indian bowlers, and that's exactly what Irish bowler needs to do if they want to pick up a few early wickets here.
You're listening to talkSPORT 2's coverage of the first of 2 T20s between Ireland and India. You can follow us on talkSPORT 2, also on YouTube, as Mark Adair is in. Leading edge from the bat of Huda, trying to play a full delivery on the pads through the leg side. The ball pops out to the offside. 1 run added to the score. 16 without loss. India chasing 109 for victory.
Yeah, I mean, this could be absolute carnage here if Ishan Kishan gets going. He's such a dangerous player. Oh, we've seen some innings from him over the last couple of years, and he can hit the ball wrong way. He can really, really put a massive dent in any bowling attack, and that's exactly what he's done in the first over, picking up 15 runs. He's on 14 of just 5 deliveries. And Ireland, yeah, they will be under pressure if he gets going. And we can hear loud cheer. India, India. It feels like they're playing at home. Everywhere India plays is home anyway, with the Indians everywhere.
It'll be Birmingham next week. Fuller going across the left-handed. Kishan from Mark Adair. Clubbed away for a single. 17 without loss. 2 balls of the second over have been completed.
Yeah, Birmingham would be 90% Indian crowd. And that's the beauty. Whenever India travels, they've got so many Indians, and they're cricket nuts. They're absolute mad people about cricket.
Well, you could say that. Touch Fuller on the pads of Huda. Opening up. We were expecting Gaikwad to open up, weren't we?
Yeah.
Alongside Kishan. What do you think apart from the fact he's had a decent IPL, what do you think of do you think that would have been a change that's been coming for in the build up to the match, or just a hunch from Hardik Pandya?
I think it's just a hunch from Hardik Pandya, and also because the numbers of overs have been reduced. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Huda has been sent up the order. Not that Gaikwad can't hit the ball.
Right arm over the wicket from Adair. Another scampered single as the ball cannons off the pads, and score moves along. We saw earlier on a wonderful innings from Harry Tector. Came to the crease with Ireland in all sorts of trouble. 22 for 3 when Gareth Delaney was dismissed, and we're even talking about Ireland being bowled out inside 12 overs. In the end, they actually only lost 1 more wicket after that. And in the main, it was thanks to Tector, but this should be called a wide. Again, just trying to slant the ball across the left-handed Kishan, but a fraction too wide this time from Adair. His first 4 balls have just gone for 3 runs.
But he batted really well. Again, going back to Harry Tector, played an incredible knock, and he looked at ease against some quality bowling, and that's the big difference between him and the others. He looked completely at ease out there in the middle.
Adair is in again. Similar tactic with the ball wide and going across the right-handed Kishan. Does get bat on ball, but only a single fielded in the covers. Essentially, Tector hit Axar Patel out of the attack, and he never came back again.
Yeah, same with Umran Malik. Umran Malik went for 15 of his first over. Tector hit him for a beautiful pull over square leg in his last delivery for a massive 6. And he just got rid of a couple of bowlers, just let them bowl 1 over. That's why it was such a good innings from him.
1 ball left of the second over, and again on good length, straighter this time to the right-handed Huda, who plays defensively back down the track. So 2 overs into the run chase, and India 20 without loss. The target 109, Huda 2, and Kishan 16 from 7.
Yeah, that was a very good over from Adair. Came back really strongly after the first over, where They gave 15 runs. A very good line, very good length, not really allowing the batsmen to open their arms or free their arms and play those shots freely. Again, third over now. This is going to be interesting. Who's going to bowl the third over? With Ishan Kishan on strike. He's going to go after every delivery here, Ishan Kishan. That's the brand of cricket he plays. That's the brand of cricket India needs if they want to win T20 matches against top sides.
Well, it's going to be Craig Young, who had a really good series against the West Indies earlier in the year in ODI cricket, 9 wickets at 15, who is going to bowl the first ball of the third over. And again, this is beautifully played by Kishan. I tell you what, that's as nonchalant a 4 as you're going to see in cricket, isn't it? It was almost as though the fielder was stationed at third and he was running the ball down for a single. He's just chopped this away. Minimum bat movement. It was more of a push than anything. He just placed the bat in the way of the ball and guided the ball past the fielder at backward point for 4.
Yeah, that's always that he can be very aggressive. He can hit the ball hard, but he can time it as well.
Well, if you're listening, you would have heard the sound of the ball hitting the bat and then a gap before it then hit the top of the tarpaulin on the tent at square leg. Again, minimum effort, maximum return, and Kishan, for the second time in the match, goes bang bang, 2 boundaries on the bounce.
Also looking in complete control. That was a massive hit. That ball was travelling, and it kept travelling for a long way. But that was again in complete control of that hook shot from Ishan Kishan, and hence, I mean, Rishabh Pant, again coming back to Rishabh Pant, should feel a lot of pressure because Ishan Kishan can do the job with the gloves as well. He's a really good keeper. So if he can open the innings and keep the innings for India, I mean, that gives an Indian team a massive opportunity in the middle order.
Pressure on the bowler. Just drags back the length and maybe a touch slower. It's the economy of movement as well from Ishan. I mean, how do you think he would fare in Australian conditions?
Yeah, I think he's a very good player of short bowling, and hence I'm saying that, yeah, I think Rishabh Pant is going to go to Australia because he's such a powerhouse cricketer, just having an off time recently. But he's got to make some changes to his game if he wants to be consistent.
Kishan facing 26 from 10, and Craig Young with the perfect comeback. For the first time in his innings, Kishan lost his body shape. He was playing a foolish delivery across the line, trying to heave the ball rather than place it, and his stumps look a mess. Ireland hit back. India lose their first wicket here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, as you said, lost a bit of shape, going for that big heave over the cow corner, which he loves. Often he gets the middle of the bat, but on that occasion we heard the noise of the timber. Was a bit fuller than he anticipated, but still a very good innings of 26 of just 11 deliveries. India lose their first wicket of 30 after 2.4, and it'll be interesting to see who comes in. Is it Hardik Pandya? The cheer says it's Hardik Pandya. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, he bowled a couple of overs, didn't he, as well, Hardik? So, you know, the captaincy has brought the kind of player that you'd expect.
It's Surya.
But it isn't Hardik Pandya. Is that Surya Kumar?
Yeah, Sky, as everyone calls him in India. Surya Kumar Yadav. He's again, what a terrific cricketer he is.
Again, I mean, you know, these guys, they were putting England to the sword in the T20s and the ODIs. Yeah. Was it last year? Start of last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, ridiculous talent. A little bit older than Kishan, isn't he? Is he 29? 30?
Yeah, he's around 30.
A bit longer.
Yeah. His opportunity was delayed.
Oh, I tell you what, that could be, unless it's an inside edge. No! Wrapped on the pad, first ball, and Surya Kumar's been given out leg before wicket. Young has taken 2 in 2. A little bit of a conflict between the two batters. They will go upstairs, but if he hasn't hit that, Abhishek, I think that might be out. 30 for 2 as things stand.
I think the only thing which could save him here is the height, because I felt that the ball hit him a bit high on on the pads or maybe the inner thigh pad. We'll have to wait and see.
He's a taller
director. We have a player
yeah.
review for LBW.
So
the on-field decision is out. I've checked the front foot. Can we start with front on-spin vision, please?
I think the fact it took him a while to review indicates there's no bat on ball.
Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Doesn't appear to be any bat, but we'll confirm that with Ultra Edge.
Yeah, it's pitched up and it's
Keep it
swung
rolling.
into the right hand.
Keep it rolling.
That's
Gap
plumb.
between bat and ball. Satisfied that
It's
there is
back
no
leg.
bat. We'll move on to ball tracking.
Just above the knee roll. Off stump is
Ball
visible.
tracking coming up. Pitching outside off. Impact on line. Wickets hitting. Mark, stay with your on-field decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Wow.
You're on screen now. Signal out.
There we go. Kath Dalton earlier on says she had a feeling. Well, even she didn't say we might see a hat-trick today. not when Ireland were bowling.
Yeah, that's a great first step delivery, really. That's a wonderful, wonderful delivery. Pitching off, nipping back into the right-hander. And as a batter, you can't really do a lot if you get that sort of a delivery when you're facing your first delivery in the innings. As you said, hat-trick opportunity. In comes the captain, Hardik Pandya. He's been in very good form recently in the IPL. Led his team to the trophy, first ever trophy for Gujarat Titans, playing their first ever IPL. It's a new team which has been added this year in the IPL. So yeah, a lot will depend how he bats.
And he left an established side, didn't he? Like the establishment side.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
In Mumbai. Right then, hat-trick ball here on talkSPORT 2. It's Craig Young who's dismissed Kishan as well as Yanap, and he is in. And this is played comfortably enough to cover point, and hat-trick averted. But Ireland back in the match after an explosive little cameo from Ishan, which lasted 11 deliveries, which saw 5 boundaries. He's been and gone, 26 from 11 balls. Surya Kumar Yadav lasted just 1 delivery. LBW. And Huda's been there for ages. Oh, hang on a second. No ball. So that final ball of the third over will have to be played again. We're just seeing a replay of that, and yes, correct decision. Although I'm not sure Young will be too disappointed. I suppose it's a free hit, so full on middle stump and lofted up and over long on for 6. So Hardik Pandya's up and away, and that's an expensive end to what actually turned into a very good over for Ireland. India 37 for 2.
Yeah, the umpires would love to check it though. Even though it looked like a 6, just dropping on the boundary, skirting. They might have bounced just short of the skirtings. So we'll have to wait and see for the third umpire decision. Yeah, just bouncing inside the Thursby.
Wow, your eyesight's obviously better than mine, Abhishek. That's incredible.
I'm watching the ball pretty well this year.
Yes.
Yeah, batting wise as well.
Okay then. So, this has been a good game. I must admit, I would have taken this about 3 hours ago. Ireland 108 for 4 from their 12 overs. We've had 3 overs to reply. And India 35 for 2. We've had 2 wickets in 2 balls. We had 6 boundaries. And is Mark Adair going to bowl his second over? I think so. His first one went for just 4. And Deepak Huda is going to face, and he's beaten. Again, movement into the right-hander, slow to get the bat down. That could have taken the edge, but went through to the keeper.
How a huge question mark with his stance at the moment. I mean, I just don't understand. Cricket is a very simple sport, and as cricketers, we often complicate it too much by trying too many different things and making it really, really complicated with the stance, with where we keep the hands and stuff like that. And at the moment, if I look at Deepak Huda, he looks completely out of sorts to me.
Yeah, we've just got pictures for the moment, but I suppose Ireland will be heartened by the start. You know, they've been pegged back when they were batting, and they came back, they recovered to a decent total. And again, just when it looked like the game was going to get away from them, 2 quick wickets, and again it's about competing on a base level, and they're doing exactly that.
And they just got to try and put the pressure and keep taking wickets. The only way they can get back in the game or win this game or even get close to this game is if they can pick up wickets on a regular basis. They can't allow India to have a partnership of 30-40 runs, because that will make the game very, very easy for this very talented Indian side. So from their perspective, they just got to take another couple of wickets.
How close do you think Hardik could be to the Test side if there was a COVID case?
I think Hardik Pandya should play Test cricket if he is fit to bowl. Period. I mean, he's a cricketer who can play all formats of the game, and he'll do very, very well in all 3 formats. But if he doesn't bowl, you can't play him. But if he's bowling fit, he walks into that side.
He walks in.
For me, I think Hardik Pandya he's a player who can change the game very quickly in Test cricket as well, coming in at 6 or 7.
Follow the England template these days.
Yeah.
I wonder how long it's going to be before that other teams start to play the way that they have been. Outside edge flies away, couple of bounces, and there's no fielder at third. So another 4 to the score. 44 for 2 now, India, the motoring. 65 needed from 50 deliveries, and that was there to be hit, really.
And so far what I've seen of Deepak Hooda, he looks anything but in cricket but an opener. Anything. Oh, nowhere close to that delivery again, and I just can't put my head around it with his stance, what he's trying to do with his stance here.
It's ungainly, to say the least. The pick-up and pull, fielded by Delaney at deep square leg. I mean, it's an unusual stance. It's basically, he's got his legs spread.
And his left leg is nearly facing mid-wicket or square leg even.
It's almost like he's getting ready to wrestle you rather than to bat. But he's still in. 10 from 9, 2 fours, and Hardik Pandya, the captaining India for the first time. We've got 1 ball left of the power play in this 12-over game. The power play normally in a 20-over match, 6 overs, the first 6 overs, but today the first 4. Adair is in, and no run, so decent end to a strange old over. Couple of boundaries in it, a wide, good start, but for India, there's 2 quick wickets in the over that preceded it, but they're in a very strong position here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they bowl a spinner and what was the strategy these batters will have against a spinner. Because small boundaries, there's not massive boundaries here, and it's just about 1 big over and India gets closer to the target of 109. It's really loud. It's really, really loud at the ground. It's like, and there's a lot of cheer for Hardik Pandya in this Indian side.
Well, I saw one sign saying, "I've waited 2 years for this game, so please can it not rain." Something along those lines, and it does seem like the fans have just stayed there.
Yeah, they're not gonna go home unless the match has been called off. That's how the Indian fans are. They would stay there even if it's raining, hailing, snowing. As long as they have any hope of a game of cricket, they're not moving.
Young, right arm over the wicket as there's a trigger movement from Hooda towards off stump. Then he moves to leg. Young fires it wide of off stump. Hooda desperately tries to swing the bat. It's just about inside the tram lines. And I don't think a wide was called.
No, because I think he moved outside the leg stump. He gave himself a bit of room, and the ball was inside that tram line as well. Good decision by the umpire.
Yep, absolutely. This time straighter, defended. No run, back up to the bowler.
At the moment, when you look at Deepak Hooda, there's too many moving parts with his batting. And as a batter, you try and stay as stable as possible at the point of delivery. But at the moment, you just feel that There's too many moving parts in his batting, and he's not really stable when the ball is being delivered. And when you do that, sometimes it's very hard to pick the length early, which makes batting a bit easier. But I'm sure he's got plenty of good coaches around.
Cover driven this time, fielded by Paul Sterling. It's an extra cover. I mean, this extravagant batting stance, is this how he's been batting for the last couple of years?
I've not seen him stand like that for a long time. This is something which he's done recently. And yeah, sometimes, I mean, the players, when they're out of form, they're not scoring runs, they try and make a lot of changes. They try and do something just to see if it works. Often it doesn't.
Beaten again, swing from Young, and no real foot movement from Houda. So his over is a cheap one so far for Ireland. India 46-2.
Yeah, the way he's standing with his left leg so wide open towards mid-wicket, square leg even. If you as a bowler bowl outside the off-stump fuller length, he's not getting his left leg close to the pitch of the delivery. There's no way he can move that feet from mid-wicket to cover. It's not going to happen.
Again, this is on the body of Houda. Clips this ball to Adair, stationed at mid-on. So, gets off strike finally, Deepak Houda. Then we've got one ball left of this fifth over. It's been bowled by Craig Young, who took 2 wickets and 2 balls in his first over, after taking a little bit of tap. Ishan Kishan and then Surya Kumar Yadav departing in successive balls. 2 balls left actually of the fifth over. Feel a little bit more spread as we're outside of the power play. In past the umpire, and it's a flat-footed prod from Hardik Pandya this time, and again outswing and no run.
Yeah, again Hardik Pandya getting beaten outside that off stump. They're bowling a good length, very good length here at the moment. Just slightly outside the off stump. That in-between length, not short, not full, not allowing the batter to get under the ball, either on the front foot or on the back foot. And hence we're seeing a lot of prodding outside that off stump from both these players.
Final ball of the over, Fuller pitched up on off stump, and it'll be a single to end over number 5. So terrific over from Young, who after those 2 boundaries has taken 2 wickets and really dragged things back. 18 from his 2. It doesn't sound exceptional in itself, but it feels like the pressure in the game that was building on Ireland's shoulders has just been taken a little bit. India needs 62 from 43, 8 overs remaining. We've still got a game here, Abhishek.
Yeah, I think at the end India would do it quite easily if they have wickets in hand, because its run rate required is around 9 and over, which in T20 cricket is pretty easy with 8 wickets in hand with 7 overs to go. But yeah, they came back with those 2 wickets, and then their last couple of overs have been pretty good, right on the money. They bowled a good length, good line. And now this can be very, very interesting with off-spin being introduced with Houda and Hardik Pandya and McBrien is bowler. This could go the distance, John.
If you're at deep mid-wicket, get ready.
Everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
Yeah. Both these players love going downtown or over cow corner, mid-wicket area. So this can get very, very interesting.
Two right-handed batters at the crease, and it's Hardik Pandya, the captain, facing up. Well, he's absolutely smashed that over. Yep, you guessed it. Cow corner. And that's, this could be an ugly over. Very ugly over. Hardik moves to 11, and the score 54 for 2, the target 109.
I mean, these are the overs where you as a batter, if you ever fantasize or dreamt about hitting 6 sixes in an international game, you take it on. You go for it.
Well, that was absolutely in the slot as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just angling in on off stump on a good length. Down on one knee, crunch. You know the rest. Well, that's ball 1. Already the bowler's trying to get out the over. Wide of the crease, does a little jig, fired in from McBride. That wasn't a spinner at all, he was just darting that in on off stump and clipped away for a single, 55 for 2.
Yeah, this is where Deepak Houda is dangerous. He's got such long levers. And he can hit the ball a long way as well, so this is going to be very, very interesting with his open wide stance as well.
Down the track, a flourish, and 6 number 2 for the over. This time over long on. 61 for 2, India chasing 109.
Yeah, I mean, if you've watched these two players ever, one thing you wouldn't do is give a ball to an off spinner with these short boundaries and with such a good batting pitch. This is going to go. This over is going to be an absolute mayhem from both these players. I'm surprised that Hardik Pandya took a single in the last delivery. He didn't try and hit it.
McBride in again, fired down the leg side. This would be called a wide. And essentially, I'm not sure we're going to see any more McBride after this. Any pressure whatsoever is just dissipated. Movement away from Huda, fielded by Sterling. The covers, no run.
Dot ball, didn't expect that. Deepak Huda tried to play through off stump.
Again, in quicker, and this is aimed, it would have been essentially leg side wide, but Huda's so far to the leg side, actually cramped him for room in the end. And 1 ball left of the over. 63 for 2. Ireland, or rather India. Sound from the bat will tell you that that's got the distance as well. 3 sixes from McBride's over. Not sure we'll see the captain again today. 21 coming from it. And India have broken the back of the run chase inside 6 overs. The target 109. And they have reached 69 for 2. And after a word from Abhishek Jujunwala for the final time, it'll be Neil Manthorpe and Kath Dalton.
Yeah, again in the slot. You cannot bowl there. As an off spinner with these players, it's impossible to bowl an off spinner. They're such good players of spin bowling. But again, a big over, 21 of that over. And India looking to finish it quite quickly here, Neil.
Yeah, that's the plan, isn't it? Win it with an over to spare. Don't let the game be taken deep. Hardik Pandya 18 off 8. Deepak Huda after a slow start 19 off 17. And Ireland had their moment. 2 wickets and 2 balls. Oh, that's leg side length delivery, heaved over the hospitality marquees at deep backward square leg. Easy pick up, easy as you like. And Kath, it's finishing with a gallop now.
It certainly is. What a lovely shot that was by Huda, just picked off his legs with ease. That's not a great first ball in international cricket. Looked like it was actually going to go for a wide had he not hit it. So lovely free for his hands by Huda. And where do you bowl from here as a bowler if you're an Ireland player?
I think you pull a hamstring, let someone else finish the over. Yeah, it's there's nowhere. We always say there's nowhere to hide in Test cricket, but the brutality of T20 cricket, especially when it's reduced to 12 overs a side, can be at least it's over quickly.
Absolutely. We saw though the Ireland bowlers didn't quite get it right, did they, in that first power play compared to the Indian bowlers? Probably bowled a little bit too short at times. Didn't find that swinging length as much. Here's
Alford again. Oh, and he's beaten him out past the inside edge. That's through to the keeper, Dinesh Karthik. Tell you what, I'm not quite sure whether he was beaten or the batsman got himself into a bit of a mess, but he'd made his mind up about Deepak Huda about going through the offside, hadn't he?
He had. I think the field set leg side, he's trying to exploit the gaps on the offside and wasn't successful that time, but that just held its line, that delivery, and it was actually a well bowled comeback.
Deepak Huda 25 off 19 now. Here's Alford. Well, short wide of the off stump, and it's slapped away to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Good work in the deep from Delaney. Yeah, he has got a leg side field, hasn't he? And he's bowled short and wide outside off.
Yeah, it's interesting that decision. Maybe a double bluff, I'm not too sure. But yeah, if your field set's leg side, the last place you want to bowl is short and wide outside off stump. But Delaney with some excellent work on the boundary to prevent that from going for 4. you have to think about where you're bowling in T20 cricket, and you've got to bowl to your field.
That's edged, and it's very well stopped actually by Lorcan Tucker diving to his right, the keeper, and they scrambled through for a quick single. Just a reminder, in this first of 2 T20 internationals, reduced to 12 overs per side, Ireland made 108 for 4, thanks in the main to Harry Tector's 64 from just 33 balls with 6 fours and 3 sixes. But India are galloping along, 78 for 2 in the 7th over. Hardik Pandya on strike now, 18 off 8. Here's Alford, and again he's gone past the outside edge. Pandya opening the face of the bat, trying to run it down to third.
It just shows what this pitch can do if you do get it in the right area. You bowl in that back of a length area. He's got a great seam position on this, and actually that's just hit the seam and come back the other way. Sometimes that does happen when you present the seam very well. It can nip off the surface, which it did there. That was a lovely delivery.
You can see why he's the leading wicket taker in the domestic T20 tournament in Ireland. That's what's led to his debut today, Conor Alford, and that one is completely miscued out towards mid-off. Well, he's given himself some room outside the off stump, and he's tried to thump it over mid-off, and I think it's come right off the toe end of the bat, and was actually so poorly mishit it didn't actually reach mid-off inside the circle. And India are 78 for 2 from 7 overs. Their target is 109.
Yeah, and a wonderful knock so far by Hardik Pandya. I think when you come in and you're 18 off 10, it just takes the game away from the opposition when you start to strike the ball so nicely. And Hudo didn't have a great start, 28 off 21. I wouldn't say that's a massive acceleration from him, but he's playing his role very nicely here, and not chasing a massive total makes it a little bit easier.
Well, he'd come to a grinding halt. I mean, he's hit 3 sixes in that 28 off 21. And it's interesting to me that Ruturaj Gaikwad, who is an opener and always has been, is now scheduled to come in at number 5.
Seems like they're trying different players potentially in different positions leading up to the World Cup that's coming up, trying to see who fits where.
Josh Little, left arm to Hardik Pandya, who slap drives this one, but again mistimes it, and he's quite frustrated. He's replaying the cover drive. He's hit it straight down into the ground, took all the pace off it, and it's a dot ball to mid-off.
Josh Little taking the pace off there. He's coming around the wicket, which is an interesting angle change. I think if nothing's happening in cricket, you have to make something happen as a bowler, so an angle change can often be a good thing.
Open stance, Deepak Huda on strike, and he slashed this one past short third down to the boundary for 4. It's so hard bowling without a third on the boundary, I think, and he's just a little bit of width and it's 4.
Yeah, if you throw your hands at anything that actually angled back into him and he still managed to get it down to third man, you just throw your hands at it, any nick, and it's 4, isn't it, on this surface?
He sliced it deliberately, didn't he? Open faced the bat and just deliberately slapped it past short third. 82 for 2, target 109. Here's Josh Little persisting with this round the wicket line of attack to Huda. Oh, and he's wrapped it over the keeper's head for 4. Back of a length, was it pace off again? And he's just leant back and steered it over the keeper's head.
Slow ball bouncer there by Josh Little. Oh, what a wonderful shot this is. He just waited and watched the ball all the way onto the middle of his bat. Terrific shot. I mean, that's a man who's seen the ball pretty well now.
He looked a bit scratchy for the first 3 overs, didn't he?
He did. He doesn't look too scratchy now. I think what this shows is, in international cricket, if you just get it slightly wrong, these Indian players are just going to put you away. He hasn't bowled too many horrific deliveries here, Josh Little. It's just they just pick you off, and it's so challenging.
They read deliveries so well. Here is Little once again, this time back of a length, pace on, punched in front of square on the offside. And although it's fielded at backward point by Lorcan Tucker, you go through for an easy single. Yeah, I think it's just, I mean, what the IPL does, amongst many things for those who play it regularly, is because you play so much and you're used to the different variations, the slower ball bouncers, the knuckle balls. You can pick them. Little in again. Oh, that's slapped high and long. Is it long enough? I think it is. It is, certainly is. Into the hospitality marquees, straight back over the bowler's head. And that was just sheer power. How on earth did he do that? Back of a length. You're not supposed to be able to hit those balls for 6 back over the bowler's head. It's sort of waist tight.
Yeah, in a test match, that's well bowled. And in a T20 that's gone 75 metres for 6, he just leant back and just played off his back hip and allowed his arms to swing through the line of the ball. What a lovely shot that was.
Here is Josh Little again, down the leg side. He's maybe a little rattled now. That was a real slingshot down the leg side, way past the batsman's pads and through to the keeper. 94 for 2. He'll have to bowl that ball again.
What this does, though, for these island bowlers is it gives them the opportunity to bowl at some of the best T20 players in the world. And the more you play against these types of players, the more you learn about yourself, learn what works, what deliveries are good and when, and potentially what slower balls you need to continue to work on to disguise. And that's the challenge. And when you get it wrong, as we've seen there with Hardik Pandya, it goes the distance.
Here's Josh Little again. Oh, big in swinger. Well bowled. Very well bowled. And up goes the finger. He's appealed for LBW. I thought he hit it. Well, no, not so. Hardik Pandya is going to review, is he? He's going to have a chat to... Obviously, he didn't hit it. He would have reviewed it straight away. He's going to go and... He has reviewed it. He's had a chat to his non-striker, and of course Deepak Hooda says,
out. TV umpire director, we have a player review.
It's captain's prerogative for you to use a review.
Decision is out.
Yeah, I'm not sure he had too
it's
much
a fair
of a choice
delivery.
there.
Can we start with? We can start with front on spin vision,
Unless
please.
he's hit this is dead in front of all three. But the only thing that saves him is if he's hit it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a beautiful delivery. Nice in swinger from Josh Little.
Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling.
Swung too much.
Doesn't appear to be any bat, but we'll confirm that with
That's hitting
upper
leg,
edge.
isn't it? Got to be hitting leg, tripping leg.
Keep it rolling.
I didn't realise how much
clear
that
gap
swung.
between bat and ball.
I mean, it's a terrible
all the way to the
looking
pad.
shot.
Yeah, satisfied there's no bat. We'll move on to ball tracking.
Him straight on the back leg.
I think it's hitting leg.
Ball tracking coming up.
No problem with it. It's pitched middle.
Pitching in line.
And
impact in
swung
line.
Beautifully.
Wickets,
just clipping leg stump.
We'll have Paul back on screen.
Just clipping leg stump. So India lose
Paul,
their
you're
third
on screen
wicket.
now. Signal out, please.
Captain's on his way. Hardik Pandya, 24 off 12 balls. Josh Little has a wicket, 1 for 31. India 94 for 3, needing 109 for victory.
And Hardik Pandya, as you said, with a wonderful knock there, and I think a knock that's really taken the game away from Ireland with a 200 strike rate. It's going to be difficult for them now to really claw anything back into this game. Just a little bit too little, too late.
Well, India will still win the game comfortably, especially with Dinesh Karthik coming to the crease. I just wonder whether Ruturaj Gaikwad is perhaps he's feeling unwell. We don't know. Injured, yeah. I didn't see an injury in the field when India were bowling to Ireland, but he's a designated opener. It's all he's done in his senior professional career. Gareth Delaney is back into the attack, and that one is steered away behind square. It's Connor Alford. And steered away behind square on the offside. They've trotted through for a single.
That's the challenge for this Ireland side, is you get a couple of world-class players out and another world-class player comes to the crease. The depth in this Indian side is absolutely incredible, isn't it?
34 players currently on Indian national duty. 2 squads of 17, 1 in Ireland, 1 in England.
Just unbelievable. As a country like Ireland, it's hard to compete with that depth of squad. They're a bit like the Man City of
yes, well, exactly. That's a very good Yorker from Connor Alford. Really good, right in the block hole, dug out by Dinesh Karthik, and no chance of a run there. And the thing is, look at those 2 squads of 17 and find the weak link.
That's it, you can't, can you? There's maybe a few players that you might switch in and out, or given form potentially, or injury or illness, but if you're a coach, that's a lovely position to be in.
Here is Connor Alford once again, right arm over the wicket. Short wide outside the off stump. Was it too wide? Yes, it was. Out go the arms of senior umpire Mark Hawthorne, and Connor Alford will have to bowl that one again.
What's nice to see here from actually Sterling, who's just gone into slippers, Ireland are still attacking. They're still trying to take wickets. At least they haven't gone completely defensive. They can see new batters come in. They're trying to take a wicket and try and make this game interesting.
This is the 9th over of 12. 12 per side. Here's Connor Alford. India 96 for 3, needing 109. That's full, 2 full, leg stump, and clipped away by Dinesh Karthik. Only for a single. George Dockrell is at the deep square leg boundary and makes a... Well, it went straight to him. Didn't make a save. He just picked it up and threw it back.
It was lovely timing by Dinesh Karthik. He just leant on that one out to the square leg boundary, and he's just got timing, hasn't he? I do enjoy watching him bat. He's one of my favourite players to watch because of his effortless time. He's still got that lovely technique that has a place in T20 cricket.
Connor Alford once again, back of a length, in at the rib cage, nicely bowled, and can only defend it, Deepak Hooda, and they do take a single. Karthik called him through quickly. Yeah, I mean, Dinesh Karthik is 36 now, and he was the first to admit he thought his international cricket days were numbered, or over, actually. And he's been brought back into the team after a very fine IPL. And the talk now is that he's like perhaps even overtaken Rishabh Pant to be the T20 keeper finisher at the World Cup in Australia.
Yeah, class is always permanent, isn't it? I saw him in the IPL. He's been in wonderful form there. So
Connor Alford in once again, left alone outside the off stump. It was wide. I don't think it was too wide. Dinesh Karthik did. He's now looking quizzically at the umpires, as if to say, why isn't that called a wide?
What it does show you is there is a place for playing proper cricket shots still, even in shorter format cricket. Dinesh Karthik being one of those, more of a traditional player. And there is a place for it. And we've got hard hitting like Pandya, as we saw earlier. But there's still a place for these guys.
Deep in the crease now, Dinesh Karthik. Alpert in, down the leg side, slower ball. That one will be called a wide, and Dinesh Karthik knows it. Yeah, the thing is about improvisations and about ramps and reverse ramps and switch hits and all of those innovations is that that's to give you another option if you don't have enough conventional options. And Dinesh Karthik hits as many sixes and fours as any other batsman, playing largely normally.
Absolutely, it just shows you can do both, or either, as a batter. It depends on your style and what really works for you.
Alford in once again, slapped away behind square on the offside, beats backward point and into the boundary for 4. India now need just 10 for victory from 3 overs, so they are galloping away. Dinesh Karthik with his first boundary moves on to 5. Deepak Hooda has 39 off 27.
And that was a stunning shot. That was just outside off stump. You wouldn't say that was necessarily a bad delivery, but it was just a lovely shot. Played it half and half in his body width and threw his hands through it and raced away to that boundary. Beautiful shot.
I have to remind ourselves that Ireland were put into bat in heavy overcast conditions and were very quickly 22 for 3. So to make 108 for 4 is an exceptional recovery by any team, let alone the very much the underdogs Ireland against very much the top dogs India, and that was a respectable total. But you'd be hard pushed to say the bowling has been poor from Ireland.
They're just world class players, these Indian batters. But I agree with you. I think Ireland will be actually not happy because they've obviously lost the game, but being the underdogs, when you do post a score, when you've been in a difficult position, which they were in, losing a lot of wickets early on, and for such a young player in Harry Tector to come out and do what he did, that would just breed confidence in this Ireland side.
And the second game to come, exclusive, live, ball by ball, here on talkSPORT 2 on Tuesday. Start time 4:30. Hopefully there won't be any rain as we had today. Lovely cover drive. What a beautiful shot from Deepak Hooda. It races away over the Malahide outfield, which is damp. It took a lot of rain, but is still pretty quick. Just a back foot cover drive on the up. A super shot.
That was a lovely shot. Absolutely lovely shot. Josh Little, back of a length, and he's just held his pose there. They're always the best shots. When you hold your pose, you know you've hit it between the gap. You don't run those. You just let that go through for 4.
2 to win for India. Deepak Hooda 43 from 28. Dinesh Karthik has 5. 107 for 3. Target is 109. And there's still 17 balls to go to score these 2 runs for victory. So the expected comfortable victory for India will materialise. Will it be this ball? Here's Josh Little round the wicket to Hooda, who drives square of the wicket on the offside through point for 4 to finish 47 not out from 29 deliveries. My goodness me, an innings of 2 halves from Deepak Hooda. Unexpectedly opened the batting in place of Ruturaj Gaikwad and looked a little uncomfortable and, I have to say, out of place at the top of the order initially. But he's come good, and come good with some style. 47 not out from 29 balls. India winning by 7 wickets, 111 for 3, 16 balls to spare. Comprehensive victory for India. And, I mean, it's a majority Indian crowd, and they've got their money's worth. I don't know what the entrance fee was, but whatever it was, I think they all feel they've got value for money after a long delay.
They've certainly made enough noise to make us feel like that. Yeah, it's been a good game. They'll be pleased that they didn't just crumble, I think, against this very, very strong India side.
Former Ireland and current Essex player, Kath Dalton. How good was Bhuvneshwar Kumar? Swinging the ball both ways. Wicket maiden to begin to set Ireland back. Gee, he's looking the part. Again.
Every time I see him, his seam position is textbook immaculate. He just holds the seam in such a beautiful, almost Jimmy Anderson-like way. And he's difficult because he doesn't really change his wrist position or grip that much to get the ball to shape both ways. And that's the challenge as a batter. You're looking for any nuance that gives you an idea that they're going to shape it in the opposite direction. He just doesn't do that, does he? He just makes it so challenging. And he sets players up in T20 cricket like it's a test match.
Brilliant to watch, and he is the man of the match, by the way, and deservedly so. India winning this game by 7 wickets with 16 balls to spare, and the same team will be back with you on Tuesday. Start time, the game starts ball by ball, exclusively live here on talkSPORT 2 from 4:30. We'll be on air from 4 o'clock with the build-up and look ahead to that game with John Norman and Kath Dalton and Abhishek Jujunwala and myself, Neil Manthorpe. Hope you've enjoyed. I hope you waited around for the entertainment. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll have more of the same, hopefully a lot more of similar anyway on Tuesday. But for now, I'm going to hand you back to talkSPORT 2's Russell Hargreaves, who is bringing you the final round live from the Travellers' Championship in Connecticut. With the very latest from TPC River Highlands, here is Russell Hargreaves.
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on India in the first T20 International.
Nicked and gone. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery.
On talkSPORT 2.
White & Jordan's supercharged weekend preview on talkSPORT with the all-new Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid. Hybrid by nature. From powerhouse Premier League clashes and full-throttle grudge matches on the grid, sparks will fly as the most well-connected duo in sport. Look ahead to another action-packed weekend. White & Jordan's supercharged weekend preview. Friday morning from 10 on talkSPORT with the all-new Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid. The sporty yet elegant SUV that's hybrid by nature.
Today's tale begins when Sarah was scrolling through her feed. Suddenly, Sarah heard the scariest sound.
The Wi-Fi is down.
Sarah was trapped by the spinning wheel of doom.
Save yourself from broadband nightmares. Get BT's unbreakable hybrid broadband backed up by EE, the UK's best network. Search BT Hybrid Broadband. 88% UK availability. 4G connection takes up to 175 seconds. Best for mobile network performance. Verify at ee.co.uk/claims.
Right now, foreign travel looks even more unpredictable than ever. Whether you're dreaming of a sun-soaked or just a short city break. Wherever you're going, begin your trip today with a visit to Go Compare. Travel insurance is too important to leave to the last minute. T's and C's at gocompare.com.
Gents, there's something we need to talk about. And no, it's not VAR. Erectile dysfunction. It's more common than you think. And at Lloyd's Pharmacy, it's easy to treat too. Viagra Connect is available without prescription from just $10.99 for 2 tablets. Pick them up in store, including Lloyd's Pharmacy stores within Sainsbury's and online at lloydspharmacy.com. Lloyd's Pharmacy, always here for you. Contains sildenafil. Always read the label, subject to suitability.
What does Tim Cocker get up to in a hotel room? Hardly. He's more of a kind of man. But can you guess the tunes he enjoys there? Identify the song Tim's playing under the covers, and you could win a luxurious night's stay for 4 at a UK Marriott Bonvoy hotel with breakfast and dinner, plus £250. Listen every afternoon next week with Tim Cocker and Marriott Bonvoy UK. Make more of your next UK getaway.
Virgin Radio.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker. PGA Golf live on TalkSPORT 2.
Thanks there to some superb cricket coverage as ever from Neil Manthorpe, John Norman and the team. Victory for India against Ireland in the opening T20 in Malahide. And from the outskirts of Dublin, we move to Cromwell, Connecticut for day 4 of the Travellers' Championship at TPC River Highlands, where Xander Schauffele, the Olympic champion, still leads as he's done for much of the past 2 days, still looking for a first individual tour victory on the PGA Tour since way back in January 2019 in Hawaii. Olympic title and a pairs victory alongside his mate Patrick Cantlay have followed, but it's a long time since Schauffele delivered on his own at tour level. He's 1 under par through 9, 18 under par for the championship. It was good enough for a 2-shot lead until a moment ago, but now a 1-shot advantage over the young amateur Michael Thorbjornsen. Incredible story for the 20-year-old from New England, who is absolutely on fire. Wait for this, an eagle at 6... and birdies at 8, 9, 10 and 11. He's picked up 6 shots in 6 holes. I think Phil Mickelson in 1991 was the last amateur to win on the PGA Tour. Thorbjornsen won back. Could he overhaul Schauffele and do it? Another youngster, Sir Heath Tagala's going pretty well, 2 under par through 10. 4 top 10 finishes in this rookie season, still looking for a first tour win. He's 16 under par. JT Poston, minus 15, he's 4 under for the day. Chetan Hadley, 6 under for the day through 17. He's tied 5th at 14 under par alongside Kevin Kisner and the aforementioned Patrick Cantlay in the final pairing with his best mate Schauffele. But he's not really been firing on all cylinders. After his 63 yesterday, the reigning FedEx Cup champion, 2 over for the day through 9. Also 14 under par 4 off the lead, so he's not out of it, but needs to refine the form of Saturday. Keith Mitchell, KH Lee at 13 under par, Scott Stallings, lefty Brian Harman, William the Gert and Nick Hardy at -11. They round out your top 10. 67 for Rory McIlroy. Another tournament that might have been, of course, led after 11 holes of Friday, cruising at 13 under par before imploding brutally with a quadruple bogey, a double, another double early on Saturday as well. That put pay to Rory's hopes, but the Canadian Open champion from a couple of weeks ago, at least finishing well, 9 under, is tied for 18th. It's okay, but nothing like what we expected less than 2 days ago. Tony Finau's done at 9 under. Disappointing day for Scotland's Martin Laird, who's 3 over for the day. He's dropped back to 9 under par. Seamus Powell, the Irishman, level for the day. Was struggling, a couple of late birdies. He's finished at 8 under. Good enough for a tied 24th position. That the same mark as world number 1 Scotty Scheffler, who's closed with a round of 72. Scotty at -8. England's Aaron Rice, 6 under par, done and dusted. Matt Wallace, 4 under par. Tommy Fleetwood, exactly the same mark. Frenchman Paul Barjon finishing at -3. Swede Jonas Blixt at 2 under, same mark as England's Luke Donald. And that rounds up the vast majority of the European and other big names who made the halfway cut. L4C, Mark McCumber, Mark Zicchino, anchor our coverage, Bill Rudzinski, alongside Kevin Sylvester, calling him home. From inside the ropes, we take you to PGA Tour Radio.
And we've seen a lot of things can happen in the rough here this week. This will be a downhill shot to the 10th green for Xander Schauffele. But again, in the left rough here at the 10th, Patrick Cantlay is in the right rough 150 yards away.
And up at the green, Kevin Kisner misses the 6.5-footer for par, has 3.5 feet coming back. It's a bogey. It's his third bogey of the week at the 10th. So Kis falls back to 14 under.
Now up ahead 13, JT Poston short of the green. Third shot at the par 5, just pops it on the front edge and it runs out just by that front hole location. Good little pitch shot from JT Poston, who's looking to make another birdie to get to 5 under for the round, to get him to 16 under, just 2 back. Kevin, back to you.
Well, Xander Schauffele's selected a club. Listen in.
With that, that's going to have a lot of tumble on it.
I know. Okay, so I'm going to try and feel a 25. I just want to kind of, I think with the gap wedge, it's not going to come out as hot, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I agree.
25 feeling with this then?
Yeah, 25 to 30 you're even fine, because that wind's, I mean, it's not going to get hit by much with these trees here.
Right.
There is wind into his face, but you heard Austin Kaiser say you're not going to be affected much.
Yeah, perfect. Right at your green.
Trying to play 125, 130 to the right side of the fairway. That'll tumble down to the green. The miss is right here. Left is a deep bunker well below the green. He was there yesterday. And doesn't like how far he hit it, or lack of distance that he hit it. It's going to make its way to the front edge of the green, though. It made that left turn on the fairway. He'll have a long putt. He is on the surface, but certainly wanted more out of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's a day where it's not been sharp, really, for Schauffele, but the fact is he's been able, after a 1-over start today through 3, to keep it under par. Birdies at 4 and 6, and not only still in the lead, but he's been able to extend what was a 1-shot lead to start the day, Kevin.
Wasn't sharp much of the day yesterday either, Earl, but finished strong with birdies at 16, 17. And Patrick Cantlay's shot on the way from 151 right rough. He's leaning left. This is on the right. It just catches the right edge, and that'll be just below hole high right here at the putting surface and outside of 25 feet for Patrick Cantlay.
Up a hole, Kevin, at the par 3 11th. Sahith Theegala and Kevin Kisner have already hit their tee balls. Theegala, 45 feet, cross-country birdie effort, and 40 feet for Kevin Kisner. So a couple of marginal tee balls at a short par 3 for our penultimate group.
JT Poston now for birdie at 13, just 12 feet, and this one rolls right in the middle. He's gone back-to-back. That's a bogey-free round. JT Poston, 5 under for the day, now tied for second, 16 under.
Well, I'll tell you, that birdie by JT Poston keeps him right in the mix with an exciting back nine coming up.
You're listening to exclusive coverage of the Travelers Championship from TPC River Highlands in the Hartford suburb of Cromwell, Connecticut. And as we do at the top and bottom of every hour in our live play-by-play coverage, time now for a leaderboard update presented by Titleist.
Once again, it's a leaderboard full of players trusting Titleist, with 72% of the field relying on the speed, precision, and consistency of the Pro V1 and Pro V1X. Titleist, the number one ball in golf. It's going to be an interesting back nine. Xander Schauffele still in front, 18 under for the week, but now tied for second. 3 golfers. JT Poston, 16 under. The amateur Michael Thorbjornsen also at 16 under. They are 5 under in their rounds today. And PGA Tour rookie Sahith Theegala also tied for second, 16 under and 2 shots back. 4 behind, need to make something happen. Kevin Kisner and Patrick Cantlay, and it's been a tough day for Cantlay. 2 over at the turn for him. Had to share the lead after 2, but now sits 4 shots back with Kisner and Chesson Hadley, who's got a good round going, 6 under. He's running out of time, though. He's at the 18th, tied for 5th, 14 under and 4 shots back.
The Korn Ferry Tour continues its season this week with the Live and Work in Maine Open as the path to the PGA Tour visits Falmouth Country Club just north of Portland on the Atlantic coast, where Pearson Cooney is enjoying a Sunday parade, a 5-shot lead with 3 holes to go over 3 players at 15 under par.
It's a wild finish this week.